"I think he's lost, Pike," the boy on my right said. The one on my left elbowed me sharply in the side of the head, and the alley tilted crazily around me. Pike laughed. "I'm looking for the woodworks," I muttered, slightly stunned. Pike's expression turned murderous. His hands grabbed my shoulders. "Did I ask you a question?" he shouted. "Did I say you could talk?" He slammed his forehead into my face, and I felt a sharp crack followed by an explosion of pain. "Hey, Pike!" The voice seemed to come from an impossible direction. A foot nudged my loot case, tipping it over. "Hey, Pike! Look at this!" Pike looked down at the hollow thump as the loot case fell flat against the ground. "What did you steal, Nalt?" "I didn't steal it." One of the boys holding my arms laughed. "Yeah, your uncle gave it to you so you could sell it to buy medicine for your sick grandma." He laughed again while I tried to blink the tears out of my eyes. I heard 3 clicks as the latches were undone. Then came the distinctive harmonic thrum as the loot was taken out of its case. "Your grandma's gonna be mighty sorry you lost this, Nalt." Pike's voice was quiet. "Telu crush us," the boy on my right exploded. "Pike, you know how much one of them's worth? Gold, Pike." "Don't say Telu's name like that," said the boy on my left. "What?" "Do not call on Telu save in the greatest need, for Telu judges every thought and deed," he recited. "Telu and his great glowing penis can piss all over me if that thing isn't worth 20 talents. That means we can get at least 6 from Dickon. Do you know what you can do with that much money?" "You won't get the chance to do anything with it if you don't quit saying things like that. Telu watches over us, but he is vengeful." The second boy's voice was reverent and afraid. "You've been sleeping in the church again, haven't you? You get religion like I get fleas." "I'll tie your arms in a knot." "Your ma's a penny whore." "Don't talk about my ma, Lynn." "Iron pennies." By this time, I had managed to blink my eyes free from the tears, and I could see Pike squatting in the alley. He seemed fascinated by my loot, my beautiful loot. He had a dreamy look in his eyes as he held it, turning it over and over in his dirty hands. A slow horror was dawning on me through the haze of fear and pain. As the 2 voices grew louder behind me, I began to feel a hot anger inside. I tensed. I couldn't fight them, but I knew if I got hold of my loot and made it into a crowd, I could lose them and be safe again. But she kept humping away anyway. But now she's only got a halfpenny a throw. That's why your head is so soft. You're lucky you don't have a dent, so don't feel bad. That's why you get religious so easy." The first boy finished triumphantly. I felt only a tenseness on my right side. I tensed too, ready to spring. "But thanks for the warning. I hear Telu likes to hide behind big clumps of horse shit and—" Suddenly, both of my arms were free as one boy tackled the other into the wall. I sprinted the 3 steps to Pike, grabbed the loot by the neck, and pulled. But Pike was quicker than I'd expected, or stronger. The loot didn't come away in my hand. I was jerked to a halt, and Pike was pulled to his feet. My frustration and anger boiled over. I let go of the loot and threw myself at Pike. I clawed madly at his face and neck, but he was a veteran of too many street fights to let me get close to anything vital. One of my fingernails tore a line of blood across his face from ear to chin. Then he was against me, pressing me back until I hit the alley wall. My head struck brick, and I would have fallen if Pike hadn't been grinding me into the crumbling wall. I gasped for breath and only then realized I'd been screaming all the while. He smelled like old sweat and rancid oil. His hands pinned my arms to my sides as he pressed me harder into the wall. I was dimly aware that he must have dropped my loot. I gasped for breath again and flailed blindly, knocking my head against the wall again. I found my face pressed into his shoulder and bit down hard. I felt his skin break under my teeth and tasted blood. Pike screamed and jerked away from me. I drew a breath and winced at a tearing pain in my chest. Before I could move or think, Pike grabbed me again. He bludgeoned me up against the wall, once, twice. My head whipsawed back and forth, caroming off the wall. Then he grabbed me by the throat, spun me around, and threw me to the ground. That's when I heard the noise, and everything seemed to stop. After my troop was murdered, there were times when I would dream of my parents, alive and singing. In my dream, their deaths had been a mistake, a misunderstanding, a new play they had been rehearsing. And for a few moments, I had relief from the great blanketing grief that was constantly crushing me. I hugged them, and we laughed at my foolish worry. I sang with them, and for a moment everything was wonderful. Wonderful. But I always woke up, alone in the dark by the forest pool. What was I doing out here? Where were my parents? Then I would remember everything, like a wound ripping open. They were dead, and I was terribly alone, and that great weight that had been lifted for just a moment would come crushing down again, worse than before because I wasn't ready for it. Then I would lay on my back, staring into the dark with my chest aching and my breath coming hard, knowing deep inside that nothing would ever be right, ever again. When Pike threw me to the ground, my body was almost too numb to feel my father's loot being crushed underneath me. The sound it made was like a dying dream, and it brought that same sick, breathless ache back to my chest. I looked around and saw Pike breathing heavily and clutching his shoulder. One of the boys was kneeling on the chest of the other. They weren't wrestling anymore. Both were looking in my direction, stunned. I stared numbly at my hands, bloody where slivers of wood had pierced the skin. "Little bastard bit me," Pike said quietly, as if he couldn't quite believe what had happened. "Get off me," said the boy lying on his back. "I said you shouldn't say those things. Look what happened." Pike's expression twisted, and his face went a livid red. "Bit me!" he shouted and swung a vicious kick at my head. I tried to get out of the way without doing any more damage to the loot. His kick caught me in the kidney and sent me sprawling into the wreckage, again splintering it even further. "See what happens when you mock Telu's name?" "Shut up about Telu! Get off me and grab that thing! It might still be worth something to Dickon." "Look what you did!" Pike continued to howl above me. A kick caught me in the side and rolled me halfway over. The edges of my vision started to darken. I almost welcomed it as a distraction. But the deeper pain was still there, untouched. I balled my bloody hands into stinging fists. "These knob things still seem okay. They're silvery. I'll bet we can get something for them." Pike pulled back his foot again. I tried to put up my hands to keep it away, but my arms just twitched and Pike kicked me in the stomach. "Grab that bit over there! Pike! Pike!" Pike kicked me in the stomach again, and I vomited weakly onto the cobblestones. "You there! Stop! City watch!" a new voice shouted. A heartbeat of stillness was followed by a scuffle and a flurry of pattering feet. A second later, heavy boots pounded past and faded in the distance. I remember the ache in my chest. I blacked out. I was shaken out of darkness by someone turning my pockets inside out. I tried unsuccessfully to open my eyes. I heard a voice muttering to itself. "Is this all I get for saving your life? Copper and a couple shims. Drinks for an evening? Worthless little sod." He coughed deep in his chest, and the smell of stale liquor washed over me. "Screaming like that. If you hadn't sounded like a girl, I wouldn't have run all this way." I tried to say something, but it dribbled out as a groan. "Well, you're alive. That's something, I suppose." I heard a grunt as he stood up, then the heavy thumping of his boots faded away into silence. After a while, I found I could open my eyes. My vision was blurry, and my nose felt larger than the rest of my head. I prodded it delicately. Broken. Remembering what Ben had taught me, I put one hand on each side of it and twisted it sharply back into place. I clenched my teeth against a cry of pain, and my eyes filled with tears. I blinked them away and was relieved when I saw the street without the painful blurriness of a moment ago. The contents of my small sack lay next to me on the ground. A half ball of string, a small dull knife, rhetoric and logic, and the remainder of a piece of bread the farmer had given me for lunch. It seemed like forever ago. The farmer. I thought of Seth and Jake. Soft bread and butter, songs while riding in a wagon, their offer of a safe place, a new home. A sudden memory was followed by a sudden sickening panic. I looked around the alley, my head aching from the sudden movement. Sifting the garbage with my hands, I found some terribly familiar shards of wood. I stared at them mutely as the world darkened imperceptibly around me. I darted a look at the thin strip of sky visible overhead and saw it was purpling into twilight. How late was it? I hurried to gather my possessions, treating Ben's book more gently than the rest, and limped off in what I hoped was the direction of Seward Square. The last of twilight had faded from the sky by the time I found the square. A few wagons rolled sluggishly among the few straggling customers. I limped wildly from corner to corner of the square, searching madly for the old farmer who had given me a ride, searching for the sight of one of those ugly knobby squash. When I finally found the bookstore Seth had parked beside, I was panting and staggering. Seth and his wagon were nowhere to be seen. I sank down into the empty space their wagon had left and felt the aches and pains of a dozen injuries I had forced myself to ignore. I felt them out, one by one. I had several painful ribs, although I couldn't tell if they were broken or if the cartilage was torn. I was dizzy and nauseous when I moved my head too quickly. Probably a concussion. My nose was broken, and I had more bruises and scrapes than I could conveniently count. I was also hungry. The last being the only thing I could do anything about. I took what was left of my piece of bread from earlier in the day and ate it. It wasn't enough, but it was better than nothing. I took a drink from a horse trough and was thirsty enough not to care that the water was brackish and sour. I thought of leaving, but it would take me hours of walking in my current condition. Besides, there was nothing waiting for me on the outskirts of the city except miles upon miles of harvested farmland. No trees to keep the wind away, no wood to make a fire, no rabbits to set traps for, no roots to dig, no heather for a bed. I was so hungry my stomach was a hard knot. Here, at least I could smell chicken cooking somewhere. I would have gone looking for the smell, but I was dizzy and my ribs hurt. Maybe tomorrow someone would give me something to eat. Right now, I was too tired. I wanted nothing more than to sleep. The cobblestones were losing the last of the sun's heat, and the wind was picking up. I moved back into the doorway of the bookshop to get out of the wind. I was almost asleep when the owner of the shop opened the door and kicked at me, telling me to shove off or he'd call the guard. I limped away as quickly as I could. After that, I found some empty crates in an alley. I curled up behind them, bruised and weary. I closed my eyes and tried not to remember what it was like to go to sleep warm and full, surrounded by people who loved you. That was the first night of nearly 3 years I spent in Tarbean. Chapter 21. Basement, Bread, and Bucket. It was just after lunchtime. Rather, it would have been after lunchtime if I had had anything to eat. I was begging in Merchant's Circle, and so far the day had profited me 2 kicks, 1 guard, 1 mercenary, 3 shoves, 2 wagoneers, 1 sailor, 1 new curse concerning an unlikely anatomical configuration, also from the sailor, and a spray of spittle from a rather unendearing elderly man of indeterminate occupation. And 1 iron shim, though I attributed it more to the laws of probability than from any human kindness. Even a blind pig finds an acorn once in a while. I had been living in Tarbean for nearly a month, and the day before I had tried my hand at stealing for the first time. It was an inauspicious beginning. I had been caught with my hand in a butcher's pocket. This had earned me such a tremendous blow to the side of my head that today I was dizzy when I tried to stand or move about quickly. Hardly encouraged by my first foray into thievery, I had decided that today was a begging day. As such, it was about average. Hunger knotted my stomach, and a single shim's worth of stale bread wasn't going to help much. I was considering moving to a different street when I saw a boy run up to a younger beggar across the way. He talked excitedly for a moment, then hurried off. I followed, of course, showing a pale shadow of my former burning curiosity. Besides, anything that moved the two of them away from a busy street corner in the middle of the day was bound to be worth my while. Maybe the Talons were giving out bread again, or a fruit cart had tipped over, or the guard was hanging someone. That would be worth half an hour of my time. I followed the boys through the twisting street until I saw them turn a corner and scurry down a flight of stairs into the basement of a burned-out building. I stopped, my dim spark of curiosity smothered by my common sense. A moment later, they reappeared, each carrying a chunk of flat brown bread. I watched as they wandered past, laughing and shoving at each other. The youngest, no more than 6, saw me looking and waved. "Still some left," he called through a mouthful of bread. "Better hurry up, though." My common sense did a rapid turnaround, and I headed cautiously downward. At the bottom of the steps were a few rotting planks, all that remained of a broken door. Inside, I could see a short hallway opening out into a dimly lit room. A young girl with hard eyes pushed past me without looking up. She clutched another piece of bread. I stepped over the broken pieces of door into the chill, damp dark. After a dozen steps, I heard a low moan that froze me where I stood. It was almost an animal sound, but my ear told me it came from a human throat. I don't know what I expected, but it was nothing like what I found. 2 ancient lamps burned fish oil, throwing dim shadows against the dark stone walls. There were 6 cots in the room, all occupied. 2 children that were hardly more than babies shared a blanket on the stone floor, and another was curled up in a pile of rags. A boy my age sat in a dark corner, his head pressed against the wall. One of the boys moved slightly on his cot, as if stirring in his sleep, but something was wrong with the movement. It was too strained, too tense. I looked closer and saw the truth. He was tied to the cot. All of them were. He strained against the ropes and made the noise I had heard in the hall. It was clearer now, a long, moaning cry. "Ah! Bah!" For a moment, all I could do was think about every story I had ever heard about the Duke of Gibeah, about how he and his men had abducted and tormented people for 20 years before the church had gone in and put an end to it. What? Came a voice from the other room. The voice had an odd inflection to it, as if it wasn't really asking a question. The boy on the cot jerked against his ropes. "Ah! Bee!" A man came through the doorway, brushing his hands on the front of his tattered robe. What? He repeated in the same, not questioning tone. His voice was old and tired around the edges, but at its center, it was patient. Patient as a heavy stone or a mother cat with kittens. Not the sort of voice I expected of a Duke of Gibeah type to have. What? Hush, Tanny. I wasn't gone, just stepped away. Now I'm here." His feet made slapping sounds against the bare stone floor. He was barefoot. I felt the tension slowly spill out of me. Whatever was going on here, it didn't seem nearly as sinister as I had originally thought. The boy stopped straining against the ropes when he saw the man approaching. "Ee-ah!" he said, and tugged against the ropes restraining him. "What?" It was a question this time. "Ee-ah!" "Hmm?" The old man looked around and saw me for the first time. "Oh, hello." He looked back to the boy on the bed. "Well, aren't you the clever one today? Tanny called me in to see we have a visitor." Tanny's face broke into a terrific grin, and he gave a harsh, honking gasp of breath. In spite of the painful sound, it was clear he was laughing. Turning to look at me, the barefoot man said, I don't recognize you. Have you been here before? I shook my head. Well, I've got some bread. Only 2 days old. If you carry some water for me, you can have as much as you can eat. He looked at me. Does that sound all right? I nodded. A chair, table, and an open barrel standing near one of the doors were the only furnishings in the room aside from the cots. 4 large, round loaves were stacked on the table. He nodded too, then began to move carefully toward the chair. He walked gingerly, as if it pained him to set his feet down. After he reached the chair and sank into it, he pointed to the barrel by the doorway. Through the door there's a pump and bucket. Don't bother to hurry. It's na race. As he spoke, he absent-mindedly crossed his legs and began to rub one of his bare feet. Inefficient circulation, a long unused part of me thought. Increased risk of infection and considerable discomfort. Feet and legs should be raised, massaged, and swabbed in a warm infusion of willow bark, camphor, and arrowroot. Don't fill the bucket too full. I don't want you to hurt yourself or spill all over. It's wet enough down here. He eased his foot back to the floor and bent to gather up one of the tiny children who was beginning to stir restlessly on the blanket. As I filled the barrel, I snuck glances at the man. His hair was gray, but despite that and the slow, tender manner in which he walked, he wasn't very old. Perhaps 40, probably a little less. He wore a long robe, patched and mended to such a degree that I couldn't really guess at its original color or shape. Though nearly as ragged as I was, he was cleaner, which isn't to say that he was clean exactly, just cleaner than me. It wasn't hard to be. His name was Trappist. The patched robe was the only piece of clothing he owned. He spent nearly every moment of his waking life in that damp basement, caring for the hopeless people no one else would bother with. Most of them were young boys. Some, like Tanny, had to be restrained so they wouldn't hurt themselves or roll out of their beds. Others, like Jaspin, who had gone fever-mad 2 years ago, had to be restrained so they wouldn't hurt others. Palsied, crippled, catatonic, spastic, Trappist tended them all with equal and unending patience. I never once heard him complain of anything, not even his bare feet, which were always swollen and must have pained him constantly. He gave us children what help he could, a bit of food when he had some to spare. To earn a little something to eat, we carried water, scrubbed his floor, ran errands, and held the babies so they wouldn't cry. We did whatever he asked, and when there wasn't any food, we could always have a drink of water, a tired smile, and someone who looked at us as if we were human, not animals in rags. Sometimes it seemed that Trappist alone was trying to care for all the hopeless creatures in our corner of Tarbean. In return, we loved him with a silent ferocity that only animals can match. If anyone had ever raised a hand to Trappist, 100 howling children would have torn them to bloody scraps in the middle of the street. I stopped by his basement often in those first few months, then less and less as time went by. Trappist and Tanny were fine companions. None of us felt the need to talk much, and that suited me fine. But the other street children made me unspeakably nervous, so I visited infrequently, only when I was in desperate need of help or when I had something to share. Despite the fact that I was seldom there, it was good to know there was one place in the city where I wouldn't be kicked at, chased, or spit on. It helped when I was out on the rooftops alone, knowing that Trappist and the basement were there. It was almost like a home you could come back to. Almost. Chapter 22. A Time for Demons. I learned many things those first months in Tarbean. I learned which inns and restaurants threw away the best food and how rotten food needed to be before it made you sick to eat it. I learned that the walled complex of buildings near the docks was the Temple of Telu. The Talans sometimes gave out bread, making us say prayers before we could take our loaf. I didn't mind. It was easier than begging. Sometimes the gray-robed priest tried to get me to come into the church to say the prayers, but I'd heard rumors and ran away whenever I was asked, whether I had my loaf or no. I learned how to hide. I had a secret place atop an old tannery where 3 roofs met, making a shelter from the wind and rain. Ben's book I secreted away under the rafters, wrapped in canvas. I handled it only rarely, like a holy relic. It was the last solid piece of my past, and I took every precaution to keep it safe. I learned that Tarbean is vast. You cannot understand it if you have not seen it yourself. It's like the ocean. I can tell you of the waves and water, but you don't begin to get an inkling of its size until you stand on the shore. You don't really understand the ocean until you are in the midst of it, nothing but ocean on all sides, stretching away endlessly. Only then do you realize how small you are, how powerless. Part of Tarbean's vastness is the fact that it's divided into 1,000 small pieces, each with its own personality. There was Downings, Drover Court, The Wash, Middletown, Tallows, Tunning, Dockside, the Tarway, Seemling Lane. You could live your whole life in Tarbean and never know all its parts. But for most practical purposes, Tarbean had 2 pieces: Waterside and Hillside. Waterside is where people are poor. That makes them beggars, thieves, and whores. Hillside is where people are rich. That makes them solicitors, politicians, and courtesans. I had been in Tarbean for 2 months when I first thought to try my hand at begging Hillside. Winter gripped this city firmly, and the midwinter pageantry was making the streets more dangerous than usual. This was shocking to me. Every winter for the entirety of my young life, our troupe had organized the midwinter pageantry for some town. Dressed in demon masks, we would terrorize them for 7 days of high mourning, much to everyone's delight. My father played an Encanis so convincing you'd think we'd conjured him. Most importantly, he could be frightening and careful at the same time. No one was ever hurt when our troupe was in charge. But in Tarbean, it was different. Oh, the pieces of the pageantry were all the same. There were still men in garishly painted demon masks skulking about the city, making mischief. And Canis was out there too, in the traditional black mask, making more serious trouble. And though I hadn't seen him, I didn't doubt that the silver-masked Telu was striding around the better neighborhoods playing his part. As I said, the pieces of the pageantry were the same, but they played out differently. For one thing, Tarbean was too big for one troupe to provide enough demons. 100 troops wouldn't be enough. So, rather than pay for professionals, as would be sensible and safe, the churches in Tarbean took the more profitable path of selling demon masks. Because of this, on the first day of high mourning, 10,000 demons were set loose on the city. 10,000 amateur demons, with license to make whatever mischief they had minds to. This might seem like an ideal situation for a young thief to take advantage of, but really the opposite was true. The demons were always thickest waterside, and while the great majority behaved properly, fleeing at the sound of Telu's name and keeping their devilry within reasonable bounds, many did not. Things were dangerous the first few days of high mourning, and I spent most of my time simply staying out of harm's way. But as midwinter approached, things settled down. The number of demons steadily decreased as people lost their masks or tired of the game. Telu no doubt eliminated his share as well, but Silver Mask or no, he was only one man. He could hardly cover the whole of Tarbean in just 7 days' time. I chose the last day of mourning for my trip to Hillside. Spirits are always high on Midwinter's Day, and high spirits mean good begging. Best of all, the ranks of the demons were noticeably thinned, which meant it was reasonably safe to be walking the streets again. I set out in the early afternoon, hungry because I couldn't find any bread to steal. I remember feeling vaguely excited as I headed toward Hillside. Maybe some part of me remembered what midwinter had been like with my family. Warm meals and warm beds afterward. Maybe I had been infected by the smell of evergreen boughs being gathered into piles and set ablaze in celebration of Telu's triumph. That day, I learned 2 things. I learned why beggars stay waterside, and I learned that no matter what the church might tell you, midwinter is a time for demons. I emerged from an alley and was instantly struck by the difference in atmosphere between this part of the city and where I had come from. Waterside, merchants wheedled and cajoled customers, hoping to lure them into their shops. Should that fail, they were not shy about bursting into fits of bellicosity, cursing, or even openly bullying customers. Here the shop owners wrung their hands nervously. They bowed and scraped and were unfailingly polite. Voices were never raised. After the brutal reality of things waterside, it seemed to me as if I had stumbled into a formal ball. Everyone was dressed in new clothes. Everyone was clean, and they all seemed to be participating in some sort of intricate social dance. But there were shadows here, too. As I surveyed the street, I spotted a pair of men lurking in the alleyway across from me. Their masks were quite good, blood-red and fierce. One had a gaping mouth, and the other a grimace of pointed white teeth. They were both wearing the traditional black hooded robes, which I approved of. So many of the demons waterside didn't bother with the proper costume. The pair of demons slipped out to follow a well-dressed young couple who were strolling idly down the street, arm in arm. The demons stalked them carefully for nearly 100 feet, then one of them snatched the gentleman's hat and thrust it into a nearby snowdrift. The other grabbed the woman in a rough embrace and lifted her from the ground. She shrieked while the man struggled with the demon for possession of his walking stick, obviously flummoxed by the situation. Luckily, his lady had maintained her composure. "Teus! Teus!" she shouted. "Teus antausa eha!" At the sound of Telu's name, the two red-masked figures cowered, then turned and ran off down the street. Everyone cheered. One of the shopkeepers helped the gentleman retrieve his hat. I was rather surprised by the civility of it all. Apparently, even the demons were polite on the good side of town. Emboldened by what I had seen, I eyed the crowd, looking for my best prospects. I stepped up to a young woman. She wore a powder blue dress and had a wrap of white fur. Her hair was long and golden, curled artfully around her face. As I stepped forward, she looked down at me and stopped. I heard a startled intake of breath as one hand went to her mouth. "Pennies, ma'am." I held out my hand and made it tremble just a little. My voice trembled too. "Please?" I tried to look every bit as small and hopeless as I felt. I shuffled from foot to foot in the thin gray snow. "You poor dear," she sighed almost too quietly for me to hear. She fumbled with the purse at her side, either unable or unwilling to take her eyes from me. After a moment, she looked inside her purse and brought something out. As she curled my fingers around it, I felt the cold, reassuring weight of a coin. "Thank you, ma'am," I said automatically. I looked down for a moment and saw silver glinting through my fingers. I opened my hand and saw a silver penny. A whole silver penny. I gaped. A silver penny was worth 10 copper pennies, or 50 iron ones. More than that, it was worth a full belly every night for half a month. For an iron penny, I could sleep on the floor at the Red Eye for the night. For 2, I could sleep on the hearth by the embers of the evening fire. I could buy a rag blanket that I would hide on the rooftops, keeping me warm all winter. I looked up at the woman, who was still looking down at me with pitying eyes. She couldn't know what this meant. "Lady, thank you," my voice cracked. I remembered one of the things that we had said back when I lived in the troop. "May all your stories be glad ones, and your roads be smooth and short." She smiled at me and might have said something, but I got a strange feeling near the base of my neck. Someone was watching me. On the street, you either develop a sensitivity to certain things, or your life is miserable and short. I looked around and saw a shopkeeper talking with a guard and gesturing in my direction. This wasn't some waterside guard. He was clean-shaven and upright. He wore a black leather jerkin with metal studs and carried a brass-bound club as long as his arm. I caught scraps of what the shopkeeper was saying. Customers. Who's going to buy chocolate with He gestured my way again and said something I couldn't catch. Pays you? That's right. Maybe I should mention. The guard turned his head to look in my direction. I caught his eyes. I turned and ran. I headed for the first alley I saw, my thin shoes slipping on the light layer of snow that covered the ground. I heard his heavy boots pounding behind me as I turned in a second alley branching off from the first. My breath was burning in my chest as I looked for somewhere to go, somewhere to hide, but I didn't know this part of the city. There were no piles of trash to worm into, no burned-out buildings to climb through. I felt sharp frozen gravel slice through the thin sole of one of my shoes. Pain tore through my foot as I forced myself to keep running. I ran into a dead end after my third turning. I was halfway up one of the walls when I felt a hand close around my ankle and pull me to the ground. My head hit the cobblestones, and the world spun dizzily as the guard lifted me off the ground, holding me by one wrist and my hair. "Clever boy, aren't you?" he panted, his breath hot on my face. He smelled like leather and sweat. "You're old enough. You should know not to run by now." He shook me angrily and twisted my hair. I cried out as the alley tilted around me. He pressed me roughly against a wall. "You should know enough not to be coming hillside either." He shook me. "You dumb boy?" "No," I said muzzily as I felt for the cold wall with my free hand. "No." My answer seemed to infuriate him. "No?" He bit off the word. "You got me in trouble, boy. I might get written up. If you aren't dumb, then you must need a lesson." He spun me around and threw me down. I slid in the greasy alley snow. My elbow struck the ground and my arm went numb. The hand clutching a month of food, warm blankets, and dry shoes came open. Something precious flew away and landed without even a clink as it hit the ground. I hardly noticed. The air hummed before his club cracked against my leg. He snarled at me. "Don't come hillside, understand?" The club caught me again, this time across the shoulder blades. "Everything past Fallow Street is off limits to you little whore's sons. Understand?" He backhanded me across the face, and I tasted blood as my head careened off the snow-covered cobbles. I curled into a ball as he hissed down at me. "And Mill Street and Mill Market is where I work, so you never come back here again!" He punctuated each word with a blow from his stick. "Understand?" I lay there shaking in the churned-up snow, hoping it was over, hoping he would just go away. "Understand!" He kicked me in the stomach, and I felt something tear inside of me. I cried out and must have babbled something. He kicked me again when I didn't get up, then went away. I think I passed out or lay in a daze. When I finally came to my senses again, it was dusk. I was cold to the very center of my bones. I crawled around in the muddy snow and wet garbage, searching for the silver penny with fingers so numb with cold they would barely work. One of my eyes was swelled shut and I could taste blood, but I searched until the last scrap of evening's light was gone. Even after the alley had gone black as tar, I kept sifting the snow with my hands, though I knew in my heart of hearts that my fingers were too numb to feel the coin even if I chanced to cross it. I used the wall to get to my feet and started to walk. My wounded foot made progress slow. Pain stabbed up my leg with each step, and I tried to use the wall as a crutch to keep some weight off it. I moved into Waterside, the part of the city that was more a home to me than anywhere else. My foot grew numb and wooden from the cold, and while that worried some rational piece of me, my practical side was just glad there was one less part of me that hurt. It was miles back to my secret place, and my limping progress was slow. At some point, I must have fallen. I don't remember it, but I do remember lying in the snow and realizing how delightfully comfortable it was. I felt sleep drawing itself over me like a thick blanket, like death. I closed my eyes. I remember the deep silence of the deserted street around me. I was too numb and tired to be properly afraid. In my delirium, I imagined death in the form of a great bird with wings of fire and shadow. It hovered above, watching patiently, waiting for me. I slept, and the great bird settled its burning wings around me. I imagined a delicious warmth. Then its claws were in me, tearing me open. No, it was just the pain of my torn ribs as someone rolled me onto my back. Blearily, I opened an eye and saw a demon standing over me. In my confused and credulous state, the sight of the man in the demon mask startled me into wakefulness. The seductive warmth I had felt a moment ago vanished, leaving my body limp and leaden. "It is! I told you! There's a kid lying in the snow here!" The demon lifted me to my feet. Now awake, I noticed his mask was sheer black. This was Incanus, Lord of Demons. He set me unsteadily onto my feet and began to brush away the snow that covered me. Through my good eye, I saw a figure in a livid green mask standing nearby. "Come on!" the other demon said urgently, her voice sounding hollowly from behind the rows of pointed teeth. Incanus ignored her. "Are you okay?" I couldn't think of a response, so I concentrated on keeping my balance as the man continued to brush the snow away with the sleeve of his dark robe. I heard the sound of distant horns. The other demon looked nervously down the road. "If we don't keep ahead of them, we'll be up to our shins in it," she hissed nervously. Incanus brushed the snow out of my hair with his dark gloved fingers, then paused and leaned in closer to look at my face. His dark mask loomed oddly in my blurry vision. "God's body, Holly! Someone's beaten hell out of this kid! On Midwinter's Day, too!" "Guard," I managed to croak. I tasted blood when I said the word. "You're freezing," Incanus said, and began to chafe my arms and legs with his hands, trying to get my blood flowing again. "You'll have to come with us." The horns sounded again, closer. They were mixed with the dim sounds of a crowd. "Don't be stupid," the other demon said. "He's in no shape to go running through the city." "He's in no shape to stay here," Incanus snapped. He continued to massage my arms and legs roughly. Some feeling was slowly returning to them, mostly a stinging, prickly heat that was like a painful mockery of the soothing warmth I had felt a minute ago when I was drifting off to sleep. Pain jabbed at me each time he went over a bruise, but my body was too tired to flinch away. The green-masked demon came close and laid a hand on her friend's shoulder. "We have to go now, Garrick! Someone else will take care of him!" She tried to pull her friend away and met with no success. "If they find us here with him, they'll assume we did it." The man behind the black mask swore, then nodded and began to rummage around underneath his robe. "Don't lie down again," he said to me in urgent tones, "and get inside, somewhere you can warm up." The crowd sounds were close enough for me to hear individual voices mixed with the noise of horses' hooves and creaking wooden wheels. The man in the black mask held out his hand. It took me a moment to focus on what he held. A silver talent, thicker and heavier than the penny I had lost. So much money I could hardly think of it. "Go on, take it." He was a form of darkness, black hooded cloak, black mask, black gloves. Incanus stood in front of me holding out a bright bit of silver that caught the moonlight. I was reminded of the scene from Daonica, where Tarsus sells his soul. I took the talent, but my hand was so numb I couldn't feel it. I had to look down to make sure my fingers were gripping it. I imagined I could feel warmth radiating up my arm. I felt stronger. I grinned at the man in the black mask. "Take my gloves, too." He pulled them off and pushed them against my chest. Then the woman in the green demon mask pulled my benefactor away before I could give him any word of thanks. I watched the two of them go. Their dark robes made them look like pieces of retreating shadow against the charcoal colors of Tarbean's moonlit streets. Not even a minute passed before I saw the pageantry's torchlight come around the corner toward me. The voices of 100 men and women singing and shouting crashed over me like waves. I moved away until I felt my back press up against a wall. Then I slid weakly sideways until I found a recessed doorway. I watched the pageantry from my vantage there. People poured by, shouting and laughing. Telu stood tall and proud in the back of a wagon drawn by 4 white horses. His silver mask gleamed in the torchlight. His white robes were immaculate and lined with fur at the cuff and collar. Gray-robed priests followed along beside the wagon, ringing bells and chanting. Many of them wore the heavy iron chains of penitent priests. The sound of the voices and the bells, the chanting and the chains mingled to make a sort of music. All eyes were for Telu. No one saw me standing in the shadows of the doorway. It took nearly 10 minutes for all of them to pass. Only then did I emerge and begin to make my careful way home. It was slow going, but I felt fortified by the coin I held. I checked the talent every dozen steps or so to reassure myself that my numb hand was still gripping it tightly. I wanted to put on the gloves I had been given, but I feared to drop the coin and lose it in the snow. I don't know how long it took for me to get back. The walking warmed me slightly, though my feet still felt wooden and numb. When I looked back over my shoulder, my trail was marked by a smear of blood in every other footprint. It reassured me in an odd way. A foot that bleeds is better than one that is frozen solid. I stopped at the first inn I recognized, the Laughing Man. It was full of music, singing, and celebration. I avoided the front door and went around to the back alley. There were a pair of young girls chatting in the kitchen doorway, avoiding their work. I limped up to them, using the wall as a crutch. They didn't notice me until I was nearly on top of them. The younger one looked up at me and gasped. I took a step closer. "Could one of you bring me food and a blanket? I can pay." I held out my hand and was frightened by how much it shook. It was smeared with blood from when I had touched the side of my face. The inside of my mouth felt raw. It hurt to talk. "Please." They looked at me for a moment in stunned silence. Then they looked at each other, and the older of the two motioned the other inside. The young girl disappeared through the door without a word. The older girl, who might have been 16, came closer to me and held out her hand. I gave her the coin and let my arm fall heavily to my side. She looked at it and disappeared inside after a second long glance at me. Through the open doorway, I heard the warm, bustling sounds of a busy inn, the low murmur of conversation, punctuated with laughter, the bright clink of bottle glass, and the dull thump of wooden tankards on tabletops. And threading gently through it all, a lute played in the background. It was faint, almost drowned by the other noise, but I heard it the same way a mother can mark her child crying from a dozen rooms away. The music was like a memory of family, of friendship and warm belonging. It made my gut twist and my teeth ache. For a moment, my hands stopped aching from the cold, and instead longed for the familiar feel of music running through them. I took a slow, shuffling step. Slowly, sliding along the wall, I moved back away from the doorway until I couldn't hear the music anymore. Then I took another step, until my hands hurt with the cold again, and the ache in my chest came from nothing more than broken ribs. They were simpler pains, easier to endure. I don't know how long it was before the two girls came back. The younger one held out a blanket wrapped around something. I hugged it to my aching chest. It seemed disproportionately heavy for its size, but my arms were trembling slightly under their own weight, so it was hard to tell. The older girl held out a small, solid purse. I took it as well, clutching it so tightly my frost-burned fingers ached. She looked at me. "You can have a corner by the fire in here if you want it." The younger girl nodded quickly. "Natty won't mind." She took a step and reached out to take my arm. I jerked away from her, almost falling. "No." I meant to shout, but it came out as a weak croak. "Don't touch me." My voice was shaking, though I couldn't tell if I was angry or afraid. I staggered away against the wall. My voice was blurry in my ears. "I'll be fine." The younger girl started to cry, her hands hanging useless at her sides. "I've got somewhere to go." My voice cracked and I turned away. I hurried off as fast as I could. I wasn't sure what I was running from, unless it was people. That was another lesson I had learned, perhaps too well. People meant pain. I heard a few muffled sobs behind me. It seemed a long while before I made it to the corner. I made it to my hidden place where the roofs of 2 buildings met underneath the overhang of a third. I don't know how I managed to climb up there. Inside the blanket was a whole flask of spiced wine and a loaf of fresh bread nestled next to a turkey breast bigger than both my balled fists. I wrapped myself in the blanket and moved out of the wind as the snow turned to sleet. The brick of the chimney behind me was warm and wonderful. The first swallow of wine burned my mouth like fire where it was cut. But the second didn't sting nearly so much. The bread was soft and the turkey was still warm. I woke at midnight when all the bells in the city started ringing. People ran and shouted in the streets. The 7 days of high mourning were behind us. Midwinter was past. A new year had begun. Chapter 23. The Burning Wheel. I stayed tucked into my secret place all that night and woke late the next day to find my body had stiffened into a tight knot of pain. Since I still had food and a little wine, I stayed where I was rather than risk falling when I tried to climb down to the street. It was a sunless day with a damp wind that never seemed to stop. Sleet gusted under the protection of the overhanging roof. The chimney was warm behind me, but it wasn't enough to actually dry out my blanket or drive away the chilly damp that soaked my clothes. I finished the wine and the bread early on, and after that, I spent most of my time gnawing at the turkey bones and trying to warm up snow in the empty wine flask so I could drink it. Neither proved very productive, and I ended up eating mouthfuls of slushy snow that left me shivering with a taste of tar in my mouth. Despite my injuries, I dropped off to sleep in the afternoon and woke late at night filled with the most wonderful warmth. I pushed away my blanket and rolled away from the now too hot chimney, only to wake near dawn shivering and soaked through to the skin. I felt strange, dizzy, and fuddled. I huddled back against the chimney and spent the rest of the day drifting in and out of a restless, fevered sleep. I have no memory of how I made it off the rooftop, delirious with fever and nearly crippled. I don't remember making my way the 3/4 of a mile through tallows and the crates. I only remember falling down the stairs that led to Trappist's basement, my purse of money clutched tight in my hand. As I lay there shivering and sweating, I heard the faint slapping of his bare feet on the stone. What? He said gently as he picked me up. Hush, hush. Trappist nursed me through the long days of my fever. He wrapped me in blankets, fed me, and when my fever showed no signs of breaking on its own, he used the money I'd brought to buy a bittersweet medicine. He kept my face and hands wet and cool while murmuring his patient, gentle, what? Hush, hush. While I cried out from endless fever dreams of my dead parents, the Chandrian, and a man with empty eyes. I awoke clear-headed and cool. "Uri!" Tanny said loudly from where he was tied to his cot. What? Hush, hush, Tanny, Trappist said as he put down one of the babies and picked up the other. It looked around owlishly with wide, dark eyes, but seemed unable to support its own head. It was quiet in the room. "Ooh-wee!" Tanny said again. I coughed, trying to clear my throat. "There's a cup on the floor next to you," Trappist said, brushing a hand along the head of the baby he held. "Ooh! Ooh! Ooh-wee! Tanny bellowed, strange half-gasps punctuating his cry. The noise agitated several of the others who moved restlessly in their cots. The older boy sitting in the corner raised his hands to the sides of his head and began to moan. He started rocking back and forth, gently at first, but then more and more violently so that when he came forward his head knocked against the bare stone of the wall. Trappist was at his side before the boy could do himself any real harm. He put his arms around the rocking boy. "Hush, hush, Lonnie, hush, hush." The boy's rocking slowed but did not entirely subside. "Tanny, you know better than to make all that noise." His voice was serious, but not stern. "Why are you making trouble? Lonnie could hurt himself." "Sorry," Tanny said softly. I thought I could detect a note of remorse in his voice. "I think he wants a story," I said, surprising myself by speaking. "Ah," Tanny said. "Is that what you want, Tanny?" "Ah." There was a quiet moment. "I don't know any stories," he said. Tanny remained stubbornly silent. Everyone knows one story, I thought. Everyone knows at least one. "Oorie!" Trappist looked around at the quiet room, as if looking for an excuse. "Well," he said reluctantly, "it has been a while since we had a story, hasn't it?" He looked down at the boy in his arms. "Would you like a story, Lonnie?" Lonnie nodded a violent affirmation, nearly battering Trappist's cheek with the back of his head. "Will you be good and sit by yourself so I can tell a story?" Lonnie stopped rocking almost immediately. Trappist slowly unwrapped his arms and stepped away. After a long look to make sure the boy wouldn't hurt himself, he stepped carefully back to his chair. "Well," he muttered softly to himself as he stooped to pick up the baby he had set aside. "Do I have a story?" He spoke very quietly to the child's wide eyes. No, I don't. Can I remember one? I suppose I had better." He sat for a long moment, humming to the child in his arms, a thoughtful expression on his face. "Yes, of course." He sat up taller in his chair. "Are you ready?" This is a story from long ago, back before any of us were born, before our fathers were born too. It was a long time ago, maybe 400 years, no more than that, probably 1,000 years, but maybe not quite as much as that. It was a bad time in the world. People were hungry and sick. There were famines and great plagues. There were many wars and other bad things in this time because there was no one to stop them. But the worst thing in this time was that there were demons walking the land. Some of them were small and troublesome, creatures who lamed horses and spoiled milk. But there were many worse than those. There were demons who hid in men's bodies and made them sick or mad, but those were not the worst. There were demons like great beasts that would catch and eat men while they were still alive and screaming, but they were not the worst. Some demons stole the skins of men and wore them like clothes, but even they were not the worst. There was one demon that stood above the others, Encanis, the swallowing darkness. No matter where he walked, shadows hid his face, and scorpions that stung him died of the corruption they had touched. Now Telu, who made the world and who was Lord over all, watched the world of men. He saw that demons made sport of us and killed us and ate our bodies. Some men he saved, but only a few. For Telu is just and saves only the worthy, and in these times few men acted even for their own good, let alone the good of others. Because of this, Telu was unhappy, for he had made the world to be a good place for men to live. But his church was corrupt. They stole from the poor and did not live by the laws he had given. No, wait. There was no church yet, and no priests either. Just men and women, and some of them knew who Telu was. But even those were wicked. So when they called on Lord Telu for help, he felt no desire to aid them. But after years of watching and waiting, Telu saw a woman pure of heart and spirit. Her name was Periel. Her mother had raised her to know Telu, and she worshipped him as well as her poor circumstances allowed. Although her own life was hard, Periel prayed only for others and never for herself. Telu watched her for long years. He saw her life was hard, full of misfortune and torment at the hands of demons and bad men. But she never cursed his name or ceased her praying, and she never treated any person other than with kindness and respect. So late one night, Telu went to her in a dream. He stood before her and seemed to be made entirely of fire or sunlight. He came to her in splendor and asked her if she knew who he was. "Sure enough," she said. You see, she was very calm about it because she thought she was just having an odd dream. "You're Lord Telu." He nodded and asked her if she knew why he had come to her. "Are you going to do something for my neighbor Deborah?" she asked, because that's who she had prayed for before she went to sleep. "Are you going to lay your hand on her husband Losel and make him a better man? The way he treats her isn't right. Man should never lay a hand on woman save in love." Telu knew her neighbors. He knew they were wicked people who had done wicked things. Everyone in the village was wicked but her. Everyone in the world was. He told her so. "Deborah has been very kind and good to me," Periel said. "And even Losel, who I don't care for, is one of my neighbors all the same." Telu told her that Deborah spent time in many different men's beds, and Losel drank every day of the week, even on morning. No, wait, there wasn't any morning yet, but he drank a lot at any rate. Sometimes he grew so angry that he beat his wife until she could not stand or even cry aloud. Periel was quiet for a long moment in her dream. She knew Telu spoke the truth, but while Periel was pure of heart, she was not a fool. She had suspected her neighbors of doing the things Telu said. Even now that she knew for certain, she cared for her neighbors all the same. "You won't help her?" Telu said that the man and wife were each other's fitting punishment. They were wicked, and the wicked should be punished. Periel spoke out honestly, perhaps because she thought she was dreaming, but perhaps she would have said the same thing had she been awake, for Periel said what was in her heart. "It's not their fault that the world is full of hard choices and hunger and loneliness," she said. "What can you expect of people when demons are their neighbors?" But though Telu listened to her wise words with his ears, he told her that mankind was wicked, and the wicked should be punished. "I think you know very little about what it is to be a man," she said, "and I would still help them if I could," she told him resolutely. "So you shall," Telu told her, and reached out to lay his hand on her heart. When he touched her, she felt like she were a great golden bell that had just rung out its first note. She opened her eyes and knew then that it had been no normal dream. Thus it was that she was not surprised to discover she was pregnant. In 3 months she gave birth to a perfect, dark-eyed baby boy. She named him Menda. The day after he was born, Menda could crawl. In 2 days he could walk. Periel was surprised, but not worried, for she knew the child was a gift from God. Nevertheless, Periel was wise. She knew that people might not understand, so she kept Menda close by her, and when her friends and neighbors came to visit, she sent them away. But this could only last a little while, for in a small town there are no secrets. Folk knew that Periel was not married, and while children born out of wedlock were common during this time, children who grew to manhood in less than 2 months were not. They were afraid that she might have lain down with a demon, and that her child was a demon's child. Such things were not unheard of in those dark times, and the people were afraid. So everyone gathered together on the first day of the 7th span, and made their way to the tiny house where Periel lived by herself with her son. The town smith, whose name was Rengen, led them. "Show us the boy," he yelled, but there was no response from the house. "Bring out the boy and show us he is nothing but a human child." The house remained quiet, and though there were many men among them, no one wanted to enter a house that might have a demon's child inside. So the smith cried out again, "Periel, bring out young Menda, or we will burn your house around you." The door opened, and a man stepped out. None of them recognized who it was, because even though he was only 7 span from the womb, Menda looked to be a young man of 17. He stood proud and tall, with coal-black hair and eyes. "I am the one you think is Menda," he said in a voice both powerful and deep. "What do you want of me?" The sound of his voice made Periel gasp inside the cottage. Not only was this the first time Menda had ever spoken, but she recognized his voice as the same one that had spoken to her in a dream months ago. "What do you mean, we think you are Menda?" asked the smith, gripping his hammer tightly. He knew that there were demons that looked like men, or wore their skins like costumes, the way a man might hide beneath a sheepskin. The child who was not a child spoke again. "I am Periel's son, but I am not Menda, and I am not a demon." "Touch the iron of my hammer, then," said Rengen, for he knew all demons feared two things, cold iron and clean fire. He held out his heavy forge hammer. It shook in his hands, but no one thought the less of him for it. He who was not Menda stepped forward and laid both hands on the iron head of the hammer. Nothing happened. From the doorway of her house where she watched, Periel burst into tears, for though she trusted Telu, some part of her had held a mother's worry for her son. "I am not Menda, though that is what my mother called me. I am Telu, Lord above all. I have come to free you from demons and the wickedness of your own hearts. I am Telu, son of myself. Let the wicked hear my voice and tremble." And they did tremble, but some of them refused to believe. They called him a demon and threatened him. They spoke hard, frightened words. Some threw stones and cursed him and spat toward him and his mother. Then Telu grew angry, and he might have slain them all. But Periel leaped forward and laid a restraining hand on his shoulder. "What more can you expect," she asked him quietly, "from men who live with demons for their neighbors? Even the best dog will bite that has been kicked enough." Telu considered her words and saw that she was wise, so he looked over his hands at Rengen, looked deep into his heart, and said, "Rengen, son of Engen, you have a mistress who you pay to lie with you. Some men come to you for work and you cheat or steal from them. And though you pray loudly, you do not believe I, Telu, made the world and watch over all who live here." When Rengen heard this, he grew pale and dropped his hammer to the ground. For what Telu said to him was true. Telu looked at all the men and women there. He looked into their hearts and spoke of what he saw. All of them were wicked, so much that Rengen was among the best of them. Then Telu drew a line in the dirt of the road so that it lay between himself and all those who had come. "This road is like the meandering course of a life. There are two paths to take, side by side. Each of you are already traveling that side. You must choose. Stay on your own path or cross to mine." "But the road is the same, isn't it? It still goes to the same place," someone asked. "Yes." "Where does the road lead?" "Death. All lives end in death, excepting one. Such is the way of things." "Then what does it matter which side a man is on?" It was Rengen asking these questions. He was a large man, one of the few that was taller than dark-eyed Telu, but he was shaken by all that he had seen and heard in the past few hours. "What is on our side of the road?" "Pain," Telu said in a voice as hard and cold as stone. "Punishment." "And your side?" "Pain now," Telu said in the same voice. "Punishment now for all that you have done. It cannot be avoided. But I am here too. This is my path." "How do I cross?" "Regret, repent, and cross to me." Rengen stepped over the line to stand beside his god. Then Telu bent to pick up the hammer that the smith had dropped. But instead of giving it back, he struck Rengen with it as if it were a lash, once, twice, thrice, and the third blow sent Rengen to his knees, sobbing and crying out in pain. But after the third blow, Telu laid the hammer aside and knelt to look Rengen in the face. "You were the first to cross," he said softly, so only the smith could hear. "It was a brave thing, a hard thing to do. I am proud of you. You are no longer Rengen. Now you are Wereth, the forger of the path." Then Telu embraced him with both arms, and his touch took much of the pain from Rengen, who is now Wereth. But not all, for Telu spoke truly when he said that punishment cannot be avoided. One by one they crossed, and one by one Telu struck them down with the hammer. But after each man or woman fell, Telu knelt and spoke to them, giving them new names and healing some of their hurt. Many of the men and women had demons hiding inside them that fled screaming when the hammer touched them. These people Telu spoke with a while longer, but he always embraced them in the end, and they were all grateful. Some of them danced for the joy of being free of such terrible things living inside them. In the end, 7 stayed on the other side of the line. Telu asked them 3 times if they would cross, and 3 times they refused. After the third asking, Telu sprang across the line and he struck each of them a great blow, driving them to the ground. But not all were men. When Telu struck the 4th, there was the sound of quenching iron and the smell of burning leather. For the 4th man had not been a man at all, but a demon wearing a man's skin. When it was revealed, Telu grabbed the demon and broke it in his hands, cursing its name and sending it back to the outer darkness that is the home of its kind. The remaining 3 let themselves be struck down. None of them were demons, though demons fled the bodies of some who fell. After he was done, Telu did not speak to the 6 who did not cross, nor did he kneel to embrace them and ease their wounds. The next day, Telu set off to finish what he had begun. He walked from town to town, offering each village he met the same choice he had given before. Always the results were the same. Some crossed, some stayed, some were not men at all but demons, and those he destroyed. But there was one demon who eluded Telu, Encanis, whose face was all in shadow, Encanis, whose voice was like a knife in the minds of men. Wherever Telu stopped to offer men the choice of path, Encanis had been there just before, killing crops and poisoning wells. Encanis setting men to murder one another and stealing children from their beds at night. At the end of 7 years, Telu's feet had carried him all through the world. He had driven out the demons that plagued us, all but one. Encanis ran free and did the work of 1,000 demons, destroying and despoiling wherever he went. So Telu chased, and Encanis fled. Soon Telu was a span of days behind the demon, then 2 days, then half a day. Finally, he was so close he felt the chill of Encanis's passing and could spy places where he had set his hands and feet, for they were marked with a cold, black frost. Knowing he was pursued, Encanis came to a great city. The Lord of Demons called forth his power, and the city was brought to ruin. He did this, hoping Telu would delay so he could make his escape. But the walking god paused only to appoint priests who cared for the people of the ruined town. For 6 days, Encanis fled, and 6 great cities he destroyed. But on the 7th day, Telu drew near before Encanis could bring his power to bear, and the 7th city was saved. That is why 7 is a lucky number, and why we celebrate on Chayan. Encanis was now hard-pressed and bent his whole thought upon escape. But on the 8th day, Telu did not pause to sleep or eat, and thus it was that at the end of felling, Telu caught Encanis. He leapt on the demon and struck him with his forge hammer. Encanis fell like a stone, but Telu's hammer shattered and lay in the dust of the road. Telu carried the demon's limp body all through the long night, and on the morning of the 9th day, he came to the city of Atur. When men saw Telu carrying the demon's senseless form, they thought Encanis dead, but Telu knew that such a thing was not easily done. No simple blade or blow could kill him. No cell of bars could keep him safe within. So Telu carried Incanus to the smithy. He called for iron, and people brought all they owned. Though he had taken no rest, nor a morsel of food, all through the 9th day, Telu labored. While 10 men worked the bellows, Telu forged the great iron wheel. All night he worked, and when the first light of the 10th morning touched him, Telu struck the wheel one final time, and it was finished. Wrought all of black iron, the wheel stood taller than a man. It had 6 spokes, each thicker than a hammer's haft, and its rim was a handspan across. It weighed as much as 40 men and was cold to the touch. The sound of its name was terrible, and none could speak it. Telu gathered the people who were watching and chose a priest among them. Then he set them to dig a great pit in the center of the town, 15 feet wide and 20 feet deep. With the sun rising, Telu laid the body of the demon on the wheel. At the first touch of iron, Incanus began to stir in his sleep, but Telu chained him tightly to the wheel, hammering the links together, sealing them tighter than any lock. Then Telu stepped back, and all saw Incanus shift again, as if disturbed by an unpleasant dream. Then he shook and came awake entirely. Incanus strained against the chains, his body arching upward as he pulled against them. Where the iron touched his skin, it felt like knives and needles and nails, like the searing pain of frost, like the sting of 100 biting flies. Incanus thrashed on the wheel and began to howl as the iron burned and bit and froze him. To Telu, the sound was like a sweet music. He lay down on the ground beside the wheel and slept a deep sleep, for he was very tired. When he awoke, it was evening of the 10th day. Incanus was still bound to the wheel, but he no longer howled and fought like a trapped animal. Telu bent and with great effort lifted one edge of the wheel and set it leaning against a tree that grew nearby. As soon as he came close, Incanus cursed him in languages no one knew, scratching and biting. "You brought this on yourself," Telu said. That night there was a celebration. Telu sent men to cut a dozen evergreens and use them to kindle a bonfire in the bottom of the deep pit they had dug. All night the townsfolk danced and sang around the burning fire. They knew the last and most dangerous of the world's demons was finally caught. And all night Incanus hung from his wheel and watched them, motionless as a snake. When the morning of the 11th day came, Telu went to Incanus a third and final time. The demon looked worn and feral. His skin was sallow, and his bones pressed tight against his skin. But his power still lay around him like a dark mantle, hiding his face in shadow. "Incanus," Telu said, "this is your last chance to speak. Do it, for I know it is within your power." "Lord Telu, I am not Incanus." For that brief moment, the demon's voice was pitiful, and all who heard it were moved to sorrow. But then there was a sound like quenching iron, and the wheel rung like an iron bell. Incanus's body arched painfully at the sound, then hung limply from his wrists as the ringing of the wheel faded. "Try no tricks, Dark One. Speak no lies," Telu said sternly, his eyes as dark and hard as the iron of the wheel. "What then?" Incanus hissed, his voice like the rasp of stone on stone. "What? Rack and shatter you! What do you want of me?" "Your road is very short, Incanus, but you may still choose a side on which to travel." Incanus laughed. "You will give me the same choice you give the cattle? Yes, then, I will cross to your side of the path. I regret and The wheel rung again, like a great bell tolling long and deep. Incanus threw his body tight against the chains again, and the sound of his scream shook the earth and shattered stones for 1/2 mile in each direction. When the sounds of wheel and scream had faded, Incanus hung panting and shaking from his chains. I told you to speak no lie, Incanus, Telu said, pitiless. My path, then, Incanus shrieked. I do not regret. If I had my choice again, I would only change how fast I ran. Your people are like cattle my kind feed on, bite and break you. If you gave me half an hour, I would do such things that these wretched gawping peasants would go mad with fear. I would drink their children's blood and bathe in women's tears. He might have said more, but his breath was short as he strained against the chains that held him. So, Telu said, and stepped close to the wheel. For a moment it seemed like he would embrace Incanus, but he was merely reaching for the iron spokes of the wheel. Then, straining, Telu lifted the wheel above his head. He carried it, arms upstretched, toward the pit, and threw Incanus in. Through the long hours of night, a dozen evergreens had fed the fire. The flames had died in the early morning, leaving a deep bed of sullen coals that glimmered when the wind brushed them. The wheel struck flat, with Incanus on top. There was an explosion of spark and ash as it landed and sank inches deep into the hot coals. Incanus was held over the coals by the iron that bound and burned and bit at him. Though he was held away from the fire itself, the heat was so intense that Incanus's clothes charred black and began to crumble without bursting into flame. The demon thrashed against his bonds, settling the wheel more firmly into the coals. Incanus screamed, because he knew that even demons can die from fire or iron. And though he was powerful, he was bound and burning. He felt the metal of the wheel grow hot beneath him, blackening the flesh of his arms and legs. Incanus screamed, and even as his skin began to smoke and char, his face was still hidden in a shadow that rose from him like a tongue of darkening flame. Then Incanus grew silent, and the only sound was the hiss of sweat and blood as they fell from the demon's straining limbs. For a long moment, everything was still. Incanus strained against the chains that held him to the wheel, and it seemed that he would strain until his muscles tore themselves from bone and sinew both. Then there was a sharp sound like a bell breaking, and the demon's arm jerked free of the wheel. Links of chain, now glowing red from the heat of the fire, flew upward to land smoking at the feet of those who stood above. The only sound was the sudden, wild laughter of Incanus, like breaking glass. In a moment, the demon's second hand was free, but before he could do more, Telu flung himself into the pit and landed with such force that the iron rang with it. Telu grabbed the hands of the demon and pressed them back against the wheel. Incanus screamed in fury and in disbelief, for though he was forced back onto the burning wheel, and though he felt the strength of Telu was greater than the chains he had broken, he saw Telu was burning in the flames. "Fool!" he wailed. "You will die here with me! Let me go and live! Let me go and I will trouble you no further!" And the wheel did not ring out, for Incanus was truly frightened. "No," said Telu. "Your punishment is death. You will serve it." "Fool! Madling!" Incanus thrashed to no avail. "You are burning in the flames with me! You will die as I do!" To ash all things return, so too this flesh will burn. But I am Telu, son of myself, father of myself. I was before, and I will be after. If I am a sacrifice, then it is to myself alone. And if I am needed and called in the proper ways, then I will come again to judge and punish. So Telu held him to the burning wheel, and none of the demon's threats or screaming moved him the least part of an inch. So it was that Incanus passed from the world, and with him went Telu, who was Menda. Both of them burned to ash in the pit of Atur. That is why the Talan priests wear robes of ashen gray, and that is how we know Telu cares for us, and watches us, and keeps us safe from Trappist broke off his story as Jaspin began to howl and thrash against his restraints. I slid softly back into unconsciousness as soon as I no longer had the story to hold my attention. After that, I began to harbor a suspicion that never entirely left me. Was Trappist a Talon priest? His robe was tattered and dirty, but it might have been the proper gray long ago. Parts of his story had been awkward and stumbling, but some were stately and grand, as if he'd been reciting them from some half-forgotten memory. Of sermons? Of his readings from the Book of the Path? I never asked. And though I stopped by his basement frequently in the months that followed, I never heard Trappist tell another story again. Chapter 24. Shadows Themselves. Through all my time in Tarbean, I continued to learn, though most of the lessons were painful and unpleasant. I learned how to beg. It was a very practical application of acting with a very difficult audience. I did it well, but waterside money was tight, and an empty begging bowl meant a cold, hungry night. Through dangerous trial and error, I discovered the proper way to slit a purse and pick a pocket. I was especially good at the latter. Locks and latches of all kinds soon gave up their secrets to me. My nimble fingers were put to a use my parents or Abinthy never would have guessed. I learned to run from anyone with an unnaturally white smile. Denner resin slowly bleaches your teeth, so if a sweet eater lives long enough for their teeth to grow fully white, chances are they have already sold everything they have worth selling. Tarbean is full of dangerous people, but none as dangerous as a sweet eater, filled with a desperate craving for more resin. They will kill you for a pair of pennies. I learned how to lash together makeshift shoes out of rags. Real shoes became a thing of dreams for me. The first 2 years it seemed like my feet were always cold, or cut, or both. But by the 3rd year my feet were like old leather, and I could run barefoot for hours over the rough stones of the city and not feel it at all. I learned not to expect help from anyone. In the bad parts of Tarbean, a call for help attracts predators like the smell of blood on the wind. I was sleeping on the rooftops, snugged tightly into my secret place where 3 roofs met. I awoke from a deep sleep to the sound of harsh laughter and pounding feet in the alley below me. The slapping footsteps stopped, and more laughter followed the sound of ripping cloth. Slipping to the edge of the roof, I looked down to the alley below. I saw several large boys, almost men. They were dressed as I was, rags and dirt. There may have been 5, maybe 6 of them. They moved in and out of the shadows like shadows themselves. Their chests heaved from their run, and I could hear their breath from the roof above. The object of the chase was in the middle of the alley, a young boy, 8 years old at the most. One of the older boys was holding him down. The young boy's bare skin shone pale in the moonlight. There was another sound of ripping cloth, and the boy gave a soft cry that ended in a choked sob. The others watched and talked in low, urgent tones with each other, wearing hard, hungry smiles. I'd been chased before at night, several times. I'd been caught, too, months ago. Looking down, I was surprised to find a heavy red roof tile in my hand, ready to throw. Then I paused, looking back to my secret place. I had a rag blanket and half a loaf of bread there. My rainy day money was hidden here. 8 iron pennies I had hoarded for when my luck turned bad. And most valuable of all, Ben's book. I was safe here. Even if I hit one of them, the rest would be on the roof in 2 minutes. And then, even if I got away, I wouldn't have anywhere to go. I set down the tile. I went back to what had become my home, and curled myself into the shelter of the niche underneath the overhanging roof. I twisted my blanket in my hands and clenched my teeth, trying to shut out the low rumble of conversation, punctuated by coarse laughter and quiet, hopeless sobbing from below. Chapter 25. Interlude. Eager for Reasons. Kvothe gestured for Chronicler to set down his pen and stretched, lacing his fingers together above his head. "It's been a long time since I remember that," he said. "If you are eager to find the reason I became the Kvothe they tell stories about, you could look there, I suppose." Chronicler's forehead wrinkled. "What do you mean, exactly?" Kvothe paused for a long moment, looking down at his hands. "Do you know how many times I've been beaten over the course of my life?" Chronicler shook his head. Looking up, Kvothe grinned and tossed his shoulders in a nonchalant shrug. "Neither do I. You'd think that sort of thing would stick in a person's mind. You'd think I would remember how many bones I've had broken. You'd think I'd remember the stitches and bandages." He shook his head. "I don't. I remember that young boy sobbing in the dark, clear as a bell after all these years." Chronicler frowned. "You said yourself that there was nothing you could have done." "I could have," Kvothe said seriously, "and I didn't. I made my choice, and I regret it to this day. Bones mend. Regret stays with you forever." Kvothe pushed himself away from the table. "That's enough of Tarbean's darker side, I imagine." He came to his feet and gave a great stretch, arms over his head. "Why, Reshi?" The words poured out of Bast in a sudden gush. "Why did you stay there when it was so awful?" Kvothe nodded to himself, as if he'd been expecting the question. "Where else was there for me to go, Bast? Everyone I knew was dead." "Not everyone," Bast insisted. "There was Abinthy. You could have gone to him." "Hallowfell was hundreds of miles away, Bast," Kvothe said wearily as he wandered to the other side of the room and moved behind the bar. "Hundreds of miles without my father's maps to guide me. Hundreds of miles without wagons to ride or sleep in. Without help of any sort, or money, or shoes. Not an impossible journey, I suppose, but for a young child, still numb with the shock of losing his parents." Kvothe shook his head. "No. In Tarbean, at least, I could beg or steal. I'd managed to survive in the forest for a summer, barely. But over the winter—" He shook his head. "I would have starved or frozen to death." Standing at the bar, Kvothe filled his mug and began to add pinches of spice from several small containers, then walked toward the great stone fireplace, a thoughtful expression on his face. "You're right, of course. Anywhere would have been better than Tarbean." He shrugged, facing the fire. "But we are all creatures of habit. It is far too easy to stay in the familiar ruts we dig for ourselves. Perhaps I even viewed it as fair. My punishment for not being there to help when the Chandrian came. My punishment for not dying when I should have, with the rest of my family." Bast opened his mouth, then closed it, and looked down at the tabletop, frowning. Kvothe looked over his shoulder and gave a gentle smile. "I'm not saying it's rational, Bast. Emotions by their very nature are not reasonable things. I don't feel that way now, but back then I did. I remember." He turned back to the fire. "Ben's training has given me a memory so clean and sharp, I have to be careful not to cut myself sometimes." Kvothe took a mulling stone from the fire and dropped it into his wooden mug. It sank with a sharp hiss. The smell of searing clove and nutmeg filled the room. Kvothe stirred his cider with a long-handled spoon as he made his way back to the table. "You must also remember that I was not in my right mind. Much of me was still in shock, sleeping, if you will. I needed something, or someone, to wake me up." He nodded to Chronicler, who casually shook his writing hand to loosen it, then unstoppered his inkwell. Kvothe leaned back in his seat. "I needed to be reminded of things I had forgotten. I needed a reason to leave. It was years before I met someone who could do those things." He smiled at Chronicler. "Before I met Scarpi." Chapter 26. Lanre Turned. I had been in Tarbean for years at this point. 3 birthdays had slipped by unnoticed, and I was just past 15. I knew how to survive waterside. I had become an accomplished beggar and thief. Locks and pockets open to my touch. I knew which pawnshops bought goods from Uncle, with no questions asked. I was still ragged and frequently hungry, but I was in no real danger of starving. I had been slowly building my rainy day money. Even after a hard winter that had frequently forced me to pay for a warm spot to sleep, my hoard was over 20 iron pennies. It was like a dragon's treasure to me. I had grown comfortable there. But aside from the desire to add to my rainy day money, I had nothing to live for. Nothing driving me. Nothing to look forward to. My days were spent looking for things to steal and ways to entertain myself. But that had changed a few days earlier in Trapp's basement. I had heard a young girl speaking in an awed voice about a storyteller who spent all his time in a dockside bar called the Half-Mast. Apparently, every 6th bell he told a story. Any story you asked for, he knew. What's more, she said that he had a bet going. If he didn't know your story, he would give you a whole talent. I thought about what the girl had said for the rest of the day. I doubted it was true, but I couldn't help thinking about what I could do with a whole silver talent. I could buy shoes, and maybe a knife, give money to Trappist, and still double my rainy day fund. Even if the girl was lying about the bet, I was still interested. Entertainment was hard to come by on the streets. Occasionally, some ragamuffin troupe would mum a play on a street corner, or I'd hear a fiddler in a pub. But most real entertainment cost money, and my hard-won pennies were too precious to squander. But there was a problem. Dockside wasn't safe for me. I should explain. More than a year before, I had seen Pike walking down the street. It had been the first time I'd seen him since my first day in Tarbean, when he and his friends had jumped me in that alley and destroyed my father's loot. I followed him carefully for the better part of a day, keeping my distance and staying in the shadows. Eventually, he went home to a little box alley dockside where he had his own version of my secret place. His was a nest of broken crates he had cobbled together to keep the weather off. I perched on the roof all night, waiting until he left the next morning. Then I made my way down to his nest of crates and looked around. It was cozy, filled with the accumulated small possessions of several years. He had a bottle of beer, which I drank. There was also half a cheese that I ate and a shirt that I stole, as it was slightly less raggedy than my own. Further searching revealed various odds and ends: a candle, a ball of string, some marbles. Most surprising were several pieces of sailcloth with charcoal drawings of a woman's face. I had to search for nearly 10 minutes until I found what I was really looking for. Hidden away behind everything else was a small wooden box that showed signs of much handling. It held a bundle of dried violets tied with a white ribbon, a toy horse that had lost most of its string mane, and a lock of curling blonde hair. It took me several minutes with flint and steel to get the fire going. The violets were good tinder, and soon greasy clouds of smoke were billowing high into the air. I stood by and watched as everything Pike loved went up in flames. But I stayed too long savoring the moment. Pike and a friend came running down the box alley, drawn by the smoke, and I was trapped. Furious, Pike jumped me. He was taller by 6 inches and outweighed me by 50 pounds. Worse, he had a piece of broken glass wrapped with twine at one end, making a crude knife. He stabbed me once in the thigh right above my knee before I smashed his hand into the cobblestones, shattering the knife. After that, he still gave me a black eye and several broken ribs before I managed to kick him squarely between the legs and get free. As I pelted away, he limped after me, shouting that he would kill me for what I'd done. I believed him. After patching up my leg, I took every bit of rainy day money I had saved and bought 5 pints of Dreg, a cheap, foul liquor strong enough to blister the inside of your mouth. Then I limped into dockside and waited for Pike and his friends to spot me. It didn't take long. I let him and 2 of his friends follow me for half a mile, past Seamling Lane and into Tallows. I kept to the main roads, knowing they wouldn't dare attack me in broad daylight when people were around. But when I darted into a side alley, they hurried to catch up, suspecting I was trying to make a run for it. However, when they turned the corner, no one was there. Pike thought to look up just as I was pouring the bucket of drag onto him from the edge of the low roof above. It doused him, splashing across his face and chest. He screamed and clutched at his eyes as he went to his knees. Then I struck the phosphorus match I'd stolen and dropped it onto him, watching it sputter and flare as it fell. Full of the pure, hard hatred of a child, I hoped he would burst into a pillar of flame. He didn't, but did catch fire. He screamed again and staggered around while his friends swatted at him, trying to put him out. I left while they were busy. It had been over a year ago, and I hadn't seen Pike since. He hadn't tried to find me, and I stayed well clear of Dockside, sometimes going miles out of my way rather than pass near it. It was a kind of truce. However, I didn't doubt that Pike and his friends remembered what I looked like, and were willing to settle the score if they spotted me. After thinking it over, I decided it was too dangerous. Even the promise of free stories and a chance at a silver talent wasn't worth stirring things up with Pike again. Besides, what story would I ask for? The question rolled around in my head for the next few days. What story would I ask for? I jostled up against a dock worker and was cuffed away before I could get my hand all the way into his pocket. What story? I begged on the street corner opposite the Talon Church. What story? I stole 3 loaves of bread and took 2 of them down to Trappist as a gift. What story? Then, as I lay on the rooftops in my secret place where 3 roofs met, it came to me just as I was about to drift off to sleep. Lanray. Of course. I could ask him for the real story of Lanray. The story my father had been... My heart stuttered in my chest as I suddenly remembered things I had avoided for years. My father idly strumming at his lute, my mother beside him in the wagon singing. Reflexively, I began to draw away from the memories, the way you might pull your hand back from a fire. But I was surprised to find that these memories held only a gentle ache, not the deep pain I expected. Instead, I found a small, budding excitement at the thought of hearing a story my father would have sought out, a story he himself might have told. Still, I knew it to be sheer folly to go running dockside for the sake of a story. All the hard practicality Tarbean had taught me over the years urged me to stay in my familiar corner of the world, where I was safe. The first thing I saw on entering the half-mast was Scarpy. He was sitting on a tall stool at the bar, an old man with eyes like diamonds and the body of a driftwood scarecrow. He was thin and weathered, with thick white hair on his arms and face and head. The whiteness of it stood out from his deep brown tan, making him seem splashed with wave foam. At his feet were a group of 20 children, some few my age, most younger. They were a strange mix to see, ranging from grubby, shoeless urchins like myself to reasonably well-dressed, well-scrubbed children who probably had parents and homes. None of them looked familiar to me, but I never knew who might be a friend of Pike's. I found a place near the door with my back to the wall and sank down onto my haunches. Scarpy cleared his throat once or twice in a way that made me thirsty. Then, with ritual significance, he looked mournfully into the clay mug that sat in front of him and carefully turned it upside down on the bar. The children surged forward, pressing coins onto the bar. I did a quick count. 2 iron halfpennies, 9 shims, and a drab. Altogether, just a little over 3 iron pennies in Commonwealth coin. Maybe he was no longer offering the silver talent bet. More likely, the rumor I'd heard was wrong. The old man nodded almost imperceptibly to the bartender. "Fallows Red." His voice was deep and rough, almost hypnotic. The bald man behind the bar gathered up the coins and deftly poured wine into Scarpy's wide clay cup. "So, what would everyone like to hear about today?" Scarpy rumbled, his deep voice rolling out like distant thunder. There was a moment of silence that again struck me as ritualistic, almost reverent. Then a babble burst forth from all the children at once. "I want a fairy story! Orin and the fight at Manat! Yes, Orin Velciter! The one with Baron! Lartem! Mir Terinial! Ilion and the bear! Lanray!" I said, almost without meaning to. The room went still again as Scarpy took a drink. The children watched him with a familiar intensity I couldn't quite identify. Scarpy sat calmly in the middle of the quiet. "Did I—" His voice rolled out slowly, like dark honey. "Hear someone say, Lanray?" He looked directly at me, his blue eyes clear and sharp. I nodded, not knowing what to expect. "I want to hear about the dry lands over the storm wall," one of the younger girls complained. "About the sand snakes that come out of the ground like sharks, and the dry men who hide under the dunes and drink your blood instead of water, and—" She was cuffed quickly into silence from a dozen different directions by the children surrounding her. Silence fell sharply as Scarpy took another drink. Watching the children as they watched Scarpy, I realized what they reminded me of. A person anxiously watching a clock. I guessed that when the old man's drink was gone, the story he told would be over as well. Scarpy took another drink, no more than a sip this time. Then he set his cup down and pivoted on his stool to face us. "Who would like to hear the story of a man who lost his eye and gained a better sight?" Something about the tone of his voice or the reaction of the other children told me this was a purely rhetorical question. "So, Lanray and the Creation War. An old, old story." His eyes swept over the children. "Sit and listen, for I will speak of the shining city as it once was, years and miles away." Once years and miles away, there was Mir Terinial, the shining city. It sat among the tall mountains of the world like a gem on the crown of a king. Imagine a city as large as Tarbean, but on every corner of every street there was a bright fountain, or a green tree growing, or a statue so beautiful it would make a proud man cry to look at it. The buildings were tall and graceful, carved from the mountain itself, carved of a bright white stone that held the sun's light long after evening fell. Selitos was lord over Mir Terinial. Just by looking at a thing, Selitos could see its hidden name and understand it. In those days, there were many who could do such things, but Selitos was the most powerful namer of anyone alive in that age. Selitos was well loved by the people he protected. His judgments were strict and fair, and none could sway him through falsehood or dissembling. Such was the power of his sight that he could read the hearts of men like heavy-lettered books. Now in those days, there was a terrible war being fought across a vast empire. The war was called the Creation War, and the empire was called Urgen. And despite the fact that the world has never seen an empire as grand or a war so terrible, both of them only live in stories now. Even history books that mention them as doubtful rumor have long since crumbled into dust. The war had lasted so long that folk could hardly remember a time when the sky wasn't dark with the smoke of burning towns. Once there had been hundreds of proud cities scattered through the empire. Now there were merely ruins littered with the bodies of the dead. Famine and plague were everywhere, and in some places there was such despair that mothers could no longer muster enough hope to give their children names. But 8 cities remained. They were Belen, Antus, Vayaret, Tenusa, Emlyn, and the twin cities of Marilla and Morella. Last was Mir Terenial, greatest of them all, and the only one unscarred by the long centuries of war. It was protected by the mountains and brave soldiers. But the true cause of Mir Terenial's peace was Selitos. Using the power of his sight, he kept watch over the mountain passes leading to his beloved city. His rooms were in the city's highest towers, so he could see any attack long before it came to be a threat. The other 7 cities, lacking Selitos' power, found their safety elsewhere. They put their trust in thick walls, in stone and steel. They put their trust in strength of arm, in valor and bravery and blood. And so they put their trust in Lanre. Lanre had fought since he could lift a sword, and by the time his voice began to crack, he was the equal of a dozen older men. He married a woman named Lyra, and his love for her was a passion fiercer than fury. Lyra was terrible and wise, and held a power just as great as his. For while Lanre had the strength of his arm and the command of loyal men, Lyra knew the names of things, and the power of her voice could kill a man or still a thunderstorm. As the years passed, Lanre and Lyra fought side by side. They defended Belen from a surprise attack, saving the city from a foe that should have overwhelmed them. They gathered armies and made the cities recognize the need for allegiance. Over the long years, they pressed the Empire's enemies back. People who had grown numb with despair began to feel warm hope kindling inside. They hoped for peace, and they hung those flickering hopes on Lanre. Then came the Black of Drosentor. Black meant battle in the language of the time, and at Drosentor there was the largest and most terrible battle of this large and terrible war. They fought unceasing for 3 days in the light of the sun, and for 3 nights unceasing by the light of the moon. Neither side could defeat the other, and both were unwilling to retreat. Of the battle itself, I have only one thing to say. More people died at Drosentor than there are living in the world today. Lanre was always where the fight was thickest, where he was needed most. His sword never left his hand or rested in its sheath. At the very end of things, covered in blood amid a field of corpses, Lanre stood alone against a terrible foe. It was a great beast with scales of black iron, whose breath was a darkness that smothered men. Lanre fought the beast and killed it. Lanre brought victory to his side, but he bought it with his life. After the battle was finished, and the enemy was set beyond the doors of stone, survivors found Lanre's body, cold and lifeless near the beast he had slain. Word of Lanre's death spread quickly, covering the field like a blanket of despair. They had won the battle and turned the tide of the war, but each of them felt cold inside. The small flame of hope that each of them cherished began to flicker and fade. Their hopes had hung on Lanre, and Lanre was dead. In the midst of silence, Lyra stood by Lanre's body and spoke his name. Her voice was a commandment. Her voice was steel and stone. Her voice told him to live again, but Lanre lay motionless and dead. In the midst of fear, Lyra knelt by Lanre's body and breathed his name. Her voice was a beckoning. Her voice was love and longing. Her voice called him to live again, but Lanre lay cold and dead. In the midst of despair, Lyra fell across Lanre's body and wept his name. Her voice was a whisper. Her voice was echo and emptiness. Her voice begged him to live again, but Lanre lay breathless and dead. Lanre was dead. Lyra wept brokenly and touched his face with trembling hands. All around, men turned their heads, because the bloody field was less horrible to look upon than Lyra's grief. But Lanre heard her calling. Lanre turned at the sound of her voice and came to her. From beyond the doors of death, Lanre returned. He spoke her name and took Lyra in his arms to comfort her. He opened his eyes and did his best to wipe away her tears with shaking hands. And then he drew a deep and living breath. The survivors of the battle saw Lanre move, and they marveled. The flickering hope for peace each of them had nurtured for so long flared like hot fire inside them. "Lanre and Lyra!" they shouted, their voices like thunder. "Our Lord's love is stronger than death. Our Lady's voice has called him back. Together they have beaten death. Together how can we help but be victorious?" So the war continued, but with Lanre and Lyra fighting side by side, the future seemed less grim. Soon, everyone knew the story of how Lanre had died and how his love and Lyra's power had drawn him back. For the first time in living memory, people could speak openly of peace without being seen as fools or madmen. Years passed. The Empire's enemies grew thin and desperate, and even the most cynical of men could see the end of the war was drawing swiftly near. Then rumors began to spread. Lyra was ill. Lyra had been kidnapped. Lyra had died. Lanre had fled the Empire. Lanre had gone mad. Some even said Lanre had killed himself and gone searching for his wife in the land of the dead. There were stories aplenty, but no one knew the truth of things. In the midst of these rumors, Lanre arrived at Mir Terenial. He came alone, wearing his silver sword and haubergeon of black iron scales. His armor fit him closely as a second skin of shadow. He had wrought it from the carcass of the beast he had killed at Drossen Tor. Lanre asked Selitos to walk with him outside the city. Selitos agreed, hoping to learn the truth of Lanre's trouble and offer him what comfort a friend can give. They often kept each other's counsel, for they were both lords among their people. Selitos had heard the rumors, and he was worried. He feared for Lyra's health, but more, he feared for Lanre. Selitos was wise. He understood how grief can twist a heart, how passions drive good men to folly. Together they walked the mountain paths. Lanre leading the way, they came to a high place in the mountains where they could look out over the land. The proud towers of Mir Terenial shone brightly in the last light of the setting sun. After a long time, Selitos said, "I have heard terrible rumors concerning your wife." Lanre said nothing, and from his silence, Selitos knew that Lyra was dead. After another long pause, Selitos tried again. "Though I do not know the whole of the matter, Mir Terenial is here for you. I will lend whatever aid a friend can give." "You have given me enough, old friend." Lanre turned and placed his hand on Selitos' shoulder. "Sileneski, I bind you. By the name of stone, be still as stone. Eru, I command the air. Lay leaden on your tongue. Selitos, I name you. May all your powers fail you but your sight." Selitos knew that in all the world there were only 3 people who could match his skill in names: Aleph, Eax, and Lyra. Lanre had no gift for names. His power lay in the strength of his arm. For him to attempt to bind Selitos by his name would be as fruitless as a boy attacking a soldier with a willow stick. Nevertheless, Lanre's power lay on him like a great weight, like a vice of iron, and Selitos found himself unable to move or speak. He stood still as stone and could do nothing but marvel. How had Lanre come by such power? In confusion and despair, Selitos watched night settle in the mountains. With horror, he saw that some of the encroaching blackness was, in fact, a great army moving upon Mir Terenial. Worse still, no warning bells were ringing. Selitos could only stand and watch as the army crept closer in secret. Mir Terenial was burned and butchered. The less that is said of it, the better. The white walls were charred black, and the fountains ran with blood. For a night and a day Selitos stood helpless beside Lanre, and could do nothing more than watch and listen to the screams of the dying, the ring of iron, the crack of breaking stone. When the next day dawned on the blackened towers of the city, Selitos found he could move. He turned to Lanre, and this time his sight did not fail him. He saw in Lanre a great darkness and a troubled spirit. But Selitos still felt the fetters of enchantment binding him. Fury and puzzlement warred within him, and he spoke. "Lanre, what have you done?" Lanre continued to look out over the ruins of Mir Terenial. His shoulders stooped as though he bore a great weight. There was a weariness in his voice when he spoke. "Was I accounted a good man, Selitos?" "You were counted among the best of us. We considered you beyond reproach. Yet I did this." Selitos could not bring himself to look upon his ruined city. "Yet you did this," he agreed. "Why?" Lanre paused. "My wife is dead. Deceit and treachery brought me to it, but her death is on my hands." He swallowed and turned to look out over the land. Selitos followed his eyes. From the vantage high in the mountains, he saw plumes of dark smoke rising from the land below. Selitos knew with certainty and horror that Mir Terenial was not the only city that had been destroyed. Lanre's allies had brought about the ruin of the last bastions of the Empire. Lanre turned. "And I counted among the best." Lanre's face was terrible to look upon. Grief and despair had ravaged it. "I, considered wise and good, did all this." He gestured wildly. "Imagine what unholy things a lesser man must hold within his secret heart." Lanre faced Mir Terenial, and a sort of peace came over him. For them, at least, it is over. They are safe, safe from the 1,000 evils of the everyday, safe from the pains of an unjust fate. Selitos spoke softly. "Safe from the joy and wonder." "There is no joy!" Lanre shouted in an awful voice. Stones shattered at the sound, and the sharp edges of echo came back to cut at them. "Any joy that grows here is quickly choked by weeds. I am not some monster who destroys out of a twisted pleasure. I sow salt because the choice is between weeds and nothing." Selitos saw nothing but emptiness behind his eyes. Selitos stooped to pick up a jagged shard of mountain glass, pointed at one end. "Will you kill me with a stone?" Lanre gave a hollow laugh. "I wanted you to understand, to know it was not madness that made me do these things." "You are not mad," Selitos admitted. "I see no madness in you." "I hoped, perhaps, that you would join me in what I aim to do." Lanre spoke with a desperate longing in his voice. "This world is like a friend with a mortal wound. A bitter draught given quickly only eases pain." "Destroy the world?" Selitos said softly to himself. "You are not mad, Lanre. What grips you is something worse than madness. I cannot cure you." He fingered the needle-sharp point of the stone he held. "Will you kill me to cure me, old friend?" Lanre laughed again, terrible and wild. Then he looked at Selitos with sudden, desperate hope in his hollow eyes. "Can you?" he asked. "Can you kill me, old friend?" Selitos, his eyes unveiled, looked at his friend. He saw how Lanre, nearly mad with grief, had sought the power to bring Lyra back to life again. Out of love for Lyra, Lanre had sought knowledge where knowledge is better left alone, and gained it at a terrible price. But even in the fullness of his hard-won power, he could not call Lyra back. Without her, Lanre's life was nothing but a burden, and the power he had taken up lay like a hot knife in his mind. To escape despair and agony, Lanre had killed himself, taking the final refuge of all men, attempting to escape beyond the doors of death. But just as Lyra's love had drawn him back from past the final door before, so this time Lanre's power forced him to return from sweet oblivion. His new-won power burned him back into his body, forcing him to live. Celatos looked at Lanre and understood all. Before the power of his sight, these things hung like dark tapestries in the air about Lanre's shaking form. "I can kill you," Celatos said, then looked away from Lanre's expression, suddenly hopeful. "For an hour, or a day. But you would return, pulled like iron to a lodenstone. Your name burns with the power in you. I can no more extinguish it than I could throw a stone and strike down the moon." Lanre's shoulders bowed. "I had hoped," he said simply, "but I knew the truth. I am no longer the Lanre you knew. Mine is a new and terrible name. I am Haliax, and no door can bar my passing. All is lost to me. No Lyra, no sweet escape of sleep, no blissful forgetfulness. Even madness is beyond me. Death itself is an open doorway to my power. There is no escape. I have only the hope of oblivion after everything is gone and the Elu fall nameless from the sky." And as he said this, Lanre hid his face in his hands, and his body shook with silent, racking sobs. Celatos looked out on the land below and felt a small spark of hope. 6 plumes of smoke rose from the land below. Mir Terrenial was gone, and 6 cities destroyed. But that meant that all was not lost. 1 city still remained. In spite of all that had happened, Celatos looked at Lanre with pity, and when he spoke, it was with sadness in his voice. "Is there nothing, then? No hope?" He lay one hand on Lanre's arm. "There is sweetness in life. Even after all of this, I will help you look for it, if you will try." "No," said Lanre. He stood to his full height, his face regal behind the lines of grief. "There is nothing sweet. I will sow salt, lest the bitter weeds grow." "I am sorry," Celatos said, and stood upright as well. Then Celatos spoke in a great voice. "Never before has my sight been clouded. I failed to see the truth inside your heart." Celatos drew a deep breath. "By my eye I was deceived. Never again." He raised the stone and drove its needle point into his own eye. His scream echoed among the rocks as he fell to his knees, gasping, "May I never again be so blind!" A great silence descended, and the fetters of enchantment fell away from Celatos. He cast the stone at Lanre's feet and said, "By the power of my own blood I bind you. By your own name let you be accursed." Celatos spoke the long name that lay in Lanre's heart, and at the sound of it the sun grew dark and wind tore stones from the mountainside. Then Celatos spoke, "This is my doom upon you. May your face be always held in shadow. black as the toppled towers of my beloved Mir Terinial. This is my doom upon you. Your own name will be turned against you, that you shall have no peace. This is my doom upon you and all who follow you. May it last until the world ends and the Elu fall nameless from the sky." Zelatos watched as a darkness gathered about Lanre. Soon nothing could be seen of his handsome features, only a vague impression of nose and mouth and eyes. All the rest was shadow, black and seamless. Then Zelatos stood and said, "You have beaten me once through guile, but never again. Now I see truer than before, and my power is upon me. I cannot kill you, but I can send you from this place. Begone! The sight of you is all the fouler, knowing that you once were fair." But even as he spoke them, the words were bitter in his mouth. Lanre, his face in shadow, darker than a starless night, was blown away like smoke upon the wind. Then Zelatos bowed his head and wept hot tears of blood upon the earth. It wasn't until Scarpi stopped speaking that I noticed how lost in the story I had become. He tilted his head back and drained the last of the wine from his wide clay cup. He turned it upside down and set it on the bar with a dull thump of finality. There was a small clamor of questions, comments, pleas, and thanks from the children who had remained still as stones throughout the story. Scarpi made a small gesture to the barkeep, who set out a mug of beer as the children began to trickle out onto the street. I waited until the last of them had left before I approached him. He turned those diamond-blue eyes on me, and I stammered, "Thank you. I wanted to thank you. My father would have loved that story. It's the—" I broke off. "I wanted to give you this." I brought out an iron halfpenny. "I didn't know what was going on, so I didn't pay." My voice seemed rusty. This was probably more than I had spoken in a month. He looked closely at me. "Here are the rules," he said, ticking them off on his gnarled fingers. 1. Don't talk while I'm talking. 2. Give a small coin, if you have it to spare. He looked at the halfpenny on the bar. Not wanting to admit how much I needed it, I sought for something else to say. "Do you know many stories?" He smiled, and the network of lines that crossed his face turned to make themselves part of that smile. "I only know one story, but oftentimes small pieces seem to be stories themselves." He took a drink. "It's growing all around us, in the manor houses of the Sealdom and in the workshops of the Sealdar, over the storm wall in the great sand sea, in the low stone houses of the Adem, full of silent conversation, and sometimes," he smiled, "sometimes the story is growing in squalid backstreet bars, dockside in Tarbean." His bright eyes looked deep into me, as if I were a book that he could read. "There's no good story that doesn't touch the truth," I said, repeating something my father used to say, mostly to fill the silence. It felt strange talking to someone again, strange but good. "There's as much truth here as anywhere, I suppose. It's too bad. The world could do with a little less truth and a little more—" I trailed off, not knowing what I wanted more of. I looked down at my hands and found myself wishing they were cleaner. He slid the halfpenny toward me. I picked it up, and he smiled. His rough hand lit lightly as a bird on my shoulder. "Every day except morning. 6th bell, more or less." I started to leave, then stopped. "Is it true? The story?" I made an inarticulate gesture. "The part you told today?" "All stories are true," Scarpi said. "But this one really happened, if that's what you mean." He took another slow drink, then smiled again, his bright eyes dancing. More or less. You have to be a bit of a liar to tell a story the right way. Too much truth confuses the facts. Too much honesty makes you sound insincere. My father used to say the same thing. As soon as I mentioned him, a confusing welter of emotions rose up in me. Only when I saw Scarpy's eyes following me did I realize I was backing nervously toward the exit. I stopped and forced myself to turn and walk out the door. "I'll be here, if I can." I heard the smile in his voice behind me. "I know." Chapter 27. His Eyes Unveiled. I left the bar smiling, unmindful of the fact that I was still dockside and in danger. I felt buoyant knowing I would have the chance to hear another story soon. It had been a long time since I had looked forward to anything. I went back to my street corner and proceeded to waste 3 hours begging, not gaining so much as a thin shim for my efforts. Even this failed to dampen my spirits. Tomorrow was morning, but the day after there would be stories. But as I sat there, I felt a vague unease creep over me. A feeling that I was forgetting something impinged on my too rare happiness. I tried to ignore it, but it stayed with me all day and into the next, like a mosquito I couldn't see, let alone swat. By the end of the day, I was certain I had forgotten something. Something about the story Scarpy had told. It is easy for you to see, no doubt, hearing the story like this, conveniently arranged and narrated. Keep in mind that I had been living like an animal in Tarbean for nearly 3 years. Pieces of my mind were still asleep, and my painful memories had been gathering dust behind the door of forgetfulness. I had grown used to avoiding them, the same way a cripple keeps weight off an injured leg. Luck smiled on me the next day, and I managed to steal a bundle of rags off the back of a wagon and sell them to a ragman for 4 iron pennies. Too hungry to worry about tomorrow, I bought a thick slice of cheese and a warm sausage, then a whole loaf of fresh bread and a warm apple tart. Finally, on a whim, I went to the back door of the nearby inn and spent my final penny on a mug of strong beer. I sat on the steps of a bakery across the street from the inn and watched people coming and going as I enjoyed my best meal in months. Soon, twilight faded into darkness, and my head began to spin pleasantly from the beer. But as the food settled in my belly, the nagging sensation returned, stronger than before. I frowned, irritated that something would spoil an otherwise perfect day. Night deepened until the inn across the street stood in a pool of light. A few women hovered near the doorway to the inn. They murmured in low voices and gave knowing looks to the men who walked past. I drank off the last of the beer and was about to cross the street and return the mug when I saw a flicker of torchlight approaching. Looking down the street, I saw the distinctive gray of a Talon priest and decided to wait until he had passed. Drunk on mourning and just recently a thief, I guessed the less contact I had with the clergy, the better off I'd be. He was hooded, and the torch he carried was between us, so I couldn't see his face. He approached the group of nearby women, and there was a low murmur of discussion. I heard the distinctive chink of coins and sunk further into the shadow of the doorway. The Talon turned and headed back the way he had come. I remained still, not wanting to draw his attention, not wanting to have to run for safety while my head was spinning. This time, however, the torch was not between us. When he turned to look in my direction, I could see nothing of his face, only darkness under the cowl of his hood, only shadow. He continued on his way, unaware of my presence or uncaring, but I stayed where I was, unable to move. The image of the hooded man, his face hidden in shadow, had thrown open a door in my mind, and memories were spilling out. I was remembering a man with empty eyes and a smile from a nightmare, remembering the blood on his sword, cinder, his voice like a chill wind. "Is this your parents' fire?" Not him. The man behind him. the quiet one who had sat beside the fire, the man whose face was hidden in shadow. Haliax. This had been the half-remembered thing hovering on the edge of my awareness since I had heard Scarpy's story. I ran to the rooftops and wrapped myself in my rag blanket. Pieces of story and memory slowly fit together. I began to admit impossible truths to myself. The Chandrian were real. Haliax was real. If the story Scarpy had told was true, then Lanre and Haliax were the same person. The Chandrian had killed my parents, my whole troop. Why? Other memories bubbled to the surface of my mind. I saw the man with black eyes, Cinder, kneeling in front of me, his face expressionless, his voice sharp and cold. "Someone's parents," he had said, "have been singing entirely the wrong sort of songs." They had killed my parents for gathering stories about them. They had killed my whole troop over a song. I sat awake all night with little more than these thoughts running through my head. Slowly I came to realize them as the truth. What did I do then? Did I swear I would find them, kill them all for what they had done? Perhaps. But even if I did, I knew in my heart it was impossible. Tarbean had taught me hard practicality. Kill the Chandrian? Kill Lanre? How could I even begin? I would have more luck trying to steal the moon. At least I knew where to look for the moon at night. But there was one thing I could do. Tomorrow, I would ask Scarpy for the real truth behind the stories. It wasn't much, but it was all I had. Revenge might be beyond me, at least for now, but I still had a hope of knowing the truth. I held tight to that hope through the dark hours of night, until the sun rose and I fell asleep. Chapter 28. Telu's Watchful Eye. The next day I came blearily awake to the sound of the hour being struck. I counted 4 bells, but didn't know how many I might have slept through. I blinked the sleep from my eyes and tried to gauge the time from the position of the sun. About 6th bell. Scarpy would be starting his story now. I ran through the streets. My bare feet slapped on rough cobbles, splashing through puddles and taking shortcuts through alleyways. Everything became a blur around me as I pulled in great lungfuls of the damp, stagnant city air. I almost burst into the half-mast at a dead run and settled in against the back wall by the door. I dimly realized there were more people in the inn than usual this early in the evening. Then Scarpy's story pulled me in, and I could do nothing but listen to his deep, rolling voice and watch his sparkling eyes. Selitos One-Eye stood forward and said, "Lord, if I do this thing, will I be given the power to avenge the loss of the Shining City? Can I confound the plots of Lanre and his Chandrian who killed the innocent and burned my beloved Mir Terenial?" Aleph said, "No. All personal things must be set aside, and you must punish or reward only what you yourself witness from this day forth." Selitos bowed his head. "I am sorry, but my heart says to me I must try to stop these things before they are done, not wait and punish later." Some of the Ruach murmured agreement with Selitos and went to stand with him, for they remembered Mir Terenial and were filled with rage and hurt at Lanre's betrayal. Selitos went to Aleph and knelt before him. "I must refuse, for I cannot forget, but I will oppose him with these faithful Ruach beside me. I see their hearts are pure. We will be called the Emir, in memory of the ruined city. We will confound Lanre and any who follow him. Nothing will prevent us from attaining the greater good." Most of the Ruach hung back from Selitos too. They were afraid, and they did not wish to become involved in great matters. But Telu stood forward, saying, I hold justice foremost in my heart. I will leave this world behind, that I might better serve it, serving you. He knelt before Aleph, his head bowed, his hands open at his sides. Others came forward. Tall Kirill, who had been burned but left living in the ash of Mir Teriniel. Dia, who had lost 2 husbands to the fighting, and whose face and mouth and heart were hard and cold as stone. Enlas, who would not carry a sword or eat the flesh of animals, and who no man had ever known to speak hard words. Fair Giza, who had 100 suitors in Belen before the walls fell, the first woman to know the unasked-for touch of man. Lakelta, who laughed easily and often, even when there was woe thick about him. Immet, hardly more than a boy, who never sang and killed swiftly without tears. Ordal, the youngest of them all, who had never seen a thing die, stood bravely before Aleph, her golden hair bright with ribbon. And beside her came Andon, whose face was a mask with burning eyes, whose name meant anger. They came to Aleph, and he touched them. He touched their hands and eyes and hearts. The last time he touched them, there was pain, and wings tore from their backs that they might go where they wished. Wings of fire and shadow, wings of iron and glass, wings of stone and blood. Then Aleph spoke their long names, and they were wreathed in a white fire. The fire danced along their wings, and they became swift. The fire flickered in their eyes, and they saw into the deepest hearts of men. The fire filled their mouths, and they sang songs of power. Then the fire settled on their foreheads like silver stars, and they became at once righteous and wise and terrible to behold. Then the fire consumed them, and they were gone forever from mortal sight. None but the most powerful can see them, and only then with great difficulty and at great peril. They mete out justice to the world, and Telu is the greatest of them all. I have heard enough. The speaker wasn't loud, but he may as well have shouted. When Scarpi told a story, any interruption was like chewing a grain of sand in a mouthful of bread. From the back of the room, 2 men in dark cloaks came toward the bar. One tall and proud, one short and hooded. As they walked, I saw a flash of gray robe beneath their cloaks. Talon priests. Worse, I saw 2 other men with armor under their cloaks. I hadn't seen it while they were sitting, but now that they were moving, it was painfully obvious they were church strongmen. Their faces were grim, and the lines of their cloaks spoke of swords to me. I wasn't the only one who saw. The children were trickling out the door. The smarter ones tried to appear casual, but some broke into a run before they got outside. Against common sense, 3 children stayed. There was a Sealdish boy with lace on his shirt, a little girl with bare feet, and myself. I believe we have all heard enough. The taller of the 2 priests said with quiet severity. He was lean, with sunken eyes that smoldered like half-hidden coals. A carefully trimmed beard the color of soot sharpened the edges of his knife-blade face. He handed his cloak to the shorter, hooded priest. Underneath, he wore the pale gray robe of the Talons. Around his neck was a set of silver scales. My heart sunk deep into the pit of my stomach. Not just a priest, but a justice. I saw the other 2 children slip out the door. The justice spoke. Under Telu's watchful eye, I charge you with heresy. Witnessed, said the second priest from within his robe. The justice motioned to the mercenaries. Bind him. This the mercenaries did with rough efficiency. Scarpy endured the whole thing placidly, without saying a word. The justice watched his bodyguard begin to tie Scarpy's wrists, then turned his body slightly away as if dismissing the storyteller from his mind. He took a long look around the room, his inspection finally ending with the bald, aproned man behind the bar. "Taylor's blessing be upon you," the owner of the half-mast stammered explosively. "It is," the justice said simply. He took another long look around the room. Finally, he turned his head to the second priest, who stood back from the bar. "Anthony, would a fine place such as this be harboring heretics?" "Anything is possible, Justice." "Ah," the justice said softly, and looked slowly around the room, once again ending with an inspection of the man behind the bar. "Can I offer your honors a drink, if it please you?" the owner offered quickly. There was only silence. "I mean, a drink for you and your brothers, a fine barrel of fallow white, to show my thanks. I let him stay because his stories were interesting at first." He swallowed hard and hurried on. "But then he started to say wicked things. I was afraid to throw him out because he's obviously mad, and everyone knows God's displeasure falls heavy on those who raise their hands to madmen." His voice broke, leaving the room suddenly quiet. He swallowed, and I could hear the dry click his throat made from where I stood by the door. "A generous offer," the justice said finally. "Very generous," echoed the shorter priest. "However, strong drink sometimes tempts men to wicked actions." "Wicked," whispered the priest. "And some of our brothers have taken vows against the temptations of the flesh. I must refuse." The justice's voice dripped pious regret. I managed to catch Scarpy's eye. He gave me a little half-smile. My stomach churned. The old storyteller didn't seem to have any idea what sort of trouble he was in. But at the same time, deep inside me, something selfish was saying, if you'd come earlier and found out what you needed to know, it wouldn't be so bad now, would it? The barman broke the silence. "Could you take the price of the barrel then, sirs, if not the barrel itself?" The justice paused, as if thinking. "For the sake of the children?" the bald man pleaded. "I know you will use the money for them." The justice pursed his lips. "Very well," he said after a moment. "For the sake of the children." The shorter priest's voice had an unpleasant edge. "The children." The owner managed a weak smile. Scarpy rolled his eyes at me and winked. "You would think," Scarpy's voice rolled out like thick honey, "fine churchmen such as yourselves could find better things to do than arresting storytellers and extorting money from honest men." The clinking of the barman's coins trailed off, and the room seemed to hold its breath. With a studied casualness, the justice turned his back toward Scarpy and spoke over one shoulder toward the shorter priest. "Anthony, we seem to have found a courteous heretic. How strange and wonderful. We should sell him to a rue troupe. In a way, he resembles a talking dog." Scarpy spoke to the man's back. "It's not as if I expect you to bound off looking for Haliax and the Seven yourself. Small deeds for small men, I always say. I imagine the trouble is in finding the job small enough for men such as yourselves. But you are resourceful. You could pick trash or check brothel beds for lice when you're visiting." Turning, the justice snatched the clay cup off the bar and dashed it against Scarpy's head, shattering it. "Do not speak in my presence," he crackled. "You know nothing." Scarpy shook his head a little, as if to clear it. A trickle of red lined its way down his driftwood face, down into one of his seafoam eyebrows. "I suppose that could be true. Telu always said—" "Do not speak his name!" the justice screamed, his face a livid red. "Your mouth dirties it. It is a blasphemy upon your tongue." "Oh, come now, Airless," Scarpy chided, as though talking to a small child. "Telu hates you even more than the rest of the world does, which is quite a bit." The room became unnaturally still. The justice's face grew pale. "God have mercy on you," he said in a cold, trembling voice. Scarpy looked at the justice mutely for a moment. Then he started to laugh. Great, booming, helpless laughter from the bottom of his soul. The eyes of the justice flickered to one of the men who had tied the storyteller. With no preamble, the grim-faced man struck Scarpy with a tight fist. Once in the kidney, once in the back of the neck. Scarpy crumpled to the ground. The room was silent. The sound of his body hitting the wood planking of the floor seemed to fade before the echoes of his laughter did. At a gesture from the justice, one of the guards picked the old man up by the scruff of his neck. He dangled like a rag doll, his feet trailing on the ground. But Scarpy was not unconscious, merely stunned. The storyteller's eyes rolled around to focus on the justice. "Mercy on my soul?" He gave a weak croak that might have been a chuckle on a better day. "You don't know how funny that sounds coming from you." Scarpy seemed to address the air in front of him. "You should run, Kvothe. There's nothing to be gained by meddling with these sort of men. Head to the rooftops. Stay where they won't see you for a while. I have friends in the church who can help me, but there's nothing you can do here. Go!" Since he wasn't looking at me when he spoke, there was a moment of confusion. The justice gestured again, and one of the guards struck Scarpy a blow to the back of the head. His eyes rolled back, and his head lolled forward. I slipped out the door onto the street. I took Scarpy's advice and was on a rooftop running before they left the bar. Chapter 29. The Doors of My Mind. Up onto the rooftops and back to my secret place, I wrapped myself in my blanket and cried. I cried as if something inside me had broken and everything was rushing out. When I had worn myself out with sobbing, it was deep into the night. I lay there looking at the sky, weary but unable to sleep. I thought of my parents and of the troop, and was surprised to find the memories less bitter than before. For the first time in years, I used one of the tricks Ben had taught me for calming and sharpening the mind. It was harder than I remembered, but I did it. If you have ever slept the whole night without moving, then awoke in the morning, your body stiff with inaction. If you can remember how that first terrific stretch feels, pleasant and painful, then you may understand how my mind felt after all these years, stretching awake on the rooftops of Tarbean. I spent the rest of that night opening the doors of my mind. Inside, I found things long forgotten. My mother fitting words together for a song, diction for the stage, 3 recipes for tea to calm nerves and promote sleep, finger scales for the lute. My music. Had it really been years since I held a lute? I spent a long time thinking about the Chandrian, about what they had done to my troop, what they had taken from me. I remembered blood and the smell of burning hair and felt a deep, sullen anger burning in my chest. I will admit I thought dark, vengeful thoughts that night. But my years in Tarbean had instilled an iron-hard practicality. I knew revenge was nothing more than a childish fantasy. I was 15. What could I possibly do? I did know one thing. It had come to me as I lay remembering. It was something Haliax had said to Cinder. "Who keeps you safe from the Amir, the singers, the scythe, from all that would harm you in the world." The Chandrian had enemies. If I could find them, they would help me. I had no idea who the Singers or the Scythe were, but everyone knew that the Aemir were church knights, the strong right hand of the Aeturan Empire. Unfortunately, everyone also knew that there had been no Aemir in 300 years. They had been disbanded when the Aeturan Empire collapsed. But Haliax had spoken of them as if they still existed. And Scarpi's story implied that the Aemir had begun with Seletos, not with the Aeturan Empire as I had always been taught. There was obviously more to the story, more that I needed to know. The more I thought on it, the more questions arose. The Chandrian obviously didn't kill everyone who gathered stories or sang songs about them. Everyone knew a story or two about them, and every child at one point has sung the silly rhyme about their signs. What made my parents' song so different? I had questions. There was only one place for me to go, of course. I looked over my meager possessions. I had a rag blanket and a burlap sack with some straw that I used for a pillow. I had a pint bottle with a cork in it, half full of clean water. A piece of canvas sailcloth that I weighted down with bricks and used as a windbreak on cold nights. A crude pair of salt dice and a single tatty shoe that was too small for me, but that I hoped to trade for something else. And 27 iron pennies in common coin, my rainy day money. A few days ago it had seemed like a vast treasure trove, but now I knew it would never be enough. As the sun was rising, I removed rhetoric and logic from its hiding place underneath a rafter. I unwrapped the scrap of treated canvas I used to protect it, and was relieved to find it dry and well. I felt the smooth leather in my hands. I held it to my face and smelled the back of Ben's wagon, spice and yeast with the bitter tang of acids and chemical salts mingled in. It was the last tangible piece of my past. I opened it to the first page and read the inscription Ben had made more than 3 years ago. Kvothe, defend yourself well at the university. Make me proud. Remember your father's song. Be wary of folly. Abinthy. I nodded to myself and turned the page. Chapter 30. The Broken Binding. The sign over the doorpost read, "The Broken Binding." I took it to be an auspicious sign and walked in. A man sat behind a desk. I assumed he was the owner. He was tall and reedy with thinning hair. He looked up from a ledger, his expression vaguely irritated. Deciding to keep niceties to a minimum, I walked to his desk and handed him the book. "How much would you give me for this?" He leafed through it professionally, feeling the paper between his fingers, checking the binding. He shrugged. "Couple of jots." "It's worth more than that," I said indignantly. "It's worth what you can get for it," he said matter-of-factly. "I'll give you 1.5. 2 talents, and I have the option to buy it back for a month." He gave a short, barking laugh. "This is not a pawn shop." He slid the book across the desk toward me with one hand as he picked up his pen with the other. 20 days? He hesitated, then gave the book another cursory once-over and brought out his purse. He pulled out 2 heavy silver talents. It was more money than I'd seen in one place for a long, long time. He slid them across the desk. I restrained the desire to snatch them up immediately and said, "I'll need a receipt." This time, he gave me such a long, hard look that I began to get a little nervous. It was only then I realized how I must look, covered in a year's worth of alley dirt, trying to get a receipt for a book I'd obviously stolen. Eventually, he gave another bland shrug and scratched out a note on a slip of paper. At the bottom of it, he drew a line and made a motion with his pen. "Sign here." I looked at the paper. It read, "I, by signing below, hereby attest to the fact that I can neither read nor write." I looked up at the owner. He held a straight face. I dipped the pen and carefully wrote the letters DD as if they were initials. He fanned the ink dry and slid my receipt across the desk toward me. "What does D stand for?" he asked with the barest hint of a smile. "Defeasance," I said. "It means to render something null and void, usually a contract. The second D is for decrepitate, which is the act of throwing someone into a fire." He gave me a blank look. "Decrepitation is the punishment for forgery in Junpui. I think false receipts fall in that category." I made no move to touch the money or the receipt. There was a tense silence. "This isn't Junpui," he said, his face carefully composed. "True enough," I admitted. "You have a keen sense of defalcation. Perhaps I should add a third D." He gave another sharp, barking laugh and smiled. "You've convinced me, young master." He pulled out a fresh slip of paper and set it in front of me. "You write me a receipt, and I will sign it." I took up the pen and wrote, "I, the undersigned, do agree to return the copy of the book Rhetoric and Logic, with the inscription, to Kvothe, to the bearer of this note in exchange for 2 silver pennies, provided he present this receipt before the date—" I looked up. "What day is it?" "Shuden, the 35th. I had fallen out of the habit of keeping track of the date. On the streets, one day is largely the same as the next, save that people are a little more drunk on Hepton, a little more generous on morning. But if it was the 35th, then I only had 5 days to get to the university. I knew from Ben that admissions only lasted until Kendling. If I missed them, I would have to wait 2 months for the next term to start. I filled in the date on the receipt and drew a line for the bookseller to sign. He looked a little bemused as I slid the paper toward him. What's more, he didn't notice that the receipt read pennies instead of talents. Talents were worth significantly more. This meant he had just agreed to give me back the book for less money than he had bought it for. My satisfaction damped itself when it occurred to me how foolish all of this was. Pennies or talents, I wouldn't have enough money to buy the book back in 2 span. If everything went well, I wouldn't even be in Tarbean tomorrow. Despite its uselessness, the receipt helped ease the sting of parting with the last thing I owned from my childhood. I blew on the paper, folded it carefully into a pocket, and collected my 2 silver talents. I was surprised when the man held out his hand to me. He smiled in an apologetic way. "Sorry about the note, but you didn't look like you'd be coming back." He gave a little shrug. "Here." He pressed a copper jot into my hand. I decided that he was not an altogether bad fellow. I smiled back at him, and for a second I almost felt guilty about how I'd written the receipt. I also felt guilty about the 3 pens I'd stolen, but only for a second, and since there was no convenient way to give them back, I stole a bottle of ink before I left. Chapter 31. The Nature of Nobility. The 2 talents had a reassuring weight to them that had nothing to do with how heavy they were. Anyone who has been without money for a long time will know what I'm talking about. My first investment was a good leather purse. I wore it underneath my clothes, tight against my skin. Next was a real breakfast, a plateful of hot eggs and a slice of ham, bread that was fresh and soft, plenty of honey and butter on the side, and a glass of milk not 2 days from the cow. It cost me 5 iron pennies. It may be the best meal I ever ate. It felt strange sitting at a table, eating with a knife and fork. It felt strange being around people. It felt strange having a person bring me food. As I mopped up the remnants of my breakfast with an end of bread, I realized that I had a problem. Even in this slightly grubby inn waterside, I was attracting attention. My shirt was nothing more than an old burlap sack with holes for my arms and head. My pants were made out of canvas and too big by several degrees. They reeked of smoke, grease, and stagnant alley water. I'd been holding them up with a length of rope I had dug out of some trash. I was filthy, barefoot, and I stank. Should I buy clothes or try to find a bath? If I bathed first, I would have to wear my old clothes afterward. However, if I tried to buy clothes looking the way I did now, I might not even be let into the store, and I doubted that anyone would want to measure me for a fit. The innkeep came to take my plate, and I decided on a bath first, mainly because I was sick to death of smelling like a weak dead rat. I smiled up at him. "Where can I find a bath near here?" "Here, if you have a couple of pennies." He looked me over. "Or I'll work you an hour instead, a good hard hour. The hearth could use scrubbing." "I'll need a lot of water and soap." 2 hours, then. I've got dishes, too. Hearth first, then bath, then dishes. Fair?" An hour or so later, my shoulders ached, and the hearth was clean. He showed me to a back room with a large wooden tub and a grate on the floor. There were pegs along the wall for clothes, and a sheet of tin nailed to the wall served as a crude mirror. He brought me a brush, a bucket of steaming water, and a cake of lye soap. I scrubbed until I was sore and pink. The innkeeper brought a second bucket of hot water, then a third. I gave a silent prayer of thanks that I didn't seem to be lousy. I had probably been too filthy for any self-respecting louse to take up residence. As I rinsed myself for the last time, I looked at my discarded clothes. Cleaner than I'd been in years. I didn't want to touch them, let alone wear them. If I tried to wash them, they'd simply fall apart. I dried myself off, and I used the rough brush to pull through the snarls in my hair. It was longer than it had seemed when it was dirty. I wiped the fog from the makeshift mirror and was surprised. I looked old. Older, at any rate. Not only that, I looked like some young noble's son. My face was lean and fair. My hair needed a bit of a trim, but was shoulder-length and straight, as was the current fashion. The only thing missing was a noble's clothes. That gave me an idea. Still naked, I wrapped myself in a towel and left by the back door. I took my purse, but kept it out of sight. It was a little before noon, and people were everywhere. Needless to say, quite a few eyes were turned in my direction. I ignored them at first and set a brisk pace, not trying to hide. I composed my features in an impassive, angry mask without a trace of embarrassment. I stopped by a father and son loading burlap sacks into a cart. The son was about 4 years older than me and a head and shoulders taller. "Boy!" I snapped. "Where can I buy some clothes around here?" I looked pointedly at his shirt. "Decent clothes," I amended. He looked at me, his expression somewhere between confusion and anger. His father hurriedly took off his hat and stepped in front of his son. "Your lordship might try Bentley's. It's plain stuff, but it's only a street or two away." I darkened my expression. "Is it the only place about?" He gaped. "Well, it could. There's one." I waved him impatiently into silence. "Where is it? Simply point, since your wits have left you." He pointed, and I strode off. As I walked, I remembered one of the young page parts I used to play in the troupe. The page's name was Dunsty, an insufferable, petulant little boy with an important father. He was perfect. I gave my head an imperious tilt, set my shoulders a little differently, and made a couple of mental adjustments. I threw open the door and stormed in. There was a man in a leather apron who I can only assume was Bentley. He was 40-ish, thin, and balding. He jumped at the sound of his door banging against the wall. He turned to look at me, his expression incredulous. "Fetch me a robe, lackwit. I'm sick of being gawked at by you and every other muler that decided to go marketing today." I slouched into a chair and sulked. When he didn't move, I glared at him. Did I stutter? Are my needs perhaps inobvious?" I tugged at the edge of my towel to demonstrate. He stood there, gaping. I lowered my voice menacingly. "If you don't bring me something to wear," I stood up and shouted, "I'll tear this place apart! I'll ask my father for your stones as a midwinter gift! I'll have his dogs mount your dead corpse! Do you have any idea who I am?" Bentley scurried away, and I threw myself back into the chair. A customer I hadn't noticed until now made a hurried exit, stopping briefly to curtsy to me before she left. I fought back the urge to laugh. After that, it was surprisingly easy. I kept him running about for half an hour, bringing me one piece of clothing or another. I mocked the material, the cut, and the workmanship of everything he brought out. In short, I was the perfect little brat. In truth, I couldn't have been more pleased. The clothing was plain, but well made. Indeed, compared to what I had been wearing an hour before, a clean burlap sack would have been a great step up. If you haven't spent much time in court or in large cities, you won't understand why this was so easy for me to accomplish. Let me explain. Noble sons are one of nature's great destructive forces, like floods or tornadoes. When you're struck with one of these catastrophes, the only thing an average man can do is grit his teeth and try to minimize the damage. Bentley knew this. He marked the shirt and pants and helped me out of them. I got back into the robe he had given me, and he began sewing like the devil was breathing down his back. I flounced back into the chair. "You might as well ask. I can tell you're dying of curiosity." He looked up briefly from his stitching. "Sir?" "The circumstances surrounding my current state of undress?" "Ah, yes." He tied off the thread and began on the pants. "I will admit to a slight curiosity, no more than proper. I am not one to pry into anyone's business." "Ah," I nodded, pretending disappointment. "A laudable attitude." There followed a long moment. The only sound was that of thread being drawn through cloth. I fidgeted. Finally, I continued as if he had asked me. "A whore stole my clothes." "Really, sir?" "Yes, she tried to get me to trade them for my purse, the bitch." Bentley looked up briefly, genuine curiosity on his face. "Wasn't your purse with your clothes, sir?" I looked shocked. "Certainly not. A gentleman's hand is never far away from his purse, so my father says." I waved my purse at him to make my point. I noticed him trying to suppress a laugh, and it made me feel a little better. I'd made the man miserable for almost an hour. The least I could give him was a story to tell his friends. "She told me if I wanted to keep my dignity, then I'd give her my purse and walk home wearing my clothes." I shook my head scornfully. "Wanton," I said to her. "A gentleman's dignity isn't in his clothes. If I handed over my purse simply to save myself an embarrassment, then I would be handing over my dignity." I looked thoughtful for a second, then spoke softly as if thinking aloud. "It only follows that a gentleman's dignity is in his purse, then." I looked at the purse in my hands and gave a long pause. I think I heard my father say something of the sort the other day. Bentley gave a laugh that he turned into a cough, then stood up and shook out the shirt and pants. "There you go, sir. Fit you like a glove now." A hint of a smile played around his lips as he handed them to me. I slid out of the robe and pulled on the pants. "They'll get me home, I suppose. How much for your trouble, Bentley?" I asked. He thought for a second. 1 and 2. I began to lace up my shirt and said nothing. "Sorry, sir," he said quickly. "Forgot who I was dealing with." He swallowed. 1 even would do nicely." Taking out my purse, I put 1 silver talent into his hand and looked him in the eye. "I will be needing some change." His mouth made a thin line, but he nodded and handed me back 2 jots. I tucked the coins away and tied my purse firmly underneath my shirt, then gave him a meaningful look and patted it. I saw the smile tug at his lips again. Goodbye, sir. I picked up my towel, left the store, and started my altogether less conspicuous walk back to the inn where I had found breakfast and a bath. "What can I get for you, young sir?" the innkeeper asked as I approached the bar. He smiled and wiped his hands on his apron. "A stack of dirty dishes and a rag." He squinted at me, then smiled and laughed. "I thought you'd run off naked through the streets." "Not quite naked." I laid his towel on the bar. "There was more dirt than boy before, and I would have bet a solid mark your hair was black. You really don't look the same." He marveled mutely for a second. "Would you like your old clothes?" I shook my head. "Throw them away. Actually, burn them, and make sure no one accidentally breathes the smoke." He laughed again. "I did have some other items, though," I reminded him. He nodded and tapped the side of his nose. "Right enough. Just a second." He turned and disappeared through a doorway behind the bar. I let my attention wander around the room. It seemed different now that I wasn't attracting hostile stares. The fieldstone fireplace with the black kettle simmering. The slightly sour smells of varnished wood and spilled beer. The low rumble of conversation. I've always had a fondness for taverns. It comes from growing up on the road, I think. A tavern is a safe place, a refuge of sorts. I felt very comfortable just then, and it occurred to me that it wouldn't be a bad life, owning a place like this. "Here you go, then." The innkeeper laid down 3 pens, a jar of ink, and my receipt from the bookstore. "These gave me almost as much of a puzzle as why you had run off without your clothes." "I'm going to the university," I explained. He raised an eyebrow. "A little young, aren't you?" I felt a nervous chill at his words, but shrugged it off. "They take all kinds." He nodded politely, as if that explained why I had shown up barefoot and reeking of back alleys. After waiting for a while to see if I'd elaborate, the barman poured himself a drink. "No offense, but you don't exactly look to be the sort who would want to be washing dishes anymore." I opened my mouth to protest. An iron penny for an hour's work was a bargain I was hesitant to pass up. 2 pennies was the same as a loaf of bread, and I couldn't count all the times I had been hungry in the last year. Then I saw my hands resting on the bar. They were pink and clean. I almost didn't recognize them from my own. I realized then I didn't want to do the dishes. I had more important things to do. I stood back from the bar and got a penny from my purse. "Where's the best place to find a caravan leaving for the north?" I asked. "Drover's Lot, up hillside. 1/4 mile past the mill on Green Street." I felt a nervous chill when hillside was mentioned. I ignored it as best I could and nodded. "You have a lovely inn here. I'd count myself lucky to have one as nice when I've grown up." I handed him the penny. He broke into a huge smile and handed back the penny. "With such nice compliments, you come back any time." Chapter 32. Coppers, Cobblers, and Crowds. It was about an hour before noon when I stepped out onto the street. The sun was out, and the cobblestones were warm beneath my feet. As the noise of the market rose to an irregular hum around me, I tried to enjoy the pleasant sensation of having a full belly and a clean body. But there was a vague unease in the pit of my stomach, like the feeling you get when someone's staring at the back of your head. It followed me until my instincts got the better of me, and I slipped into a side alley quick as a fish. As I stood pressed against a wall, waiting, the feeling faded. After a few minutes, I began to feel foolish. I trusted my instincts, but they gave false alarms every now and again. I waited a few more minutes just to be sure, then moved back into the street. The feeling of vague unease returned almost immediately. I ignored it while trying to find out where it was coming from. But after 5 minutes, I lost my nerve and turned onto a side street, watching the crowd to see who was following me. no one. It took a nerve-wracking half hour and 2 more alleys before I finally figured out what it was. It felt strange to be walking with the crowd. Over the last couple years, crowds had become a part of the scenery of the city to me. I might use a crowd to hide from a guard or a storekeeper. I might move through a crowd to get where I was going. I might even be going in the same direction as the crowd, but I was never a part of it. I was so used to being ignored, I almost ran from the first merchant who tried to sell me something. Once I knew what was bothering me, the greater part of my unease left. Fear tends to come from ignorance. Once I knew what the problem was, it was just a problem, nothing to fear. As I've mentioned, Tarbean has 2 main sections, hillside and waterside. Waterside was poor. Hillside was rich. Waterside stank. Hillside was clean. Waterside had thieves. Hillside had burglars. I have already told the story of my one ill-auspiced venture, Hillside, so perhaps you will understand why, when the crowd in front of me happened to part for a moment, I saw what I was looking for. A member of the guard. I ducked through the nearest door, my heart pounding. I spent a moment reminding myself that I wasn't the same filthy little urchin who'd been beaten years ago. I was well-dressed and clean. I looked like I belonged here. But old habits die slow deaths. I fought to control a deep red anger, but couldn't tell if I was angry at myself, the guard, or the world in general. Probably a little of each. "Be right with you," came a cheerful voice from a curtained doorway. I looked around the shop. Light from the front window fell across a crowded workbench and dozens of shelved pairs of shoes. I decided I could have picked a worse store to wander into. "Let me guess," came the voice again from the back. A grandfather gray man emerged from behind the curtain carrying a long piece of leather. He was short and stooped, but his face smiled at me through his wrinkles. "You need shoes," he said timidly, as if the joke was a pair of old boots that had worn out long ago but were too comfortable to give up. He looked down at my feet. I looked down too, in spite of myself. I was barefoot, of course. I hadn't had shoes for so long that I never even thought about them anymore. At least, not during the summer. In the winter, I dreamed of shoes. I looked up. The old man's eyes were dancing, as if he couldn't decide whether laughing would cost him his customer or not. "I guess I need shoes," I admitted. He laughed and guided me into a seat, measuring my bare feet with his hands. Thankfully, the streets were dry, so my feet were merely dusty from the cobblestones. If there had been rain, they would have been embarrassingly filthy. "Let's see what you like, and if I have anything of a size for you. If not, I can make or change a pair to fit you in about an hour or 2. So, what would you be wanting shoes for? Walking? Dancing? Riding?" He leaned back on his stool and grabbed a pair off a shelf behind him. "Walking." "I thought so." He deftly rolled a pair of stockings onto my feet, as if all his customers came in barefoot. He tucked my feet into a pair of something black with buckles. "How's those feel? Put a little weight on to make sure." They're tight. I thought so. Nothing more annoying than a shoe that pinches." He stripped me out of them and into another pair, quick as a whip. "How about these?" They were a deep purple and made of velvet or felt. Not quite what you're looking for. Don't blame you, really. Wear out terrible fast. Nice color, though. Good for chasing the ladies." He patted a new pair onto my feet. "How about these?" They were a simple brown leather and fit like he'd measured my feet before he'd made them. I pressed my foot to the ground, and it hugged me. I'd forgotten how wonderful a good shoe can feel. "How much?" I asked apprehensively. Instead of answering, he stood and started searching the shelves with his eyes. "You can tell a lot about a person by their feet," he mused. "Some men come in here smiling and laughing, shoes all clean and brushed, socks all powdered up. But when the shoes are off, their feet smell just fearsome. Those are the people that hide things. They've got bad-smelling secrets, and they try to hide 'em, just like they try to hide their feet." He turned to look at me. "It never works, though. Only way to stop your feet from smelling is to let them air out a bit. Could be the same thing with secrets. I don't know about that, though. I just know about shoes." He began to look through the clutter of his workbench. "Some of these young men from the court come in, fanning their faces and moaning about the latest tragedy, but their feet are so pink and soft, you know they've never walked anywhere on their own. You know they've never really been hurt." He finally found what he was looking for, holding up a pair of shoes similar to the pair I wore. "Here we go. These were my Jacob's when he was your age." He sat on his stool and unlaced the pair of shoes I was wearing. "Now you," he continued, "have old soles for a boy so young. Scars, calluses. Feet like these could run barefoot all day on stone and not need shoes. A boy your age only gets these feet one way." He looked up at me, making it a question. I nodded. He smiled and lay a hand on my shoulder. "How do they feel?" I stood up to test them. If anything, they were more comfortable than the newer pair for being a little broken in. "Now this pair," he waved the shoes he held, "are new. They haven't been walked a mile. And for new shoes like these, I charge a talent, maybe a talent and two." He pointed at my feet. "Those shoes, on the other hand, are used, and I don't sell used shoes." He turned his back on me and started to tidy his workbench rather aimlessly, humming to himself. It took me a second to recognize the tune, "Leave the Town, Tinker." I knew that he was trying to do me a favor, and a week ago I would have jumped at the opportunity for free shoes. But for some reason, I didn't feel right about it. I quietly gathered up my things and left a pair of copper jots on his stool before I left. Why? Because pride is a strange thing, and because generosity deserves generosity in return. But mostly because it felt like the right thing to do, and that is reason enough.
4 days. 6 days if raining.
Rowent was the third wagoner I'd asked about going north to Imre, the town nearest the university. He was a thick-bodied Sealdish man with a fierce black beard that hid most of his face. He turned away and barked curses in Siaru at a man loading a wagon with bolts of cloth. When he spoke his native language, he sounded like an angry rock slide. His rough voice lowered to a rumble as he turned back to me.
2 copper jots, not pennies. You can ride in a wagon if there is space. You can sleep underneath at night if you want. You eat in the evening with us. Lunch is just bread. If a wagon gets stuck, you help push."
There was another pause while he shouted at the men. There were 3 wagons being packed with trade goods, while the 4th was achingly familiar, one of the wheeled houses I had spent most of my early life riding. Rowent's wife, Rita, sat in the front of that wagon. Her mien wavered from severe when she watched the men loading the wagons to smiling when she spoke with a girl standing nearby. I assumed the girl was a passenger like myself. She was my age, perhaps a year older, but a year makes a great deal of difference at that time of life. The Tal have a saying about children of our age. The boy grows upward, but the girl grows up. She was dressed practically for traveling, pants and a shirt, and was just young enough for it not to seem improper. Her bearing was such that if she had been a year older, I would have been forced to see her as a lady. As it was, when she spoke with Rita, she moved back and forth between a genteel grace and a childlike exuberance. She had long, dark hair and, simply said, she was beautiful. It had been a long time since I had seen anything beautiful. Rowent followed my gaze and continued.
"Everyone helps set camp at night. Everyone takes a turn watching. You fall asleep during your watch, you get left behind. You eat with us, whatever my wife cooks. You complain, you get left behind. You walk too slow, you get left behind. You bother the girl."
He ran a hand through his thick, dark beard.
"Bad things happen."
Hoping to turn his thoughts in a different direction, I spoke up. "When will the wagons be done loading?"
2 hours.
He said with a grim certainty, as if defying the workers to contradict him. One of them stood upright atop a wagon, shading his eyes with a hand. He called out, raising his voice over the sound of horses, wagons, and men that filled the square. "Don't let him scare you off, kid. He's decent enough after all the growling." Rowan pointed a stern finger, and the man turned back to his work. I hardly needed to be convinced. A man who travels with his wife is usually to be trusted. Besides, the price was fair, and he was leaving today. I took this opportunity to pull a pair of jots from my purse and hold them out to Rowan. He turned to me.
2 hours!
He held up thick fingers to make his point.
You are late? You get left behind!
I nodded solemnly. Riusa tu kialus asaya tua. Thank you for bringing me close to your family. Rowan's great shaggy eyebrows went up. He recovered quickly and gave a quick nod that was almost a small bow. I looked around the square, trying to get my bearings. Someone's full of surprises. I turned around to see the worker who had shouted to me from the wagon. He held out his hand. "Derek." I shook his hand, feeling awkward. It had been so long since I'd made simple conversation with someone that I felt strange and hesitant. "Kvothe." Derek put his hand behind him and stretched his back with a grimace. He stood head and shoulders taller than me, 20 or so, tall and blond. "You gave Rowan a bit of a turn there. Where'd you learn to speak Siaru?" "An arcanist taught me a little," I explained. I watched as Rowan went to speak to his wife. The dark-haired girl looked in my direction and smiled. I looked away, not knowing what to make of it. He shrugged. "I'll leave you to fetch your things, then. Rowan's all growl and not much gruff, but he won't wait once the wagons are packed." I nodded, even though my things were non-existent. I did have a little shopping to do. They say you can find anything in Tarbean if you have enough money. For the most part, they are right. I made my way down the stairs to Trappist's basement. It felt strange to make the trip wearing shoes. I was used to the cool damp of stone underfoot when I came to pay a visit. As I made my way down the short hallway, a boy in rags emerged from the inner rooms holding a small winter apple. He pulled up short when he saw me, then scowled, his eyes narrow and suspicious. Looking down, he brushed roughly past me. Without even thinking about it, I slapped his hand away from my purse and turned to look at him, too stunned for words. He bolted outside, leaving me confused and disturbed. We never stole from each other here. Out on the streets, it was everyone for themselves. But Trappist's basement was the closest thing to a sanctuary we had, like a church. None of us would risk spoiling that. I took the last few steps into the main room and was relieved to see that everything else seemed normal. Trappist wasn't there, probably off collecting charity to help him care for his children. There were 6 cots, all full, and more children lying on the floor. Several grubby urchins stood around a bushel basket on the table, clutching winter apples. They turned to stare at me, their expressions flinty and spiteful. It dawned on me then. None of them recognized me. Clean and well-dressed, I looked like some regular boy come wandering in. I didn't belong. Just then, Trappist came back, carrying several flat loaves of bread under one arm and a squalling child in the other. "Ari," he called to one of the boys standing near the bushel basket, "come help. We've got a new visitor and she needs changing." The boy hurried over and took the child out of Trappist's arm. He laid the bread on the table next to the bushel basket, and all the children's eyes fixed on him attentively. My stomach went sour. Trappist hadn't even looked at me. What if he didn't recognize me? What if he told me to leave? I didn't know if I could cope with that. I began to edge toward the door. Trappist pointed to the children one at a time. "Let me see. David, you empty and scrub the drinking barrel. It's getting brackish. When he's done, Nathan can fill it from the pump." "Can I take twice?" Nathan asked. "I need some for my brother." "Your brother can come for his own bread," Trappist said gently, then looked more closely at the boy, sensing something. Is he hurt?" Nathan nodded, looking at the floor. Trappist laid a hand on the boy's shoulder. "Bring him down. We'll see to him." "It's his leg," Nathan blurted, seeming close to tears. "It's all hot, and he can't walk." Trappist nodded and gestured to the next child. "Jen, you help Nathan bring his brother back." They hurried out. "Tam, since Nathan's gone, you carry the water instead. Kvothe, you run for soap." He held out a halfpenny. "Go to Marna's in the wash. You'll get better from her if you tell her who it's for." I felt a sudden lump form in my throat. He knew me. I can't hope to explain to you how much of a relief it was. Trappist was the closest thing I had to a family. The thought of him not knowing me had been horrifying. "I don't have time to run an errand, Trappist," I said hesitantly. "I'm leaving. I'm heading inland, to Imre." "Are you then?" he asked, then paused and gave me a second, closer look. "Well then, I guess you are." Of course, Trappist never saw the clothes, only the child inside them. "I stopped by to let you know where my things are. On the roof of the candleworks, there's a place where 3 roofs meet. There are some things there, a blanket, a bottle. I don't need any of it anymore. It's a good place to sleep if anyone needs one. Dry. No one goes there." I trailed off. "That's kind of you. I'll send one of the boys round," Trappist said. "Come here." He came forward and gathered me into a clumsy hug, his beard tickling the side of my face. "I'm always glad to see one of you get away," he said softly to me. "I know you'll do just fine for yourself, but you can always come back if you need to." One of the girls on a nearby cot began to thrash and moan. Trappist pulled away from me and turned to look. What?" he said as he hurried over to tend her, his bare feet slapping on the floor. What? Hush, hush." Chapter 33. A Sea of Stars. I returned to Drover's lot with a travel sack swinging by one shoulder. It held a change of clothes, a loaf of trail bread, some jerked meat, a skin of water, needle and thread, flint and steel, pens, and ink. In short, everything an intelligent person takes on a trip in the event they might need it. However, my proudest acquisition was a dark blue cloak that I had bought off a fripperer's cart for only 3 jots. It was warm, clean, and, unless I missed my guess, only one owner from new. Now, let me say this. When you're traveling, a good cloak is worth more than all your other possessions put together. If you've nowhere to sleep, it can be your bed and blanket. It will keep the rain off your back and the sun from your eyes. You can conceal all manner of interesting weaponry beneath it if you are clever, and a smaller assortment if you are not. Beyond all that, 2 facts remain to recommend a cloak. First, very little is as striking as a well-worn cloak billowing lightly about you in the breeze. And second, the best cloaks have innumerable little pockets that I have an irrational and overpowering attraction toward. As I have said, this was a good cloak, and it had a number of such pockets. Squirreled away in them I had string and wax, some dried apple, a tinderbox, a marble in a small leather sack, a pouch of salt, hook needle, and gut. I'd made a point of spending all my carefully hoarded Commonwealth coin, keeping my hard Sealdish currency for my trip. Pennies spent well enough here in Tarbean, but Sealdish money was solid no matter where in the 4 corners you found yourself. A final flurry of preparation was being made as I arrived. Rowant paced around the wagons like a restless animal, checking everything again and again. Rita watched the workers with a stern eye and a quick word for anything that wasn't being done to her satisfaction. I was comfortably ignored until we headed out of the city toward the university. As the miles rolled away, it was as if a great weight slowly fell away from me. I reveled in the feel of the ground through my shoes, the taste of the air, the quiet hush of wind brushing through the spring wheat in the fields, I found myself grinning for no good reason, save that I was happy. We Rue are not meant to stay in one place for so long. I took a deep breath and nearly laughed out loud. I kept to myself as we traveled, not being used to the company of others. Rowant and the mercenaries were willing to leave me alone. Derek joked with me off and on, but generally found me too reserved for his tastes. That left the other passenger, Denna. We didn't speak until the first day's ride was nearly done. I was riding with one of the mercenaries, absently peeling the bark from a willow switch. While my fingers worked, I studied the side of her face, admiring the line of her jaw, the curve of her neck into her shoulder. I wondered why she was traveling alone and where she was going. In the middle of my musing, she turned to look in my direction and caught me staring at her. "Penny for your thoughts?" she asked, brushing an errant strand of hair. "I was wondering what you're doing here," I said half honestly. Smiling, she held my eyes. Liar. I used an old stage trick to keep myself from blushing, gave my best unconcerned shrug, and looked down at the willow wand I was peeling. After a few minutes, I heard her return to conversation with Rita. I found myself strangely disappointed. After camp was set and dinner was cooking, I idled around the wagons, examining knots Rowant used to lash his cargo into place. I heard a footfall behind me and turned to see Denna approaching. My stomach rolled over and I took a short breath to compose myself. She stopped about a dozen feet from me. "Have you figured it out yet?" she asked. "Excuse me?" "Why I'm here," she smiled gently. "I've been wondering the same thing for most of my life, you see. I thought if you had any ideas." She gave me a wry, hopeful look. I shook my head, too uncertain of the situation to find humor in it. "All I've been able to guess is that you're going somewhere." She nodded seriously. "That's as much as I've guessed, too." She paused to look at the circle the horizon made around us. The wind caught her hair and she brushed it back again. "Do you happen to know where I'm going?" I felt a smile begin a slow creep onto my face. It felt odd. I was out of practice smiling. "Don't you know?" "I have suspicions. Right now I'm thinking aniline." She rocked onto the edges of her feet, then back to the flats. "But I've been wrong before." A silence settled over our conversation. Denna looked down at her hands, fidgeting with a ring on her finger, twisting it. I caught a glimpse of silver and a pale blue stone. Suddenly, she dropped her hands to her sides and looked up at me. "Where are you going?" "The university." She arched an eyebrow, looking 10 years older. So certain. She smiled and was suddenly young again. "How does it feel to know where you are going?" I couldn't think of a reply, but was saved from the need for one by Rita calling us for supper. Denna and I walked toward the campfire, together. The beginning of the next day was spent in a brief, awkward courtship. Eager, but not wanting to seem eager, I made a slow dance around Denna before finally finding some excuse to spend time with her. Denna, on the other hand, seemed perfectly at ease. We spent the rest of the day as if we were old friends. We joked and told stories. I pointed out the different types of clouds and what they told of the weather to come. She showed me the shapes they held: a rose, a harp, a waterfall. So passed the day. Later, when lots were being drawn to see who had which turn at watch, Denna and I drew the first 2 shifts. Without discussing it, we shared the 4 hours of watch together, talking softly so as to not wake the others. We sat close by the fire and spent the time watching very little but each other. The 3rd day was much the same. We passed the time pleasantly, not in long conversation, but more often watching the scenery, saying whatever happened to come to our minds. That night, we stopped at a wayside inn where Rita bought fodder for the horses and a few other supplies. Rita retired early with her husband, telling each of us that she'd arranged for our dinners and beds with the innkeeper. The former was quite good. bacon and potato soup with fresh bread and butter. The latter was in the stables, but it was still a long sight better than what I was used to in Tarbean. The common room smelled of smoke and sweat and spilled beer. I was glad when Denna asked if I wanted to take a walk. Outside was the warm quiet of a windless spring night. We talked as we wended our slow way through the wild bit of forest behind the inn. After a while, we came to a wide clearing circling a pond. On the edge of the water were a pair of waystones, their surfaces silver against the black of the sky, the black of the water. One stood upright, a finger pointing to the sky. The other lay flat, extending into the water like a short stone pier. No breath of wind disturbed the surface of the water, so as we climbed out onto the fallen stone, the stars reflected themselves in double fashion, as above, so below. It was as if we were sitting amid a sea of stars. We spoke for hours, late into the night. Neither of us mentioned our pasts. I sensed that there were things she would rather not talk about, and by the way she avoided questioning me, I think she guessed the same. We spoke of ourselves instead, of fond imaginings and impossible things. I pointed to the skies and told her the names of stars and constellations. She told me stories about them I had never heard before. My eyes were always returning to Denna. She sat beside me, arms hugging her knees. Her skin was more luminous than the moon, her eyes wider than the sky, deeper than the water, darker than the night. It slowly began to dawn on me that I'd been staring at her wordlessly for an impossible amount of time. Lost in my thoughts, lost in the sight of her. But her face didn't look offended or amused. It almost looked as if she were studying the lines of my face, almost as if she were waiting. I wanted to take her hand. I wanted to brush her cheek with my fingertips. I wanted to tell her that she was the first beautiful thing I had seen in 3 years, that the sight of her yawning to the back of her hand was enough to drive the breath from me, how I sometimes lost the sense of her words in the sweet fluting of her voice. I wanted to say that if she were with me then, somehow nothing could ever be wrong for me again. In that breathless second, I almost asked her. I felt the question boiling up from my chest. I remember drawing a breath, then hesitating. What could I say? Come away with me? Stay with me? Come to the university? No. Sudden certainty tightened in my chest like a cold fist. What could I ask her? What could I offer? Nothing. Anything I said would sound foolish. A child's fantasy. I closed my mouth and looked across the water. Inches away, Denna did the same. I could feel the heat of her. She smelled like road dust and honey, and the smell the air holds seconds before a heavy summer rain. Neither of us spoke. I closed my eyes. The closeness of her was the sweetest, sharpest thing my life had ever known. Chapter 34. Yet to Learn. The next morning, I blearily awoke after 2 hours of sleep, bundled myself onto one of the wagons, and proceeded to drowse away the morning. It was nearly noon before I realized that we had taken on another passenger at the inn last night. His name was Jazen, and he had paid Rowant for passage to Annalyn. He had an easy manner and an honest smile. He seemed an earnest man. I did not like him. My reason was simple. He spent the entire day riding next to Denna. He flattered her outrageously and joked with her about becoming one of his wives. She seemed unaffected by the late hours we had kept the night before, looking as bright and fresh as ever. The result was that I spent the day being irritated and jealous while acting unconcerned. Since I was too proud to join their conversation, I was left to myself. I spent the day thinking sullen thoughts, trying to ignore the sound of his voice and occasionally remembering the way Denna had looked last night with the moon reflecting off the water behind her. That night, I was planning to ask Denna to go for a walk after everyone turned in for the night. But before I could approach her, Jazan went to one of the wagons and brought back a large black case with brass buckles along the side. The sight of it made my heart turn sideways in my chest. Sensing the group's anticipation, though not mine in particular, Jazan slowly undid the brass clasps and drew out his lute with an air of studied nonchalance. It was a trooper's lute. Its long, graceful neck and round bowl were painfully familiar. Sure of everyone's attention, he cocked his head and strummed, pausing to listen to the sound. Then, nodding to himself, he started to play. He had a fair tenor and reasonably clever fingers. He played a ballad, then a light, quick drinking song, then a slow, sad melody in a language that I didn't recognize but suspected might be Yiddish. Lastly, he played Tinker Tanner, and everyone came in on the chorus. Everyone but me. I sat still as stone with my fingers aching. I wanted to play, not listen. Want isn't strong enough a word. I was hungry for it. Starved. I'm not proud of the fact that I thought about stealing his lute and leaving in the dark of the night. He finished the song with a flourish, and Rowan clapped his hands a couple of times to get everyone's attention.
Time for sleep. You sleep too late?
Derek broke in, gently teasing. We get left behind. We know, Master Rowan. We'll be ready to roll with the light. Jazan laughed and flipped open his lute case with his foot, but before he could put it away, I called over to him. Could I see that for a second? I tried to keep the desperation out of my voice, tried to make it sound like idle curiosity. I hated myself for the question. Asking to hold a musician's instrument is roughly similar to asking to kiss a man's wife. Non-musicians don't understand. An instrument is like a companion and a lover. Strangers ask to touch and hold with annoying regularity. I knew better, but I couldn't help myself. Just for a second. I saw him stiffen slightly, reluctant. But keeping friendly appearances is a minstrel's business just as much as music. Certainly, he said with a jocularity that I saw as false, but was probably convincing for the others. He strode over to me and held it out. Be careful. Jazan took a couple of steps back and gave a very good appearance of being at ease, but I saw how he stood with his arms slightly bent, ready to rush forward and whisk the lute away from me if the need arose. I turned it over in my hands. Objectively, it was nothing special. My father would have rated it as one short step above firewood. I touched the wood. I cradled it against my chest. I spoke without looking up. It's beautiful, I said softly, my voice rough with emotion. It was beautiful. It was the most beautiful thing I had seen in 3 years. More beautiful than the sight of a spring field after 3 years of living in that pestilent cesspit of a city. More beautiful than Denna. Almost. I can honestly say that I was still not really myself. I was only 4 days away from living on the streets. I was not the same person I had been back in the days of the troop, but neither was I yet the person you hear about in stories. I had changed because of Tarbean. I had learned many things it would have been easier to live without. But sitting beside the fire, bending over the lute, I felt the hard, unpleasant parts of myself that I had gained in Tarbean crack. Like a clay mold around a now cool piece of iron, they fell away, leaving something clean and hard behind. I sounded the strings, one at a time. When I hit the third, it was ever so slightly off, and I gave one of the tuning pegs a minute adjustment without thinking. Here now, don't go touching those. Jazan tried to sound casual. You'll turn it from true. But I didn't really hear him. The singer and all the rest couldn't have been farther away from me if they had been at the bottom of the Sentha Sea. I touched the last string and tuned it too, ever so slightly. I made a simple chord and strummed it. It rang soft and true. I moved a finger, and the chord went minor in a way that always sounded to me as if the lute were saying sad. I moved my hands again, and the lute made two chords whispering against each other. Then, without realizing what I was doing, I began to play. The strings felt strange against my fingers, like reunited friends who have forgotten what they have in common. I played soft and slow, sending notes no farther than the circle of our firelight. Fingers and strings made a careful conversation, as if their dance described the lines of an infatuation. Then I felt something inside me break, and music began to pour out into the quiet. My fingers danced, intricate and quick. They spun something gossamer and tremulous into the circle of light our fire had made. The music moved like a spider web, stirred by a gentle breath. It changed like a leaf twisting as it falls to the ground, and it felt like 3 years waterside in Tarbean, with a hollowness inside you and hands that ached from the bitter cold. I don't know how long I played. It could have been 10 minutes or an hour. But my hands weren't used to the strain. They slipped and the music fell to pieces like a dream on waking. I looked up to see everyone perfectly motionless, their faces ranging from shock to amazement. Then, as if my gaze had broken some spell, everyone stirred. Rowent shifted in his seat. The two mercenaries turned and raised eyebrows at each other. Derek looked at me as if he had never seen me before. Rita remained frozen, her hand held in front of her mouth. Denna lowered her face into her hands and began to cry in quiet, hopeless sobs. Jazin simply stood. His face was stricken and bloodless, as if he'd been stabbed. I held out the lute, not knowing whether to thank him or apologize. He took it numbly. After a moment, unable to think of anything to say, I left them sitting by the fire and walked toward the wagons. And that is how Kvothe spent his last night before he came to the university, with his cloak as both his blanket and his bed. As he lay down, behind him was a circle of fire, and before him lay shadow like a mantle gathered. His eyes were open, that much is certain. But who among us can say they know what he was seeing? Look behind him instead, to the circle of light that the fire has made, and leave Kvothe to himself for now. Everyone deserves a moment or two alone when they desire it, and if by chance there were tears, let us forgive him. He was just a child, after all, and had yet to learn what sorrow really was. Chapter 35. A Parting of Ways. The weather held fair, which meant that the wagons rolled into Imre just as the sun was setting. My mood was sullen and hurt. Denna had shared a wagon with Jazin the whole of the day, and I, being foolish and proud, had kept my distance. A whirl of activity sprang up as soon as the wagons rolled to a stop. Rowent began to argue with a clean-shaven man in a velvet hat before he had brought his wagon to a full stop. After the initial bout of bargaining, a dozen men began unloading bolts of cloth, barrels of molasses, and burlap sacks of coffee. Rita cast a stern eye over the lot of them. Jazin scuttled around, trying to keep his luggage from being damaged or stolen. My own luggage was easier to manage, as I only had my travel sack. I retrieved it from between some bolts of cloth and moved away from the wagons. I slung it over one shoulder and looked around for Denna. I found Rita instead. "You were a great help on the road," she said clearly. Her Aeturan was much better than Rowent's, with hardly any trace of Siaro accent at all. "It is nice to have someone along who can unhitch a horse without being led by the hand." She held out a coin to me. I took it without thinking. It was a reflex action from my years as a beggar, like the reverse of jerking your hand back from a fire. Only after the coin was in my hand did I take a closer look at it. It was a whole copper jot, fully half of what I had paid to travel with them to Imre. When I looked back up, Rita was heading back toward the wagons. Not sure what to think, I wandered over to where Derek sat on the edge of a horse trough. He shaded his eyes against the evening sun with one hand as he looked up at me. On your way, then? I almost thought you might stick with us for a while. I shook my head. Rita just gave me a jot. He nodded. I'm not terribly surprised. Most folks are nothing but dead weight, he shrugged. And she appreciated your playing. Have you ever thought of trying out as a minstrel? They say Imre's a good place for it. I steered the conversation back to Rita. I don't want Rowan to be angry with her. He seems to take his money pretty seriously. Derek laughed. And she doesn't? I gave my money to Rowan, I clarified. If he wanted to give some of it back, I think he'd do it himself. Derek nodded. It's not their way. A man doesn't give money away. That's my point, I said. I don't want her to get in trouble. Derek waved his hands back and forth, cutting me off. I'm not doing a good job of explaining myself, he said. Rowan knows. He might have even sent her over to do it. But grown Sealdish men don't give away money. It's seen as womanish behavior. They don't even buy things if they can help it. Didn't you notice that Rita was the one who bargained for our rooms and food at the inn a few nights ago? I did remember, now that he mentioned it. But why? I asked. Derek shrugged. There isn't any why. It's just the way they do things. That's why so many Sealdish caravans are husband-wife teams. Derek! Rowan's voice came from behind the wagons. He sighed as he stood up. Duty calls, he said. See you around. I tucked the jot into my pocket and thought about what Derek had said. The truth was, my troop had never gone so far north as to make it into the Shald. It was unnerving to think I wasn't as world-wise as I'd thought. I slung my travel sack over my shoulder and looked around one last time, thinking that perhaps it would be best if I left without any troublesome goodbyes. Denna was nowhere to be seen. That settled it then. I turned to leave, and found her standing behind me. She smiled a little awkwardly with her hands clasped behind her back. She was lovely as a flower and totally unconscious of it. I was suddenly short of breath, and I forgot myself, my irritation, my hurt. You're still going? She asked. I nodded. You could come to Annalyn with us, she suggested. They say the streets are paved with gold there. You could teach Jazan to play that lute he carries around, she smiled. I've asked him. He said he wouldn't mind. I considered it. For half a heartbeat, I almost threw my whole plan aside just to stay with her a little longer. But the moment passed, and I shook my head. Don't look like that, she chided me with a smile. I'll be there for a while. If things don't work out for you here, she trailed off hopefully. I didn't know what I could do if things didn't work out for me here. I was hanging all my hopes on the university. Besides, Annalyn was hundreds of miles away. I barely owned the clothes on my back. How would I find her? Denna must have seen my thoughts reflected on my face. She smiled playfully. I guess I'll just have to come looking for you then. We Rue are travelers. Our lives are composed of meetings and partings, with brief, bright acquaintances in between. Because of this, I knew the truth. I felt it, heavy and certain in the pit of my stomach. I would never see her again. Before I could say anything, she looked nervously behind her. I had better go. Watch for me. She flashed her impish smile again before turning to walk away. I will, I called after her. I'll see you where the roads meet. She glanced back and hesitated for a moment, then waved and ran off into the early evening twilight. Chapter 36. Less Talents. I spent the night sleeping outside the city limits of Imre in a soft bed of heather. The next day I woke late, washed in a nearby stream, and made my way west to the university. As I walked, I watched the horizon for the largest building in the university. From Ben's descriptions, I knew what it would look like. Featureless, gray, and square as a block, larger than 4 granaries stacked together. No windows, no decorations, and only one set of great stone doors. 10 times 10,000 books. The archives. I had come to the university for many reasons, but that was at the heart of it. The archives held answers, and I had many, many questions. First and foremost, I wanted to know the truth about the Chandrian and the Emir. I needed to know how much of Scarpi's story was the truth. When the road crossed the Omethi River, there was an old stone bridge. I don't doubt that you know the type. It was one of those ancient, mammoth pieces of architecture scattered throughout the world, so old and solidly built that they have become part of the landscape, not a soul wondering who built them or why. This one was particularly impressive, over 200 feet long and wide enough for 2 wagons to pass each other. It stretched over the canyon the Omethi had carved into the rock. When I reached the crest of the bridge, I saw the archives for the first time in my life, rising like some great greystone over the trees to the west. The university lay at the heart of a small city, though truthfully, I hesitate to call it a city at all. It was nothing like Tarbean, with its twisting alleys and garbage smell. It was more of a town, with wide roads and clean air. Lawns and gardens were spaced between small houses and shops. But since this town had grown up to serve the peculiar needs of the university, a careful observer could note small differences in the services the town provided. For instance, there were 2 glass blowers, 3 fully stocked apothecaries, 2 binderies, 4 booksellers, 2 brothels, and a truly disproportionate number of taverns. One of them had a large wooden sign nailed to its door proclaiming, "No sympathy." I wondered what non-arcane visitors might think of the warning. The university itself consisted of about 15 buildings that bore little resemblance to each other. Muse had a circular central hub with 8 wings radiating in each direction so it looked like a compass rose. Hollows was simple and square, with stained glass windows showing Tecum in a classic pose, standing barefoot in the mouth of his cave, speaking to a group of students. Main's was the most distinctive building of the lot. It covered nearly 1.5 acres and looked like it had been cobbled together from a number of smaller, mismatched buildings. As I approached the archives, its gray, windowless surface reminded me of an immense greystone. It was hard to believe, after all the years of waiting, that I was finally there. I circled around it until I found the entrance, a massive pair of stone doors standing wide open. Over them, chiseled deep into the stone, were the words Vorfalen Renata More. I didn't recognize the language. It wasn't Siaru, maybe Yiddish or Temic. Yet another question I needed answers for. Through the stone doors were a small antechamber with a more ordinary set of wooden doors inside. I tugged them open and felt cool, dry air brush past me. The walls were bare gray stone, lit with a distinctive, unwavering reddish light of sympathy lamps. There was a large wooden desk with several large ledger-type books lying open atop it. At the desk sat a young man who looked to be a full-blooded Sield, with the characteristic ruddy complexion and dark hair and eyes. "Can I help you?" he asked, his voice thick with the harsh burr a Siaro accent makes. "I'm here for the archives," I said stupidly. My stomach was dancing with butterflies. My palms were sweaty. He looked me over, obviously wondering at my age. "Are you a student?" "Soon," I said. "I haven't been through admissions yet." "You'll need to do that first," he said seriously. "I can't let anyone in unless they're in the book." He gestured at the ledgers on the desk in front of him. The butterflies died. I didn't bother to hide my disappointment. "Are you sure I can't look around just for a couple of minutes? I've come an awfully long way. I looked at the 2 sets of double doors leading out of the room, one labeled Tomes, the other Stacks. Behind the desk, a smaller door was labeled Scribs Only. His expression softened somewhat. I cannot. There would be trouble. He looked me over again. Are you really going through admissions? His skepticism was obvious, even through his thick accent. I nodded. I just came here first, I said, looking around the empty room, eyeing the closed doors, trying to think of some way to persuade him to let me in. He spoke before I could think of anything. If you're really going, you should hurry. Today is the last day. Sometimes they don't go much longer than noon. My heart beat hard and quick in my chest. I'd assumed they would run all day. Where are they? Kalos. He gestured toward the outer door. Down, then left. Short building with color windows. 2 big trees out front. He paused. Maple? Is that the word for a tree? I nodded and hurried outside. Soon I was pelting down the road. 2 hours later, I was in Hollows, fighting down a sour stomach and climbing up onto the stage of an empty theater. The room was dark, except for the wide circle of light that held the master's table. I walked to stand at the edge of the light and waited. Slowly, the 9 masters stopped talking among themselves and turned to look at me. They sat at a huge crescent-shaped table. It was raised, so even seated, they were looking down on me. They were serious-looking men, ranging in age from mature to ancient. There was a long moment of silence before the man sitting at the center of the crescent motioned me forward. I guessed he was the Chancellor. Come up where we can see you. That's right. Hello. Now, what's your name, boy? Kvothe, sir.
And why are you here?
I looked him in the eye. I want to attend the university. I want to be an arcanist. I looked around at each of them. Some seemed amused. None looked particularly surprised. You are aware, the Chancellor said, that the university is for continuing one's education, not beginning it? Yes, Chancellor, I know.
Very well, he said. May I have your letter of introduction?
I didn't hesitate. I'm afraid I don't have one, sir. Is it absolutely necessary?
It is customary to have a sponsor, he explained. Preferably an arcanist. Their letter tells us what you know, your areas of excellence and weakness.
The arcanist I learned from was named Abinthy, sir, but he never gave me a letter of introduction. Might I tell you myself?
The Chancellor nodded gravely. Unfortunately, we have no way of knowing that you actually have studied with an arcanist without proof of some kind. Do you have anything that can corroborate your story? Any other correspondence?
He gave me a book before we parted ways, sir. He inscribed it to me and signed his name.
The Chancellor smiled. That should do nicely. Do you have it with you?
No. I let some honest bitterness creep into my voice. I had to pawn it in Tarbean. Sitting to the left of the Chancellor, Master Rhetorician Hem made a disgusted noise at my comment, earning him an irritated look from the Chancellor.
Come, Herma, Hem said, slapping his hand on the table. The boy is obviously lying. I have important matters to attend to this afternoon.
The Chancellor gave him a vastly irritated look.
I have not given you leave to speak, Master Hem.
The 2 of them stared at each other for a long moment before Hem looked away, scowling. The Chancellor turned back to me,
Then his eye caught some movement from one of the other masters. "Yes, Master Loren?" The tall, thin master looked at me passively. "What was the book called?" "Rhetoric and Logic, sir." "And where did you pawn it?" "The broken binding on Seward Square." Loren turned to look at the Chancellor. "I will be leaving for Tarbean tomorrow to fetch necessary materials for the upcoming term. If it is there, I will bring it back. The matter of the boy's claim can be settled then." The Chancellor gave a small nod. "Thank you, Master Loren." He settled himself back into his chair and folded his hands in front of himself. "Very well, then. What would Abenthy's letter tell us if he had written it?" I took a good breath. "He would say that I knew by heart the first 90 sympathetic bindings, that I could double distill, perform tritations, calcify, sublimate, and precipitate solution, that I am well versed in history, argument, grammars, medicine, and geometry." The Chancellor did his best to not look amused. "That's quite a list. Are you sure you didn't leave anything out?" I paused. "He probably would have also mentioned my age, sir." "How old are you, boy?" "Kvothe, sir." A smile tugged at the Chancellor's face. "Kvothe?" 15, sir." There was a rustle as the masters each took some small action, exchanged glances, raised eyebrows, shook their heads. Hem rolled his eyes skyward. Only the Chancellor did nothing. "How exactly would he have mentioned your age?" I gave a thin sliver of a smile. "He would have urged you to ignore it." There was a breath of silence. The Chancellor drew a deep breath and leaned back in his seat. "Very well. We have a few questions for you. Would you like to begin, Master Brandur?" He made a gesture toward one end of the crescent table. I turned to face Brandur. Portly and balding, he was the university's master arithmetician. "How many grains are in 13 ounces?" 6,240, I said immediately. He raised his eyebrows a little. "If I had 50 silver talents and converted them to vintage coin and back, how much would I have if the Sieldom took 4% each time?" I started the ponderous conversion between currencies, then smiled as I realized it was unnecessary. 46 talents and 8 drabs if he's honest, 46 even if he's not. He nodded again, looking at me more closely. "You have a triangle," he said slowly. "One side is 7 feet, another side 3 feet. One angle is 60 degrees. How long is the other side?" "Is the angle between the two sides?" He nodded. I closed my eyes for the space of half a breath, then opened them again. 6 feet and 6 inches, dead even. He made a humph noise and looked surprised. "Good enough. Master Arwell?" Arwell had asked his question before I had time to turn and to face him. "What are the medicinal properties of hellebore?" "Anti-inflammatory, antiseptic, mild sedative, mild analgesic, blood purifier," I said, looking up at the grandfatherly spectacle old man. "Toxic if used excessively, dangerous for women who are with child." "Name the component structures that comprise the hand." I named all 27 bones alphabetically, then the muscles from largest to smallest. I listed them quickly, matter-of-factly, pointing out their locations on my own upraised hand. The speed and accuracy of my answers impressed them. Some of them hid it, others wore it openly on their faces. The truth was, I needed to impress them. I knew from my previous discussions with Ben that you needed money or brains to get into the university. The more of one you had, the less of the other you needed. So I was cheating.
I had snuck into Hollows through a back entrance, acting the part of an errand boy. Then I picked 2 locks and spent more than an hour watching other students' interviews. I heard hundreds of questions and thousands of answers. I also heard how high the other students' tuitions were set. The lowest had been 4 talents and 6 jots, but most were double that. One student had been charged over 30 talents for his tuition. It would have been easier for me to get a piece of the moon than that much money. I had 2 copper jots in my pocket and no way to get a bent penny more, so I needed to impress them. More than that, I needed to confound them with my intelligence, to dazzle them. I finished listing the muscles of the hand and started in on the ligatures when Arwyll waved me into silence and asked his next question. "When do you bleed a patient?" The question brought me up short. "When I want him to die?" I asked dubiously. He nodded, mostly to himself. "Master Loren?" Master Loren was pale and seemed unnaturally tall, even while sitting. "Who was the first declared king of Tarvintus?" "Posthumously, Kvothe Calanthus. Otherwise, it would be his brother, Jarvis." "Why did the Aturan Empire collapse?" I paused, taken aback by the scope of the question. None of the other students had been asked anything so broad as this. "Well, sir," I said slowly to give myself a moment or two to organize my thoughts. "Partly because Lord Nalto was an inept egomaniac. Partly because the church went into upheaval and denounced the Order Aemir, who were a large part of the strength of Atur. Partly because the military was fighting 3 different wars of conquest at the same time, and high taxes fomented rebellion in lands already inside the Empire." I watched the master's expression, hoping he would give some sign when he had heard enough. "They also debased their currency, undercut the universality of the Iron Law, and antagonized the Adem." I shrugged. "But of course, it's more complicated than that." Master Loren's expression remained unchanged, but he nodded. "Who was the greatest man who ever lived?" Another unfamiliar question. I thought for a moment. "Ilian." Master Loren blinked once, expressionless. "Master Mandrag?" Mandrag was clean-shaven and smooth-faced, with hands stained a 100 different colors and seemed to be made all of knuckle and bone. "If you need phosphorus, where would you get it?" His tone sounded for a moment so much like Abinthy's that I forgot myself and spoke without thinking. "An apothecary?" One of the masters on the other side of the table chuckled, and I bit my too quick tongue. He gave me a faint smile, and I drew a faint breath. "Barring access to an apothecary." "I could render it from urine," I said quickly, "given a kiln and enough time." "How much would you need to gain 2 ounces pure?" He cracked his knuckles absent-mindedly. I paused to consider, as this was a new question too. "At least 40 gallons, Master Mandrag, depending on the quality of the material." There was a long pause as he cracked his knuckles one at a time. "What are the 3 most important rules of the chemist?" This I knew from Ben. "Label clearly, measure twice, eat elsewhere." He nodded, still wearing the faint smile. "Master Kilvin?" Kilvin was Sialdish. His thick shoulders and bristling black beard reminded me of a bear. "Right," he grumbled, folding his thick hands in front of him. "How would you make an ever-burning lamp?" Each of the other 8 masters made some sort of exasperated noise or gesture. "What?" Kilvin demanded, looking around at them irritated. "It is my question. The asking is mine." He turned his attention back to me. "So, how would you make it?" "Well," I said slowly, I would probably start with a pendulum of some sort. Then I would bind it to...
Graham! No, not like this!
Kilvin growled out a couple of words and pounded his fist on the table. Each thump as his hand came down was accompanied by a staccato burst of reddish light that welled up from his hand.
No sympathy! I don't want an ever-glowing lamp! I want an ever-burning one!
He looked at me again, showing his teeth, as if he were going to eat me.
Lithium salt?
I asked without thinking, then backpedaled.
No, a sodium oil that burned in an enclosed... No, damn!
I mumbled my way to a stop. The other applicants hadn't had to deal with questions like these. He cut me off with a short sideways gesture of his hand.
Enough! We will talk later. Elxadal!
It took me a moment to remember that Elxadal was the next master. I turned to him. He looked like the archetypal sinister magician that seems to be a requirement in so many bad Aturan plays. Severe dark eyes, lean face, short black beard. For all that, his expression was friendly enough.
What are the words for the first parallel kinetic binding?
I rattled them off glibly. He didn't seem surprised.
What was the binding that Master Kilvin used just a moment ago?
Capacitorial kinetic luminosity.
What is the synodic period?
I looked at him oddly. Of the moon? The question seemed a little out of sync with the other two. He nodded.
72 1/3 days, sir. Give or take a bit.
He shrugged and gave a wry smile, as if he'd expected to catch me with the last question.
Master Hem?
Hem looked at me over steepled fingers.
How much mercury would it take to reduce 2 gills of white sulfur?
He asked pompously, as if I'd already given the wrong answer. One of the things I learned during my hour of quiet observation was this. Master Hem was the king-high bastard of the lot. He took delight in students' discomfort and did everything he could to badger and unsettle them. He had a fondness for trick questions. Luckily, this was one I had watched him use on other students. You see, you can't reduce white sulfur with mercury.
Well...
I drew the word out, pretending to think it through. Hem's smug smile grew wider by the second.
Assuming you mean red sulfur, it would be about 41 ounces.
Sir. I smiled a sharp smile at him. All teeth.
Name the 9 prime fallacies,
he snapped.
Simplification, generalization, circularity, reduction, analogy, false causality, semantism, irrelevancy.
I paused, not being able to remember the formal name of the last one. Ben and I had called it Nalt, after Emperor Nalto. It galled me, not being able to recall its name, as I had read it in Rhetoric and Logic just a few days ago. My irritation must have shown on my face. Hem glowered at me as I paused, saying,
So, you don't know everything after all.
He leaned back into his seat with a satisfied expression. I wouldn't be here if I didn't think I had anything to learn, I said bitingly before I managed to get my tongue under control again. From the other side of the table, Kilvin gave a deep chuckle. Hem opened his mouth, but the Chancellor silenced him with a look before he could say anything else.
Now then,
the Chancellor began,
I think I, too, would ask some questions.
The man to the Chancellor's right said. He had an accent that I couldn't quite place. Or perhaps it was that his voice held a certain resonance. When he spoke, everyone at the desk stirred slightly, then grew still, like leaves touched by the wind.
Master Namer,
the Chancellor said with equal parts deference and trepidation. Elodin was younger than the others by at least a dozen years. Clean-shaven with deep eyes. Medium height, medium build. There was nothing particularly striking about him, except for the way he sat at the table. one moment watching something intently, the next minute bored and letting his attention wander among the high beams of the ceiling above. He was almost like a child who had been forced to sit down with adults. I felt Master Elodin look at me. Actually felt it. I suppressed a shiver. "So heketh ka Siaro kremeteth tu?" he asked. "How well do you speak Siaro?" "Reusa, ta creala diala tu." "Not very well, thank you." He lifted a hand, his index finger pointed upward. "How many fingers am I holding up?" I paused for a moment, which was more consideration than the question seemed to warrant. "At least one," I said. "Probably no more than 6. He broke into a broad smile and brought his other hand up from underneath the table. It had 2 fingers upright. He waved them back and forth for the other masters to see, nodding his head from side to side in an absent, childish way. Then he lowered his hands to the table in front of him and grew suddenly serious. "Do you know the 7 words that will make a woman love you?" I looked at him, trying to decide if there was more to the question. When nothing more was forthcoming, I answered simply, "No." "They exist," he reassured me, and sat back with a look of contentment. "Master Linguist?" He nodded to the Chancellor. "That seems to cover most of academia," the Chancellor said, almost to himself. I had the impression that something had unsettled him, but he was too composed for me to tell exactly what. "You will forgive me if I ask a few things of a less scholarly nature?" Having no real choice, I nodded. He gave me a long look that seemed to stretch several minutes. "Why didn't Abinthe send a letter of recommendation with you?" I hesitated. Not all traveling entertainers are as respectable as our troupe, so, understandably, not everyone respected them. But I doubted that lying was the best course of action. "He left my troupe 3 years ago. I haven't seen him since." I saw each of the masters look at me. I could almost hear them doing the mental arithmetic, calculating my age backward. "Oh, come now!" Hem said disgustedly, and moved as if he would stand. The Chancellor gave him a dark look, silencing him. "Why do you wish to attend the university?" I stood dumbfounded. It was the one question I was completely unprepared for. What could I say? 10,000 books? Your archives. I used to have dreams of reading there when I was young. True, but too childish. I want revenge against the Chandrian. Too dramatic. To become so powerful that no one will ever be able to hurt me again. Too frightening. I looked up to the Chancellor and realized I'd been quiet for a long while. Unable to think of anything else, I shrugged and said, "I don't know, sir. I guess I'll have to learn that too." The Chancellor's eyes had taken on a curious look by this point, but he pushed it aside and said, "Is there anything else you would like to say?" He had asked the question of the other applicants, but none of them had taken advantage of it. It seemed almost rhetorical, a ritual before the masters discussed the applicant's tuition. "Yes, please," I said, surprising him. "I have a favor to ask beyond mere admission." I took a deep breath, letting their attention settle on me. "It has taken me nearly 3 years to get here. I may seem young, but I belong here as much, if not more, than some rich lordling who can't tell salt from cyanide by tasting it." I paused. "However, at this moment I have 2 jots in my purse and nowhere in the world to get more than that. I have nothing worth selling that I haven't already sold. Admit me for more than 2 jots, and I will not be able to attend. Admit me for less, and I will be here every day, while every night I will do what it takes to stay alive while I study here. I will sleep in alleys and stables, wash dishes for kitchen scraps, beg pennies to buy pens. I will do whatever it takes.
I said the last words fiercely, almost snarling them. But admit me free, and give me 3 talents so I can live and buy what I need to learn properly, and I will be a student the likes of which you have never seen before. There was a half-breath of silence, followed by a thunderclap of a laugh from Kilvin. "Ha!" he roared. "If 1 student in 10 had half his fire, I'd teach with a whip and chair instead of chalk and slate." He brought his hand down hard on the table in front of him. This sparked everyone to begin talking at the same time in their own varied tones. The Chancellor made a little wave in my direction, and I took the chance to seat myself in the chair that stood at the edge of the circle of light. The discussion seemed to go on for quite a long while, but even 2 or 3 minutes would have seemed like an eternity, sitting there while a group of old men debated my future. There was no actual shouting, but a fair amount of hand-waving, most of it by Master Hem, who seemed to have taken the same dislike of me that I had for him. It wouldn't have been so bad if I could have understood what they were saying, but even my finely tuned eavesdropper's ears couldn't quite make out what was being said. Their talking died down suddenly, and then the Chancellor looked in my direction, motioning me forward. "Let it be recorded," he said formally, "that Kvothe, son of—" He paused, then looked at me inquiringly. "Arleden," I supplied. The name sounded strange to me after all these years. Master Loren turned to look in my direction, blinking once. "Son of Arleden is admitted into the university for the continuance of his education on the 43rd day of Catellan. His admission into the Arcanum contingent upon proof that he has mastered the basic principles of sympathy. Official sponsor being one Kilvin, Master Artificer. His tuition shall be set at the rate of less 3 talents. I felt a great dark weight settle inside me. 3 talents might as well be all the money in the world for any hope I had in earning it before the term began. Working in kitchens, running errands for pennies, I might be able to save that much in a year if I was lucky. I held a desperate hope that I could cut purse that much in time, but I knew the thought to be just that, desperate. People with that sort of money generally knew better than to leave it hanging in a purse. I didn't realize that the masters had left the table until one of them approached me. I looked up to see the Master Archivist approaching me. Loren was taller than I would have guessed, over 6.5 feet. His long face and hands made him look almost stretched. When he saw he had my attention, he asked, "Did you say your father's name was Arleden?" He asked it very calmly, with no hint of regret or apology in his voice. It suddenly made me very angry that he should stifle my ambitions of getting into the university, then come over and ask about my dead father as easy as saying good morning. "Yes," I said tightly. "Arleden the Bard." My father always thought of himself as a trooper. He never called himself bard or minstrel. Hearing him referred to in that way irritated me even more, if that were possible. I didn't deign to reply, merely nodded once, sharply. If he thought my response terse, he didn't show it. I was wondering which troop he performed in. My thin restraint burst. "Oh, you were wondering," I said with every bit of venom my troop-sharpened tongue could muster. "Well, maybe you can wonder a while longer. I'm stuck in ignorance now. I think you can abide a while with a little piece of it yourself. When I come back after earning my 3 talents, maybe then you can ask me again." I gave him a fierce look, as if hoping to burn him with my eyes. His reaction was minimal. It wasn't until later that I found getting any reaction from Master Loren was about as likely as seeing a stone pillar wink. He looked vaguely puzzled at first, then slightly taken aback. Then, as I glared up at him, he gave a faint, thin smile and mutely handed me a piece of paper. I unfolded it and read it. It read, Kvothe, spring term, tuition, -3 talent. Less 3 talents. Of course. Relief flooded me. As if it were a great wave that swept my legs from beneath me, I sat suddenly on the floor and wept. Chapter 37. Bright-Eyed. Lauren led the way across a courtyard. "That is what most of the discussion was about," Master Lauren explained, his voice as passionless as stone. "You had to have a tuition. Everyone does." I had recovered my composure and apologized for my terrible manners. He nodded calmly and offered to escort me to the office of the bursar to ensure that there was no confusion regarding my admission fee. "After it was decided to admit you in the manner you had suggested." Lauren gave a brief but significant pause, leading me to believe that it had not been quite as simple as that. "There was the problem that there was no precedent set for giving out funds to enrolling students." He paused again. "A rather unusual thing." Lauren led me into another stone building, through a hallway, and down a flight of stairs. "Hello, Riam." The bursar was an elderly, irritable man who became more irritable when he discovered that he had to give money to me rather than the other way around. After I got my 3 talents, Master Lauren led me out of the building. I remembered something and dug into my pocket, glad for an excuse to divert the conversation. "I have a receipt from the broken binding." I handed him the piece of paper, wondering what the owner would think when the university's master archivist showed up to redeem the book a filthy street urchin had sold him. "Master Lauren, I appreciate your agreeing to do this, and I hope you won't think me ungrateful if I ask another favor." Lauren glanced at the receipt before tucking it into a pocket, and looked at me intently. No, not intently, not quizzically. There was no expression on his face at all, no curiosity, no irritation, nothing. If not for the fact that his eyes were focused on me, I would have thought he'd forgotten I was there. "Feel free to ask," he said. "That book, it's all I have left from that time in my life. I would very much like to buy it back from you someday, when I have the money." He nodded, still expressionless. "That can be arranged. Do not waste your worry on its safety. It will be kept as carefully as any book in the archives." Lauren raised a hand, gesturing to a passing student. A sandy-haired boy pulled up short and approached nervously. Radiating deference, he made a nod that was almost like a bow to the master archivist. "Yes, Master Lauren." Lauren gestured to me with one of his long hands. "Simon, this is Kvothe. He needs to be shown about, signed to classes and the like. Kilvin wants him in artificing. Trust to your judgment otherwise. Will you tend to it?" Simon nodded again and brushed his hair out of his eyes. "Yes, sir." Without another word, Lauren turned and walked away, his long strides making his black master's robe billow out behind him. Simon was young for a student, though still a couple years my senior. He stood taller than me, but his face was still boyish, his manner boyishly shy. "Do you have somewhere to stay yet?" he asked as we started to walk. "Room at an inn or anything?" I shook my head. "I just got in today. I haven't thought much further than getting through admissions." Simon chuckled. "I know what that's like. I still get sweaty at the beginning of each term." He pointed to the left, down a wide lane lined with trees. "Let's head to Muse first, then." I stopped walking. "I don't have a lot of money," I admitted. I hadn't planned on getting a room. I was used to sleeping outside, and I knew I would need to save my 3 talents for clothes, food, paper, and next term's tuition. I couldn't count on the master's generosity 2 terms in a row. "Admissions didn't go that well, huh?" Simon said sympathetically as he took my elbow and steered me toward another one of the gray university buildings. This one was 3 stories tall, many-windowed,
and had several wings radiating out from a central hub. Don't feel bad about it. I got nervous and pissed myself the first time through. Figuratively. I didn't do that badly, I said suddenly, very conscious of the 3 talents in my purse. But I think I offended Master Lauren. He seems a little... chilly? Simon asked. Distant? Like an unblinking pillar of stone? He laughed. Lauren is always like that. Rumor has it that Elk Sadal has a standing offer of 10 gold marks to anyone who can make him laugh. Oh. I relaxed a little. That's good. He's the last person I'd want to get on the wrong side of. I'm looking forward to spending a lot of time in the archives. Just handle the books gently and you'll get along fine. He's pretty detached for the most part, but careful around his books. He raised an eyebrow and shook his head. He's fiercer than a mother bear protecting her cubs. In fact, I'd rather get caught by a mother bear than have Lauren see me folding back a page. Simon kicked at a rock, sending it skipping down the cobblestones. Okay, you've got options in the Muse. A talent will get you a bunk and a meal chit for the term. He shrugged. Nothing fancy, but it keeps the rain off. You can share a room for 2 talents or get one all to yourself for 3. What's a meal chit? Meals are 3 a day over in the mess. He pointed to a long, low-roofed building across the lawn. The food isn't bad so long as you don't think too hard about where it might have come from. I did some quick arithmetic. A talent for 2 months' worth of meals and a dry place to sleep was as good a deal as I could hope for. I smiled at Simon. Sounds like just the thing. Simon nodded as he opened the door into the Muse. Bunks it is, then. Come on, let's find a steward and get you signed up. The bunks for non-Arcanum students were on the 4th floor of the east wing of Muse, farthest from the bathing facilities on the ground floor. The accommodations were as Sim had described, nothing fancy. But the narrow bed had clean sheets, and there was a trunk with a lock where I could keep my meager possessions. All the lower bunks had already been claimed, so I took an upper one in the far corner of the room. As I looked out one of the narrow windows from on top of my bunk, I was reminded of my secret place high on Tarbean's rooftops. The similarity was oddly comforting. Lunch was a bowl of steaming hot potato soup, beans, narrow rashers of fatty bacon, and fresh brown bread. The room's large plank tables were nearly half full, seating about 200 students. The room was full of the low murmur of conversation, punctuated by laughter and the metallic sound of spoons and forks scraping against the tin trays. Simon steered me to the back corner of the long room. 2 other students looked up as we approached. Simon made a one-handed gesture to me as he set down his tray. Everyone, meet Kvothe, our newest dewy-eyed first-termer. He gestured from one person to the next. Kvothe, these are the worst students the Arcanum has to offer. Manette and Willem. Already met him, Willem said. He was the dark-haired sealdom from the archives. You really were headed to admissions, he said, mildly surprised. I thought you were dealing me false iron. He reached out his hand for me to shake. Welcome. Telu anyway, Manette muttered, looking over at me. He was at least 50 years old with wild hair and a grizzled beard. He wore a slightly disheveled look, as if he'd only woken up a few minutes ago. Am I as old as I feel, or is he as young as he looks? Both, Simon said cheerfully as he sat down. Kvothe, Manette here has been in the Arcanum for longer than all of us put together. Manette snorted. Give me some credit. I've been in the Arcanum longer than any of you have been alive. And still a loli ilir, Willem said. His thick Siaru accent made it hard to tell if he was being sarcastic or not. Huzzah to being an Ilir, Manette said earnestly. You boys will regret it if you move any farther up the ranks. Trust me. It's just more hassle and higher tuition. We want our guilders, Manette, Simon said. Preferably sometime before we're dead.
The gilder is overrated too,
Manette said, tearing off a piece of bread and dunking it in his soup. The exchange had an easy feel, and I guessed this was a familiar conversation. "How'd you do?" Simon asked Willem eagerly.
7 and 8,
Willem grumbled. Simon looked surprised. What in God's name happened? Did you punch one of them?
Fumbled my cipher,
Willem said sullenly.
And Lauren asked about the influence of subinfeudation on Modegan currency. Kilvin had to translate. Even then, I could not answer.
My soul weeps for you, Sim said lightly. You trounced me these last 2 terms. I was bound to catch a break sooner or later. I got 5 talents even this term. He held out his hand. Pay up. Willem dug into his pocket and handed Sim a copper jot. I looked at Manette. Aren't you in on it? The wild-haired man huffed a laugh and shook his head.
There'd be some long odds against me,
he said, his mouth half full. Let's hear it, Simon said with a sigh. How much this term?
1 and 6,
Manette said, grinning like a wolf. Before anyone could think to ask me what my tuition was, I spoke up. I heard about someone getting a 30-talent tuition. Do they usually get that high?
Not if you have the good sense to stay low in the rankings,
Manette grumbled. Only nobility, Willem said. Crimelish bastards with no business having their study here. I think they stock up high tuitions just so they can complain.
I don't mind, Manette said. Take their money. Keep my tuition low.
I jumped as a tray clattered down onto the other side of the table. I assume you're talking about me. The owner of the tray was blue-eyed and handsome, with a carefully trimmed beard and high Modegan cheekbones. He was dressed in rich, muted colors. On his hip was a knife with a worked wire hilt, the first weapon I'd seen anyone wearing at the university. Savoy? Simon looked stunned. What are you doing here? I ask myself the same thing. Savoy looked down at the bench. Are there no proper chairs in this place? He took his seat, moving with an odd combination of graceful courtliness and stiff, affronted dignity. Excellent. Next I'll be eating with a trencher and throwing bones to the dogs over my shoulder.
Etiquette dictates it to be the left shoulder, Your Highness, Manette said around a mouthful of bread, grinning.
Savoy's eyes flashed angry, but before he could say anything, Simmons spoke up. What happened? My tuition was 68 strelum, he said indignantly. Simon looked nonplussed. Is that a lot? It is a lot, Savoy said sarcastically. And for no good reason. I answered their questions. This is a grudge, plain and simple. Mandrag does not like me. Neither does him. Besides, everyone knows they squeeze the nobility twice as hard as you lot, bleeding us dry as stones.
Simmons' nobility? Manette pointed a spoon. He seems to do fine for himself.
Savoy exhaled sharply through his nose. Simmons' father is a paper duke bowing to a tin king in Etur. My father's stables have longer bloodlines than half you Eturian nobles. Simmons stiffened slightly in his seat, though he didn't look up from his meal. Willem turned to face Savoy, his dark eyes going hard, but before he could say anything, Savoy slumped, rubbing his face in one hand. I'm sorry, Sim. My house and name to you. It's just things were going to be better this term, but now they're worse instead. My allowance wouldn't even cover my tuition, and no one will extend me more credit. Do you know how humiliating that is? I've had to give up my rooms at the Golden Pony. I'm on the 3rd floor of Muse. I almost had to share a room. What would my father say if he knew? Simon, his mouth full, shrugged and made a gesture with his spoon that seemed to indicate that there was no offense taken.
Maybe things would go better for you if you didn't go in there looking like a peacock, Manette said. Leave off the silk when you go through admissions. Is that how it is? Savoy said, his temper flaring again. Should I abase myself? Rub ashes in my hair? Tear my clothes? As he grew angrier, his lilting accent became more pronounced. No! They are none of them better men than me! I need not bow to them! There was a moment of uncomfortable silence at the table. I noticed more than a few of the surrounding students were watching the show from the nearby tables. Heitlet Team! Savoy continued. There is nothing in this place I do not hate. Your weather is wild and uncivilized, your religion barbaric and prudish, your whores are intolerably ignorant and unmannerly, your language barely has the subtlety to express how wretched this place is. Savoy's voice grew softer the longer he spoke, until he almost seemed to be speaking to himself. My blood goes back 50 generations, older than tree or stone. And I am come to this. He put his head against the palms of his hands and looked down at his tin tray. Barley bread. Gods all around us, a man is meant to eat wheat. I watched him while chewing a mouthful of the fresh, brown bread. It tasted wonderful. I don't know what I was thinking, Savoy said suddenly, getting to his feet. I can't deal with this. He stormed off, leaving his tray on the table. That's Savoy, Manette said to me in an offhand manner. Not a bad sort, though he's usually not nearly as drunk as that. He's Modegan? Simon laughed. You don't get more Modegan than Savoy. You should not prod at him, Willem said to Manette. His rough accent made it hard for me to tell if he was rebuking the older student, but his dark, sealedish face showed definite reproach. As a foreigner, I guessed he sympathized with Savoy's difficulty adjusting to the language and culture of the Commonwealth. He is having a rough time of it, Simon admitted. Remember when he had to let his manservant go? Mouth full, Manette made a gesture with both hands as if playing an imaginary violin. He rolled his eyes, his expression vastly unsympathetic. He had to sell his rings this time around, I added. Willem, Simon, and Manette turned to look at me curiously. There were pale lines on his fingers, I explained, holding up my hand to demonstrate. Manette gave me a close looking over. Well, now, our new student seems to be all manner of clever. He turned to Willem and Simon. Lads, I'm in a betting mood. I'll wager 2 jots that our young Kvothe here makes it to the Arcanum before the end of his 3rd term. 3 terms? I said, surprised. They told me all I had to do was prove I mastered the basic principles of sympathy. Manette gave me a gentle smile. They tell everyone that. Principles of Sympathy is one of the classes you'll have to slog through before they elevate you to Elir. He turned back to Will and Sim expectantly. How about it? 2 jots? I'll bet. Willem gave me a small, apologetic shrug. No offense. I play the odds. What'll you be studying, then? Manette asked as they shook on it. The question caught me off guard. Everything, I guess. You sound like me 30 years ago, Manette chuckled. Where are you going to start? The Chandrian, I said. I'd like to know as much about them as possible. Manette frowned, then burst out laughing. Well, that's fine and good, I suppose. Sim here studies fairies and pixies. Will there believes in all manner of silly damn sealedish sky spirits and such. He puffed himself up absurdly. I'm big on imps and shamblemen myself. I felt my face get hot with embarrassment. God's body, Manette! Sim cut him off. What's gotten into you? I just bet 2 jots on a boy who wants to study bedtime stories, Manette groused, gesturing to me with his fork. He meant folklore, that sort of thing. Willem turned to look at me. You looking to work in the archives? Folklore's a piece of it, I hedged quickly, eager to save face. I want to see if different cultures' folktales conform to Teckham's theory of narrative septuagy. Sim turned back to Manette. See? Why are you so twitchy today? When's the last time you slept?
Don't take that tone with me, Manette grumbled. I caught a few hours last night.
And which night was that? Sim pressed. Manette paused, looking down at his tray.
Felling night?
Willem shook his head, muttering something in Siari. Simon looked horrified. Manette, yesterday was kindling. Has it been 2 days since you've slept?
Probably not, Manette said uncertainly. I always lose track of things during admissions. There aren't any classes. Throws off my schedule. Besides, I've been caught up in a project in the fishery.
He trailed off, scrubbing at his face with his hands, then looked up at me.
They're right. I'm a little off my head right now. Teckham's septuagy folklore and all that. It's a bit bookish for me, but a fine thing to study. I didn't mean any offense.
None taken, I said easily and nodded at Sovoy's tray. Slide that over here, would you? If our young noble's not coming back, I'll have his bread. After Simon took me to sign up for classes, I made my way to the archives, eager to have a look around after all these years of dreaming. This time, when I entered the archives, there was a young gentleman sitting behind the desk, tapping a pen on a piece of paper that bore the marks of much rewriting and crossing out. As I approached, he scowled and scratched out another line. His face was built to scowl. His hands were soft and pale. His blinding white linen shirt and richly dyed blue vest reeked of money. The part of me that was not long removed from Tarbean wanted to pick his pocket. He tapped his pen for another few moments before laying it down with a vastly irritated sigh. "Name," he said without looking up. "Kvothe." He flipped through the ledger, found a particular page, and frowned. "You're not in the book." He glanced up briefly and scowled again before turning back to whatever verse he was laboring over. When I made no signs of leaving, he flicked his fingers as if shooing away a bug. "Feel free to piss off." Ambrose put down his pen again. "Listen," he said slowly, as if explaining to a simpleton. "You're not in the book." He made an exaggerated gesture toward the ledger with both hands. "You don't get inside." He made another gesture to the inner doors. "The end." "I've just gone through admissions." He tossed up his hands, exasperated. "Then of course you're not in the book." I dug into my pocket for my admission slip. "Master Lauren gave me this himself." "I don't care if he carried you here piggyback," Ambrose said, pointedly redipping his pen. "Now quit wasting my time. I have things to do." "Wasting your time?" I demanded, my temper finally wearing thin. "Do you have any idea what I've gone through to get here?" Ambrose looked up at me, his expression growing suddenly amused. "Wait, let me guess," he said, laying his hands flat on the table and pushing himself to his feet. "You were always smarter than the other children back in Clodhump or whatever little one-whore town you're from. Your ability to read and count left the local villagers awestruck." I heard the outer door open and shut behind me, but Ambrose didn't pay it any attention as he walked around to lean against the front of the desk. "Your parents knew you were special, so they saved up for a couple of years, bought you a pair of shoes, and sewed the pig blanket into a shirt." He reached out to rub the fabric of my new clothes between his fingers. "It took months of walking, hundreds of miles bumping along in the backs of mule carts, but in the end—" He made an expansive gesture with both hands. "Praise Telu and all his angels, here you are, all bright-eyed and full of dreams." I heard laughter and turned to see that 2 men and a young woman had come in during his tirade. "God's body, Ambrose! What's got you started?" Goddamn first-termers, Ambrose groused as he headed back around to sit behind the desk. Come in here dressed like rag piles and act like they own the place. The three newcomers walked toward the doors marked Stacks. I fought down a hot flush of embarrassment as they looked me up and down. Are we still heading to the Aeolian tonight? Ambrose nodded. Of course! 6th bell. Aren't you going to check to see if they're in the book? I asked as the door closed behind them. Ambrose turned back to me, his smile bright, brittle, and by no means friendly. Listen, I'm going to give you a little advice for free. Back home, you were something special. Here, you're just another kid with a big mouth. So address me as Relar, go back to your bunk, and thank whatever pagan god you pray to that we're not in Vintus. My father and I would chain you to a post like a rabid dog. He shrugged. Or don't. Stay here. Make a scene. Start to cry. Better yet, take a swing at me. He smiled. I'll give you a thrashing and get you thrown out on your ear. He picked up his pen and turned back to whatever he was writing. I left. You might think that this encounter left me disheartened. You might think I felt betrayed, my childhood dreams of the university cruelly shattered. Quite the contrary. It reassured me. I had been feeling rather out of my element until Ambrose let me know, in his own special way, that there wasn't much difference between the university and the streets of Tarbean. No matter where you are, people are basically the same. Besides, anger can keep you warm at night, and wounded pride can spur a man to wondrous things. Chapter 38. Sympathy in the Mains. Mains was the oldest building at the university. Over the centuries, it had grown slowly in all directions, engulfing smaller buildings and courtyards as it spread. And it had the look of an ambitious architectural breed of lichen that was trying to cover as many acres as it could. It was a hard place to find your way around. Hallways took odd turns, dead-ended unexpectedly, or took long, rambling, roundabout paths. It could easily take 20 minutes to walk from one room to another, despite the fact that they were only 50 feet apart. More experienced students knew shortcuts, of course, which workrooms and lecture halls to cut through to reach your destination. At least one of the courtyards had been completely isolated and could only be accessed by climbing through a window. Rumor had it there were some rooms bricked off entirely, some with students still inside. Their ghosts were rumored to walk the halls at night, bewailing their fate and complaining about the food in the mess. My first class was held in Mains. Luckily, I had been warned by my bunkmates that Mains was difficult to navigate, so despite getting lost, I still arrived with time to spare. When I finally found the room for my first class, I was surprised to find it resembled a small theater. Seats rose in tiered semicircles around a small, raised stage. In larger cities, my troupe had performed in places not unlike this one. The thought relaxed me as I found a seat in the back. I was a jangling mass of excitement as I watched other students slowly trickle into the room. Everyone was older than me by at least a few years. I reviewed the first 30 sympathetic bindings in my head as the theater filled with anxious students. There were perhaps 50 of us in all, making the room about 3/4 full. Some had pen and paper with hardbacks to write on. Some had wax tablets. I hadn't brought anything, but that didn't worry me overmuch. I've always had an excellent memory. Master Hem entered the room and made his way onto the stage to stand behind a large stone work table. He looked impressive in his dark master's robes, and it was bare seconds before the whispering, shuffling theater of students hushed to silence. "So, you want to be arcanists," he said. "You want magic like you've heard about in bedtime stories. You've listened to songs about Tarbean the Great, roaring sheets of fire, magic rings, invisible cloaks, swords that never go dull, potions to make you fly.
He shook his head, disgusted.
Well, if that's what you're looking for, you can leave now, because you won't find it here. It doesn't exist.
At this point, a student came in, realized he was late, and moved quickly into a vacant seat. Hem spotted him, though.
Hello! Glad you chose to attend. What's your name?
Gel, the boy said nervously.
I'm sorry, I had a bit of a hard time. Gel,
Hem interrupted.
Why are you here?
Gel gaped for a moment before managing to say, For principles of sympathy?
I do not appreciate tardiness in my class. For tomorrow you may prepare a report on the development of the sympathy clock, its differences from the previous, more arbitrary clocks that used harmonic motion, and its effect on the accurate treatment of time.
The boy twisted in his seat. Yes, sir.
Hem seemed satisfied with the reaction. Very well. What is sympathy, then?
Another boy hurried in, clutching a hardback. He was young, by which I mean he looked to be no more than 2 years older than me. Hem stopped him before he could make it into a seat.
Hello there, he said in an over-courteous tone. And you are?
Basil, sir. The boy stood awkwardly in the aisle. I recognized him. I had spied on his admissions interview.
Basil, you wouldn't happen to be from Ill, would you?
Hem asked, smiling sharply.
No, sir. Ah,
Hem said, feigning disappointment.
I had heard that Yillish tribes use the sun to tell time, and as such have no true concept of punctuality. However, as you are not Yillish, I can see no excuse for being late. Can you?
Basil's mouth worked silently for a moment, as if to make some excuse, then apparently decided better of it.
No, sir. Good. For tomorrow you can prepare a report on Yil's lunar calendar compared to the more accurate, civilized Aturan calendar that you should be familiar with by now. Be seated.
Basil slunk wordlessly into a nearby seat like a whipped dog. Hem gave up all pretext of lecture and lay in wait for the next tardy student. Thus it was that the hall was tensely silent when she stepped hesitantly into the room. It was a young woman of about 18, a rarity of sorts. The ratio of men to women in the university is about 10-1. Hem's manner softened when she entered the room. He moved quickly up the steps to greet her.
Ah, my dear, I'm suddenly pleased that we have not yet begun today's discussion.
He took her by the elbow and led her down a few of the steps to the first available seat. She was obviously embarrassed by the attention. I'm sorry, Master Hem. Maine's is bigger than I guessed.
No worry, Hem said in a kindly fashion. You're here, and that's what matters.
He solicitously helped her arrange her paper and ink before returning to the stage. Once there, it seemed as if he might actually lecture. But before he began, he looked back to the girl.
I'm sorry, miss.
She was the only woman in the room.
Poor manners on my part. What is your name?
Ria.
Ria? Is that short for Rian?
Yes, it is, she smiled.
Rian, would you please cross your legs?
The request was made with such an earnest tone that not even a titter escaped the class. Looking around, Rian crossed her legs.
Now that the gates of hell are closed, Hem said in his normal, rougher tones, we can begin.
And so he did, ignoring her for the rest of the lecture, which, as I see it, was an inadvertent kindness. It was a long 2.5 hours. I listened attentively, always hoping that he would come to something I hadn't learned from Abinthy. But there was nothing. I quickly realized that while Hem was discussing the principles of sympathy, he was doing it at a very, very basic level. This class was a colossal waste of my time. After Hem dismissed the class, I ran down the stairs and caught him just as he was leaving through a lower door. Master Hem! He turned to face me.
Oh, yes, our boy Prodigy. I wasn't aware you were in my class. I didn't go too fast for you, did I? I knew better than to answer that honestly. You covered the basics very clearly, sir. The principles you mentioned today will lay a good foundation for the other students in the class. Diplomacy is a large part of being a trooper. He puffed up a bit at my perceived compliment, then looked more closely at me. Other students? He asked. I'm afraid I'm already familiar with the basics, sir. I know the 3 laws and the 14 corollaries, as well as the first 90— Yes, I see. He cut me off. I'm rather busy at the moment. We can speak of this tomorrow before class. He turned and walked briskly away. Half a loaf being better than none, I shrugged and headed for the archives. If I wasn't going to learn anything from Hem's lectures, I might as well start educating myself. This time when I entered the archives, there was a young woman sitting behind the desk. She was strikingly beautiful, with long, dark hair and clear, bright eyes. A notable improvement over Ambrose, to be sure. She smiled as I approached the desk. What's your name? Kvothe, I said, son of Arladin. She nodded and began to page through the ledger. What's yours? I asked to fill the silence. Fella, she said without looking up, then nodded to herself and tapped the ledger. There you are. Go on in. There were 2 sets of double doors leading out of the antechamber, one marked stacks and the other tomes. Not knowing the difference between the 2, I headed to the ones labeled stacks. That was what I wanted. Stacks of books. Great heaps of books. Shelf after endless shelf of books. I had my hands on the handles of the doors before Fella's voice stopped me. I'm sorry. It's your first time in here, isn't it? I nodded, not letting go of the door's handles. I was so close. What was going to happen now? The stacks are arcanum only, she said apologetically. She stood up and walked around the desk to the other set of doors. Here, let me show you. I reluctantly let go of the door's handles and followed her. Using both hands, she tugged one of the heavy wooden doors open, revealing a large, high-ceilinged room filled with long tables. A dozen students were scattered throughout the room, reading. The room was well lit with the unwavering light of dozens of sympathy lamps. Fella leaned close to me and spoke in a soft voice. This is the main reading area. You'll find all the necessary tomes used for most of the basic classes. She blocked the door open with her foot and pointed along one wall to a long section of shelving with 300 or 400 books. More books than I had ever seen in one place before. Fella continued to speak softly. It's a quiet place. No talking above a whisper. I noticed that the room was almost unnaturally quiet. If you want a book that isn't there, you can submit a request at the desk, she pointed. They'll find the book and bring it out to you. I turned to ask her a question, and only then realized how close she was standing. It says a great deal about how enamored I was with the archives that I failed to notice one of the most attractive women in the university standing less than 6 inches away. How long does it usually take them to find a book? I asked quietly, trying not to stare at her. It varies. She brushed her long black hair over her shoulder. Sometimes we're busier than others. Some people are better at finding the appropriate books. She shrugged and some of her hair swung back down to brush against my arm. Usually no more than an hour. I nodded, disappointed by not being able to browse the whole of the archives, but still excited to be inside. Once again, half a loaf was better than none. Thanks, fella. I went inside, and she let the door swing shut behind me. But she came after me just a moment later. One last thing, she said quietly. I mean, it goes without saying, but this is your first time here. Her expression was serious. The books don't leave this room. Nothing leaves the archives. Of course, I said. Naturally. I hadn't known. Fella smiled and nodded. I just wanted to make sure. A couple of years ago, we had a young gent who was used to carrying off books from his father's library. I'd never even seen Lauren frown before that, or talk much above a whisper. But when he caught that boy in the street with one of his books... She shook her head as if she couldn't hope to explain what she had seen. I tried to picture the tall, somber master angry, and failed. Thanks for the warning. Don't mention it. Fella headed back out into the entrance hall. I approached the desk she had pointed out to me. How do I request a book? I asked the scriv quietly. He showed me a large log book half filled with students' names and their requests. Some were requests for books with specific titles or authors, but others were more general requests for information. One of the entries caught my eye. Basil, Yillish Lunar Calendar, History of a Turin Calendar. I looked around the room and saw the boy from Hem's class hunched over a book, taking notes. I wrote, Kvothe, the History of the Chandrian, Reports of the Chandrian and their Signs, Black Eyes, Blue Flame, etc. I went to the shelves next and started looking over books. I recognized one or two from my studies with Ben. The only sound in the room was the occasional scratch of a pen on paper, or the faint bird-wing sound of a page turning. Rather than being unsettling, I found the quiet strangely comforting. Later, I was to find out that the place was nicknamed Tombs because of its crypt-like quiet. Eventually, a book called The Mating Habits of the Common Dracus caught my eye, and I took it over to one of the reading tables. I picked it because it had a rather stylish embossed dragon on the cover, but when I started reading, I discovered it was an educated investigation into several common myths. I was halfway through the title piece, explaining how the myth of the dragon, in all likelihood, involved from the much older mundane Dracus, when a scriv appeared at my elbow. Kvothe? I nodded, and he handed me a small book with a blue cloth cover. Opening it, I was instantly disappointed. It was a collection of fairy stories. I flipped through it, hoping to find something useful, but it was filled with sticky-sweet adventure stories meant to amuse children. You know the sort. Brave orphans trick the Chandrian, win riches, marry princesses, and live happily ever after. I sighed and closed the book. I had half expected this. Until the Chandrian killed my family, I thought they were nothing more than children's stories too. This sort of search wasn't going to get me anywhere. After walking to the desk, I thought for a long moment before writing a new line in the request ledger. Kvothe, the history of the Order Amir, the origins of the Amir, the practices of the Amir. I reached the end of the line, and rather than start another one, I stopped and looked up at the scriv behind the desk. I'll take anything on the Amir, really, I said. We're a little busy right now, he said, gesturing to the room. Another dozen or so students had filtered in since I had arrived, but we'll bring something out as soon as we can. I returned to the table and flipped through the children's book again before abandoning it for the bestiary. The wait was much longer this time, and I was learning about the strange summer hibernation of Susquinian when I felt a light touch on my shoulder. I turned, expecting to see a scriv with an armload of books, or maybe Basil come to say hello. I was startled by the sight of Master Lauren looming over me in his dark master's robes. Come, he said softly, and gestured for me to follow. Not knowing what might be the matter, I followed him out of the reading room. We walked behind the scriv's desk and down a flight of stairs to a small, featureless room with a table and 2 chairs. The archives was filled with little rooms like this, reading holes designed to give members of the Arcanum a place to sit privately and study. Lauren lay the request ledger from tomes on the table. I noticed your request while assisting one of the newer scrivs in his duties, he said. You have an interest in the Chandrian and the Amir? He asked. I nodded. Is this in regard to an assignment from one of your instructors? For a moment, I thought about telling him the truth, about what had happened to my parents, about the story I had heard in Tarbean. But Manette's reaction to my mention of the Chandrian had shown me how foolish that would be. Until I'd seen the Chandrian myself, I didn't believe in them. If anyone would have claimed to have seen them, I would have thought they were crazy. At best, Lauren would think I was delusional. At worst, a foolish child. I was suddenly pointedly aware of the fact that I was standing in one of the cornerstones of civilization, talking to the master archivist of the university. It put things in a new perspective for me. The stories of an old man in some dockside tavern suddenly seemed very far away and insignificant. I shook my head. No, sir. It's merely to satisfy my curiosity. I have a great respect for curiosity, Lauren said with no particular inflection. Perhaps I can satisfy yours a bit. The Emir were part of the church back when the Aturan Empire was still strong. Their credo was Ivare Enim Yuge, which roughly translates as for the greater good. They were equal part knight-errant and vigilante. They had judiciary powers and could act as judges in both the religious and secular courts. All of them, to varying degrees, were exempt from the law. I knew most of this already. But where did they come from? I asked. It was as close as I dared come to mentioning Scarpy's story. They evolved from traveling judges, Lauren said, men who went from town to town, bringing the rule of law to small Aturan towns. They originated in Atur, then? He looked at me. Where else would they have originated? I couldn't bring myself to tell him the truth, that because of an old man's story, I suspected the Emir might have roots much older than the Aturan Empire, that I hoped they might still exist somewhere in the world today. Lauren took my silence as a response. A piece of advice, he said gently. The Emir are dramatic figures. When we are young, we all pretend to be Emir and fight battles with willow-switch swords. It is natural for boys to be attracted to those stories. He met my eyes. However, a man, an arcanist, must focus himself on the present day. He must attend to practical things. He held my eyes as he continued to speak. You are young. Many will judge you by that fact alone. I drew a breath, but he held up a hand. I am not accusing you of engaging in boyish fancy. I am advising you to avoid the appearance of boyish fancy. He gave me a level look, his face as calm as always. I thought of the way Ambrose had treated me and nodded, feeling color rise to my cheeks. Lauren brought out a pen and drew a series of hashes through my single line of writing in the ledger book. I have a great respect for curiosity, he said, but others do not think as I do. I would not see your first term unnecessarily complicated by such things. I expect things will be difficult enough for you without that additional worry. I bowed my head, feeling as if I'd somehow disappointed him. I understand. Thank you, sir. Chapter 39. Enough Rope. The next day, I was 10 minutes early to Hem's class, sitting in the front row. I hoped to catch Hem before the class started, thereby saving myself from having to sit through another one of his lectures. Unfortunately, he did not appear early. The lecture hall was full when he entered by the hall's lower door and climbed the 3 steps onto the raised wooden stage. He looked around the hall, eyes searching me out. "Ah, yes, our young prodigy. Stand up, would you?" Uncertain as to what was going on, I stood. "I have pleasant news for everyone," he said. "Mr. Kvothe here has assured me as to his complete grasp of the principles of sympathy. In doing so, he has offered to give today's lecture." He made an expansive gesture for me to join him on the stage. He smiled at me with hard eyes. "Mr. Kvothe?" He was mocking me, of course, expecting me to slink down into my seat, cowed and ashamed.
but I had had enough of bullies in my life. So I climbed onto the stage and shook his hand. Using a good stage voice, I spoke to the students. I thank Master Hem for this opportunity. I only hope that I can help him shed some light on this most important subject. Having started this little game, Hem was unable to stop it without looking foolish. As he shook my hand, he gave me the look a wolf gives a treed cat. Smiling to himself, he left the stage to assume my recently vacated seat in the front row. Confident of my ignorance, he was willing to let the charade continue. I would never have gotten away with it if not for two of Hem's numerous flaws. First, his general stupidity in not believing what I had told him the day before. Second, his desire to see me embarrassed as thoroughly as possible. Plainly said, he was giving me enough rope to hang myself with. Apparently, he didn't realize that once a noose is tied, it will fit one neck as easily as another. I faced the class. Today I will be presenting an example of the laws of sympathy. However, as time is limited, I will need help with the preparations. I pointed to a student at random. Would you be so good as to bring me one of Master Hem's hairs, please? Hem offered one up with an exaggerated graciousness. As the student brought it up to me, Hem smiled in genuine amusement, certain that the more grandiose my preparations were, the greater my embarrassment would be in the end. I took advantage of this slight delay to look over what equipment I had to work with. A brazier set off to one side of the stage, and a quick rifling of the drawers in the work table revealed chalk, a prism, sulfur matches, an enlarging glass, some candles, and a few oddly shaped blocks of metal. I took 3 of the candles and left the rest. I took Master Hem's hair from the student and recognized him as Basil, the boy Hem had browbeat yesterday. Thank you, Basil. Would you bring that brazier over here and get it burning as quickly as you can? As he brought it closer, I was delighted to see that it was equipped with a small bellows. While he poured alcohol onto the coal and struck a spark to it, I addressed the class. The concepts of sympathy are not entirely easy to grasp, but underneath everything, there remain 3 simple laws. First is the doctrine of correspondence, which says similarity enhances sympathy. Second is the principle of consanguinity, which says a piece of a thing can represent the whole of a thing. Third is the law of conservation, which says energy cannot be destroyed nor created. Correspondence, consanguinity, and conservation, the 3 C's. I paused and listened to the sound of a 100 pens scratching down my words. Beside me, Basil pumped industriously at the bellows. I realized I could grow to enjoy this. Don't worry if it doesn't make sense yet. The demonstration should make everything abundantly clear. Looking down, I saw the brazier was warming nicely. I thanked Basil and hung a shallow metal pan above the coals and dropped 2 of the candles in to melt. I set a 3rd candle in a holder on the table and used one of the sulfur matches in the drawer to set it alight. Next, I moved the pan off the heat and poured its now melted contents carefully onto the table, forming a fist-sized blob of soft wax. I looked back up at the students. In sympathy, most of what you are doing is redirecting energy. Sympathetic links are how the energy travels. I pulled out the wicking and began kneading the wax into a roughly human-shaped doll. The first law I mentioned, similarity enhances sympathy, simply means that the more things resemble each other, the stronger the sympathetic link between them will be. I held the crude doll up for the class to inspect. This, I said, is Master Hem. Laughter muttered back and forth across the hall. Actually, this is my sympathetic representation of Master Hem. Would anyone like to take a guess as to why it is not a very good one? There was a moment of silence. I let it stretch out for a while. A cold audience. Hem had traumatized them yesterday, and they were slow in responding. Finally, from the back of the room, a student said, "It's the wrong size." I nodded and continued to look around the room. He isn't made of wax either. I nodded. It does bear some small resemblance to him, in general shape and proportion. Nevertheless, it is a very poor sympathetic representation. Because of that, any sympathetic link based off it would be rather weak. Perhaps 2% efficiency. How could we improve it? There was another silence, shorter than the first. You could make it bigger, someone suggested. I nodded and waited. Other voices called out, You could carve Master Hem's face on it. Paint it. Give it a little robe. Everyone laughed. I held up my hand for quiet and was surprised by how quickly it fell. Practicality aside, assume you did all these things. A 6-foot, fully clothed, masterfully carved Master Hem stands beside me. I gestured. Even with all that effort, the best you might hope for is 10 or 15% sympathetic link. Not very good. Not very good at all. This brings me to the second law, consanguinity. An easy way to think of it is, once together, always together. Due to Master Hem's generosity, I have one of his hairs. I held it up and ceremoniously stuck it on the head of the doll. And as easy as this, we have a sympathetic link that will work at 30 to 35%. I had been watching Hem. While at first he seemed a little wary, he had lapsed back into a self-satisfied smirk. He knew that without the appropriate binding and properly focused ailer, all the wax and hair in the world wouldn't do one whit of good. Sure that he had taken me for a fool, I gestured to the candle and asked him, With your permission, master? He made a magnanimous wave of compliance and settled back into his chair, folding his arms in front of him, confident in his safety. Of course, I did know the binding. I told him so, and Ben had taught me about the ailer, the riding crop belief, back when I was 12. But I didn't bother with either. I put the doll's foot into the candle flame, which guttered and smoked. There was a tense, held breath quiet as everyone stretched in their seats to get a look at Master Hem. Hem shrugged, feigning astonishment, but his eyes had the look of a jaw trap about to close. A smirk tugged at one corner of his mouth, and he began to rise from his seat. I feel nothing but— Exactly, I said, cracking my voice like a whip, startling the students' attention back to me. And why is that? I looked expectantly at the lecture hall. Because of the third law that I mentioned, conservation. Energy cannot be destroyed or created, merely lost or found. If I were to hold a candle underneath our esteemed teacher's foot, very little would occur. And since only about 30% of the heat is getting through, we do not even get that small result. I paused to let them think for a moment. This is the prime problem in sympathy. Where do we get the energy? Here, however, the answer is simple. I blew out the candle and relit it from the brazier, muttering the few necessary words underneath my breath. By adding a second sympathetic link between the candle and a more substantial fire, I broke my mind into two pieces, one binding Hem and the doll together, the other connecting the candle and the brazier. We get the desired effect. I casually moved the foot of the wax doll into the space about an inch above the candle's wick, which is actually the hottest part of the flame. There was a startled exclamation from where Hem was sitting. Without looking in his direction, I continued speaking to the class in the driest of tones. And it appears that this time we are successful. The class laughed. I blew out the candle. This is also a good example of the power that a clever sympathist commands. Imagine what would happen if I were to throw this doll into the fire itself. I held it over the brazier. As if on cue, Hem stormed onto the stage. It may have been my imagination, but it seemed to me that he was favoring his left leg slightly. It appears that Master Hem wishes to resume your instruction at this point. Laughter rippled through the room, louder this time. I thank you all, students and friends, and thus my humble lecture ends.
At this point, I used one of the tricks of the stage. There is a certain inflection of voice and body language that signals a crowd to applaud. I cannot explain how exactly it is done, but it had its intended effect. I nodded my head to them and turned to face Hem amidst applause which, though far from deafening, was probably more than any he had ever received. As he took the last few steps toward me, I almost backed away. His face was a fearsome red, and a vein pulsed at his temple as if it were about to explode. For my own part, my stage training helped me maintain my composure. I returned his gaze levelly and held out my hand for him to shake. It was with no small account of satisfaction that I watched him give a quick glance to the still applauding class, swallow, and shake my hand. His handshake was painfully tight. It might have gotten worse if I hadn't made a slight gesture over the brazier with the wax doll. His face went from its livid red to an ashen white more quickly than I would have believed possible. His grip underwent a similar transformation, and I regained my hand. With another nod toward the seated students, I left the lecture hall without a backward glance. Chapter 40. On the Horns. After Hem dismissed his class, news of what I had done spread through the university like wildfire. I guessed from the students' reactions that Master Hem was not particularly well loved. As I sat on a stone bench outside the Mews, passing students smiled in my direction. Others waved or gave laughing thumbs up. While I enjoyed the notoriety, a cold anxiety was slowly growing in my gut. I'd made an enemy of one of the 9 masters. I needed to know how much trouble I was in. Dinner in the mess was brown bread with butter, stew, and beans. Manette was there, his wild hair making him look like a great white wolf. Simon and Savoy groused idly about the food, making grim speculations as to what manner of meat was in the stew. To me, less than a span away from the streets of Tarbean, it was a marvelous meal indeed. Nevertheless, I was rapidly losing my appetite in the face of what I was hearing from my friends.
"Don't get me wrong," Savoy said. "You've got a great weighty pair on you. I'll never call that into question, but still—" He gestured with his spoon. "They're going to string you up for this."
"If he's lucky," Simon said. "I mean, we are talking about malfeasance here, aren't we?" "It's not a big deal," I said with more assurance than I felt. "I gave him a little bit of a hot foot, that's all."
"Any harmful sympathy falls under malfeasance."
Manette pointed at me with his piece of bread, his wild, grizzled eyebrows arching seriously over his nose.
"You've got to pick your battles, boy. Keep your head down around the masters. They can make your life a real hell once you get into their bad books."
"He started it," I said sullenly through a mouthful of beans. A young boy jogged up to the table, breathless. "You're Kvothe?" he asked, looking me over. I nodded, my stomach suddenly turning over. "They want you in the Master's Hall." "Where is it?" I asked. "I've only been here a couple of days." "Can one of you show him?" the boy asked, looking around the table. "I've got to go tell Jameson I found him." "I'll do it," Simon said, pushing away his bowl. "I'm not hungry anyway." Jameson's runner boy took off, and Simon started to get to his feet. "Hold on," I said, pointing to my tray with my spoon. "I'm not finished here." Simon's expression was anxious. "I can't believe you're eating," he said. "I can't eat. How can you eat?" "I'm hungry," I said. "I don't know what's waiting in the Master's Hall, but I'm guessing I'd rather have a full stomach for it."
"You're going on the horns," Manette said. "It's the only reason they'd call you there at this time of night."
I didn't know what he meant by that, but I didn't want to advertise my ignorance to everyone in the room. "They can wait until I'm done." I took another bite of stew. Simon returned to his seat and poked idly at his food. Truth be told, I wasn't really hungry anymore, but it galled me to be pulled away from a meal after all the times I'd been hungry in Tarbean. When Simon and I finally got to our feet, the normal clamor in the mess quieted as folk watched us leave. They knew where I was headed. Outside, Simon put his hands in his pockets and headed roughly in the direction of Hollows. All kidding aside, you're in a good bit of trouble, you know. I was hoping Hem would be embarrassed and keep quiet about it, I admitted. Do they expel many students? I tried to make it sound like a joke. There hasn't been anyone this term, Sim said with his shy, blue-eyed smile. But it's only the second day of classes. You might set some sort of record. This isn't funny, I said, but found myself wearing a grin regardless. Simon could always make me smile, no matter what was going on. Sim led the way, and we reached Hollows far too soon for my liking. Simon raised a hand in a hesitant farewell as I opened the door and made my way inside. I was met by Jameson. He oversaw everything that wasn't under direct control of the masters. The kitchen, the laundry, the stables, the stock rooms. He was nervous and bird-like. A man with the body of a sparrow and the eyes of a hawk. Jameson escorted me into a large windowless room with a familiar crescent-shaped table. The Chancellor sat at the center, as he had during admissions. The only real difference was that this table was not elevated, and the seated masters were close to eye level with me. The eyes I met were not friendly. Jameson escorted me to the front of the crescent table. Seeing it from this angle made me understand the references to being on the horns. Jameson retreated to a smaller table of his own, dipping a pen. The Chancellor steepled his fingers and spoke without preamble. On the 4th of Catelyn, Hem called the masters together. Jameson's pen scratched across a piece of paper, occasionally dipping back into the inkwell at the top of the desk. The Chancellor continued formally. Are all the masters present? Master Physiker, said Arwell. Master Archivist, said Lauren, his face impassive as ever. Master Arithmetician, Brander said, cracking his knuckles absently. Master Artificer, grumbled Kilvin without looking up from the tabletop. Master Alchemist, said Mandrag. Master Rhetorician, Hem's face was fierce and red. Master Sympathist, said Alxadal. Master Namer. Elodin actually smiled at me. Not just a perfunctory curling of the lips, but a warm, toothy grin. I drew a bit of a shaky breath, relieved that at least one person present didn't seem eager to hang me up by my thumbs. And Master Linguist, said the Chancellor. All 8, he frowned. Sorry, strike that. All 9 masters are present. Present your grievance, Master Hem. Hem did not hesitate. Today, first-term student Kvothe, not of the Arcanum, did perform sympathetic bindings on me with malicious intent. 2 grievances are recorded against Kvothe by Master Hem, the Chancellor said sternly, not taking his eyes away from me. First grievance, unauthorized use of sympathy. What is the proper discipline for this, Master Archivist? For unauthorized use of sympathy leading to injury, the offending student will be bound and whipped a number of times, not less than 2, nor more than 10, singly across the back. Lauren said it as if reading off directions for a recipe. Number of lashes sought? The Chancellor looked at Hem. Hem paused to consider. 5. I felt the blood drain from my face, and I forced myself to take a slow, deep breath through my nose to calm myself. Does any master object to this? The Chancellor looked around the table, but all mouths were silent. All eyes were stern. The second grievance, malfeasance. Master Archivist? 4 to 15 single lashes and expulsion from the university, Lauren said in a level voice. Lashes sought? Hem stared directly at me. 8. 13 lashes and expulsion. A cold sweat swept over me, and I felt nausea in the pit of my stomach. I had known fear before. In Tarbean, it was never far away. Fear kept you alive. But I had never before felt such a desperate helplessness. A fear not just for my body being hurt, but for my entire life being ruined. I began to get lightheaded. "Do you understand these grievances set against you?" the Chancellor asked sternly. I took a deep breath. "Not exactly, sir." I hated the way my voice sounded, tremulous and weak. The Chancellor held up a hand, and Jameson lifted his pen from the paper. "It is against the laws of the university for a student who is not a member of the Arcanum to use sympathy without permission from a master." His expression darkened. "And it is always, always